It all started with a big bang.
For a couple of centuries now, we've been using dynamite to destroy stuff. Black powder, just explosive. To destroy things, we blow it up. We've got people being gaslit literally to think that explosions create things. The only thing an explosion can create is more space to cut a road, or maybe to dig out some coal. Okay? You're not blowing anything up to make something new, animate, nothing. It's ridiculous. How full is this VC? There's a ton of people in here. Who are we talking to? People I don't recognize. Cole.
Yeah.
Got Canner, he's muted.
Bordeaux. Islam. Medina.
That's a cat PFP. You got to be careful with those cat PFPs.
Yeah. Wait, Medina might be... Oh, no. Mi plata, mi vida. Does that mean something about flat Earth?
There's a plate in there, so chances are good.
Yeah. We got rhyme. I think that's better.
We got Sasha down there. Sasha, you're a little too heavy with the eye makeup, bro. Is that Sasha?
Yeah, that was 20 years ago.
Were you in some kind of emo band?
No. It was only Joy Division.
Okay.
Some punk stuff, but nothing.
Did you play an instrument?
Never. Oh, I played
Never.
some shit in primary school.
Okay.
Flute, yeah.
So anybody in the VC that is not a quote unquote flat earther, have you ever experienced in your life anything other than a motionless planar earth with some hills and valleys, but the water is flat? If you have, I would love to hear about it. If not, do you think your senses are lying to you?
Should I go out for that experience?
Where would you go?
No, can I stay at the front of computer?
Yeah, you can stay here. Did you experience something different?
Oh, I can see on internet they are showing on TV or on, there is a sphere in the space.
Right. So that's a suggestion, right? Someone suggested to you that this is where you live, but you never experienced that.
If I don't go out from my room, I don't experience that. I experience that.
Yeah. As soon as you leave your computer or your TV or your textbook from the public indoctrination system,
What if I don't want to do that?
Well, I guess then you prefer to be gaslit or hypnotized. That's all I can figure.
But I can come on some flat earth server and ask questions.
Yes, you can come to the Flat Earth server and you can tell them and argue with them about how your experience in front of the computer is your reality. You can tell them that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if I start to speak about reality outside, it's a little bit different.
Yes.
But it's scary. I don't want to scare people.
Or maybe you don't want to be scared.
No, I don't want to scare people who are in front of computers. That reality is different. But one day when you decide to go out, you will see that water is strange.
Very strange, not curving like you would expect. Not what you saw on your computer screen.
Not only that, you will think, why I thought in the first place that it's curving?
One of the best questions. Why would anybody tell you the water's curving when you see it doesn't do that?
Right. I'm so crazy, right, that I'm going to use two ends of a water level, right, to establish that 2 points are at exactly the same height in a straight line. That's how crazy I am.
Heretic. Burn the witches.
You're sea level believer, man. You denying curve. You just don't like spheres. That's your problem.
How could you deny all the science?
Like this flat earth, like I wanted all my life. I was thinking what I want to become when I was a child. What I want to become when I grow up, and it was I want to become flat earther. That's so cool.
You think about it like Michelle Thaler, right? She's like, it's not okay to say the Earth is flat, right? It's not okay, but yet it's okay to treat it as such. It's okay to measure it as such. It's okay to build on it as such, navigate it as such. Come on. It's not okay to say that the Earth is what you observe it and measure it and use it to be. That's not okay. Do not say that. Well, if it's not okay to say that the Earth is flat, then don't treat it as such. And when you look at it, don't describe it as such, right? Don't use it like it's flat. Go get your own measurements.
We have Mr. Sheen that's going to give us some kind of internal critique.
Oh, Mr. Voice Changer. Let's go.
How dare you to think that flat surfaces are flat?
I guess you guys have already spoken to this guy, huh? Or whatever. Voice changer.
Yes. 1 minute it sounded like this. Next minute he sounded like this. He obviously does not want us to hear his actual voice.
Maybe he's Neil deGrasse Tyson and he doesn't want that. Just we know.
Or it's the real Charlie Sheen, which is quite ironic. But yeah, that he call himself that, and then not want people to think he is. Yeah, member since September the 12th, 2025. Member of the English Hub server since September the 12th, 2025.
Mr. Sheen, do you have your voice changer set up yet, or how much longer should we wait for you to do this? Come off mute, dude.
Is about me, passionate musician, fond of long walks to pontificate on the mysteries of the universe, avid anime consumer, come aficionado. My secret talent is being deeply curious.
That's got Rich Evans all over it. Come on, Rich. All right, so here's the deal, Mr. Sheen. I don't really like to be asked a question about perhaps you would like to give me some kind of internal critique, and then you just go completely silent. So I'll tell you what, I'm a 5-minute guy. In 5 minutes, if you don't actually unmute and join the conversation, I'll ban you for an hour or I'll mute you for an hour. Does that sound fair? That's what you've got.
Well, I wonder what he means by offering you an internal critique. Because usually, if you have an internal critique, that means you're critiquing yourself, or
Right.
So maybe you just worded that weird.
Yep. Well, Mr. Sheen, I don't care if you're AFK or whatever. If you don't enter the VC in 5 minutes, you're gone. That's how it's going to work.
Four minutes remaining.
Nope, you can't type. Join the VC. Get your voice changer out. Just do it.
What is happening here, guys?
Well, we've got a troll in the VC that actually won't mic up because he doesn't want us to know his true identity. So he's playing games in the side chat. Those games will earn him a ban. But welcome. Who are you?
Me and Fires.
You're what?
Fires. You want to know my real name?
No, I just want to know if you think the Earth is a ball or if it's flat.
What does it mean, bro?
What does that mean? Do you think you live on a ball?
Yeah. Balls, two balls.
Okay.
Am I a chicken? Oh my god.
If you're going to tell jokes, they have to be funny. But honestly, do you think you live on a tilting, wobbling water ball? All right, Mr. Sheen, last chance. Okay.
So earlier, I had a conversation with Robert from Utah, and I was asking him what his evidence was for the globe, and he was like, "Oh, brother, we have millions of pictures, so many pictures." And I was like, "Oh, really? I was only aware of like one, really." And he was like, "Oh no, there's a video camera just directly pointed at Earth from the ISS." And I was like, "Oh, really? Well, you can only see a small portion of the Earth from the ISS, even from the globe model." And he's like, "Oh no, brother, I'll do the math right here." And he started doing the math. And he said, well, you can only see 50% of a sphere, but from the ISS, you can see 40%. And I was like, well, that's just completely incorrect. And then I put some sources up from NASA themselves and everything. And he was like, and he actually admitted, he went back and he said, oh, he made a mistake in his math. And he said, now it was 20%. We kept on arguing. And then finally, he said he made another mistake in his math and he went down to 6%. So I got him from saying that we have just live stream videos of the entire Earth from the ISS to him admitting that you can only see 6% after he said 40%. And then I kept on, I gave him some sources that said you can only see 3%, and then he ran away. So just if anybody talks to him and he says you can see 40% from the ISS, that means he's completely bad faith because he already admitted that he was wrong about that. So don't let him get away with that.
Yeah, he's bricked. No matter what he says, he kind of puts himself in an even more compromising position.
Well, I mean, I was actually Robert from Utah, but he had a different username. But I was actually kind of impressed because he admitted that he was wrong. You know, he went from 40% down to 20%. Then he admitted he was wrong again, or said he made a mistake, and he went to 6%, and then he just left. Because usually he'll just sit there and just keep on putting up a fight. But I was like, oh, well, he actually admitted he was wrong about something, but then he just left. So I'm just curious to see if he takes that information in, or if he just resets and just says the same thing over again.
He's going to try to figure out how he can use 3% to mean something.
Yeah. Like, I enjoy talking to people who disagree with me. Like, it's not a problem. The problem I have is once I find out that they're in bad faith, because then it makes me feel like I've just wasted that time, actually trying to understand something. So
I always say bad faith, bad taste,
A lot of things are force understood. That's weird, isn't it? Pushed, or however you want to say that. Controlled.
All right, owlishness. It's 19 minutes after the hour. You have 5 minutes to provide your globe proof in the VC. Otherwise, you are a goner. Beginning now. Well, that was easy. Oh, now she's back. You got 4 minutes left, Toots. Make it count.
All right, there we go. Now it's working. I don't know why you would ban me, though. That doesn't make any sense.
That makes plenty of sense. You're a time waster and a troll. So now you have 3 minutes.
I'm just listening. I'm not even
Okay, you've got 3 minutes. I don't even want your... We don't need you here. You're useless to everyone.
That's not very nice.
You have 3 minutes left for globe proof. Hurry up.
I don't know why you would ban me. I mean, like, I'm just listening.
Yeah. Some things in life don't make sense. This one does, but 3 minutes. You gonna do anything with that 3 minutes? Make use of those 3 minutes, Owlishness. There's no point in trying to plead your case or to ask dumb questions. What do you have for us?
I'm not asking dumb questions. I mean, I provided proof in the past, such as gyrotheodolites, measurement of Earth's curvature or radius based on historical evidence, magnetic.
Let's talk about that historical evidence really quick. What historical evidence can you provide?
Here, it's like a screenshot I have of something. I have to find the full document, but like you're kind of putting me on the spot.
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes to get that up here.
Well, I can't upload stuff because I just got here.
Well, 2 minutes is what you've got.
I don't know why you would ban me. That's not very nice.
Doesn't matter why you understand it. I know why I understand it. So,
why?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean? I'm wasting time. I was just sitting in VC. Oh my god.
So far, you've given you 5 minutes. You've provided nothing in 5 minutes.
I can't upload anything.
Oh, bummer. Maybe you can describe it to me. Is it empirical?
No, it's not empirical evidence.
Oh, okay.
You realize...
Is it circumstantial evidence? Is it going to be affirming the consequent or begging the question?
No, it's not affirming the consequence or begging the question.
Okay, great. Go ahead and describe it. You have 1 minute.
I don't know what that is. Over offenses. Anyway. If you... bro, I don't know. I'm just trying to listen. If you look at...
Why are you listening? Why are you listening with your mouth?
Hold on, Sasha. She's going to give us something, bro.
How am I listening with my mouth? I was invited to speak. God, Sasha.
Sorry, but sorry, this is only one sentence. You said, I would listen, and then you continue to speak. That means you're not listening, you're speaking, but okay, it's all right. You can
because I was told to speak, Sasha.
Yeah, now you can say something.
Sasha, Sasha, give her the minute. Give her the minute that I'm allowing her to have, please. Go ahead.
Measurement of the Earth's radius based on historical evidence of its curvature. Probably the most direct observation of the Earth's curvature is how objects appear from over the horizon when we approach them and disappear as we get further away from them. Similarly, the portion of a height of an object, a building or mountain, is visible depending upon its height of the site where the observation... I would just post a screenshot, but I can't. The method doesn't either sophisticated instrumentation or complex mathematics. In our application, the method presented here, the result is R equals 6,600. It's like a little cross thing, 600 kilometers in the best case. A discussion is presented.
Yeah. No evidence provided, just a bunch of ramblings and hearsay.
And didn't get the memo that objects disappearing over the horizon is an optical effect.
Yeah, she's been through the black swan about 1,000 times. I didn't ask for claims, I asked for evidence. Certainly she knows the difference by now, but if not, I guess she'll figure it out after she gets banned a few dozen times. I don't know.
Gosh, people have provided large monetary rewards for evidence of a globe, and no one's ever provided any.
Right.
That's a strange thing. They think they have evidence for it.
T-Deb.
But she's that example of that person who does experience the sphere in the room in front of computer. She was reading something from computer.
I was just shocked she didn't say Eratosthenes.
Which book?
Well, I was really hoping that when she said historical evidence, she was going to bring up Eratosthenes, and I was going to ask her for the primary source data.
No, when she meant historical, she meant stuff that she's brought up 1,000 times before and is going to respawn on the very same point.
Yep, I would say you're correct.
And the historical knowledge of Eratosthenes is funny because the guy who wrote about him, nobody knows when he lived or died. They're guessing when he lived.
Why they never use Al-Biruni? I think he was. There is more, historical stuff about him.
Because he measured the Earth flat.
Okay, even Eratosthenes did the same thing, but they're saying that Al-Biruni had measured the radius. And nobody
Right, there probably is primary documentation. Maybe, like, at least better than Eratosthenes anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, you can find some documentation, I think.
Flat Earth is not flat.
Why?
All right. Okay, never mind. We've got someone else. Let's go.
Why?
Mountains, man, mountains.
But mountains are not spherical also. Speaking about
Who was
mountains, how
Who said
elevation change in the distance with the mountains on the sphere?
Was that Great Mount that said that? Who was it?
I was just being facetious.
Oh, wait, it was you. Really?
Yeah, T-Bob, it
Yes.
was me.
Ah, dang.
The Earth isn't flat because of mountains and valleys.
Oh, okay. No, that person left. They just did a pussy flex, hit and run.
Drive-by Glober.
Okay, cool. Because I was gonna say, Roland, my boulder, you're up. Same goes for you as Owlishness. Let's go. Come on, Roland. You got 5 minutes. Am I lagging?
No. I mean, I can
Okay.
hear you,
Right.
unless
I
you're a
can see
voice in my head.
Owlishness has been banned for 24 hours. Back in the chat, but on mute, and is lit up constantly green, like she's attempting to talk. Oh, unbanned. I see. Oh, okay. Oh. Hey Mo, you got a mic? Hey, look, guys, you other guys, like you've just witnessed a couple of encounters with people that we've had long discussions with about this topic before in the past. Very hard headed, and just follow us around wherever we go to say no. But look, if you're someone new to this discussion, right, and you just want to open your mic and say hello and have a chat, we're all for it. Like, it doesn't not have to be a heated debate. It can just be a simple discussion. You can ask us questions, or if you feel that you're confident enough and know enough about the claims of the heliocentric paradigm, you're welcome to try and defend it. But you better know what you're talking about. I mean, for many people that come to this server, right, their purpose is to learn and practice speaking English. It's great. Our purpose here is to discuss the topic, the nature of the surface of the Earth. Okay. You can combine those two together, right? So feel free to practice your English and engage in a conversation about the topic of the nature of the surface of the Earth. So I was actually surprised yesterday. I was watching some reaction videos by this one guy. What's his name? Right7X on YouTube. He has 143,000 subscribers. Now, I already know that he's somewhat of a flat earther. Like, I think he's a little bit sort of like esoteric and, sort of Dave Weiss sort of style flat earther. And he doesn't discuss it much in his reaction videos. But he will, like, when he reviews like a TikTok that's talking about flat earth, he'll stop and comment. But there was, I think he reviewed an amongst his, his reviews was an anti-flat earth one, I think. And he paused and he's like, he actually surprised me. He said, people think that we're saying it's like a disc in space, like, no, that's not what we're saying. You gotta get it right, I was like, yeah, cool, good on you, bro. I'm glad you said that. It's
What was his name?
His name's Right7X.
Is that R or W?
WRIGHT
Gotcha.
7X. Yeah, there's quite a few of the people like him doing reaction videos, right? So, and amongst it all, like, because they'll do all sorts of stuff from they'll just be reviewing TikTok videos, like doing an hour review, and amongst them, occasionally there's like some flat Earth stuff, and there's quite a few of these reaction content makers that are flat earthers, and they have huge followings. I don't know if you can, be confident that they're not bots. A lot of their their subscribers aren't bots, but
Yeah.
they have huge followings in the hundreds of thousands, if not. I think there was one that's got like 1 million. I think I saw.
Okay.
Yeah. Another one of them is Perky, PERKKY. 875,000 subscribers.
It's quite a big number.
Yeah, I enjoy watching a lot of those clips, like the strange things people catch on camera in the sky. Like there'll be stuff to do with politics, just all sorts of stuff, different stuff.
Strange stuff in the sky it was YouTube Shorts, so TikTok basically, and it was two suns setting on the horizon, probably a distance of the diameter of the sun in the first instance. So two suns pretty much sitting next to each other on the horizon. I'll see if I can dig it out and chuck it in the side chat. It's crazy.
Bro, is that the one where you can see the reflection of both on the water?
I think so. I know there's an artifact I thought it was in the lens. So you see the sun in the picture, and it looks like there's a reflection in the foreground. So yeah, that might be the water. I might just not have looked at it correctly. So yeah, that one. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, because I was like thinking the same. Right. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there's definitely a few bodies. I mean, I've seen two of them before, and it wasn't a sundog. It was definitely another body. It was about the same size. So They talk about a second sun. There's been talk about it in the past, so wouldn't be surprised. Been quite a few captures of it over the years. I mean, I definitely saw a bunch of it back in like 2010, 2011, people posting images of it back then. I don't know if anybody remembers that stuff.
Posted the video in the side chat. It wasn't a YouTube short, it was an actual video. There's a few things in the sky. The thumbnail it shows on the left hand side what I'm talking about might be different to what you are, but I think it's within the first 4 minutes or so of the video.
Did you see that fake sun that they were erecting in China? Pause.
No, are you talking about the sun simulator, or was that something else?
Yes.
Maybe
yeah,
it was
had an
that.
artificial sun. They had an artificial sun patent that was that people were like talking about. I think it was like last year, maybe the year before.
Yes, I saw a video a couple of years ago, and it was just this big ball of fire just going up in the air, and it looked like pretty close. And then you can see that, and then you can see the actual sun in the sky. And it was, I don't know if it was AI or not, but I mean, the Chinese people were going crazy, and the video got scrubbed.
Yeah, that's actually a different one to what I was thinking. But yeah, that's cool. One I was thinking of, right, I saw the other day. So there's like, you can see like the bright sun, and then there's this other thing that you think, it's a lot less bright. Like it's, yeah, and you're thinking at first, could be like lens flare, or it could be some sort of artifact of the camera lens, right? But then the reflection of both are on the surface of the water, because it's across water that they're viewing this. It's like, okay, but just how much of this stuff has been like edited and stuff? Like there's always that chance.
Yeah, that's the issue these days. Even when you try and think back to stuff that you might have seen, I don't know, in my case, 10, 15 years ago, just because we have this AI technology now where we can literally ask for anything and it's on a screen in front of us. And technology has probably been around a lot longer than we think. And again, these videos are really interesting, but I'm not hanging my coat on this stuff, man. Do you know what I mean? Not unless I see something like that with my very own eyes, and I haven't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, actually, the one I saw was on that right 7X channel, right? And then he's like, that's really interesting. He goes like, and he said something similar to that. He's like, I've never seen it with my own eyes. I'd love to, but like, so he was like,
when I seen the second luminary in the daylight sky, they had been spraying. It was up in New Jersey. It was like, it had to have been like over 4 years ago, somewhere around there. And they had been spraying like for a few days, but it was like visible for at least a week. And you would see them both, because you'd see the sun behind the clouds, which was the brighter one, and then you'd see this other thing that was almost just as bright, shining in a totally different area. And I was like, what the heck is that? And I remember having a conversation with my brother about it. We were just staring up there like, what the heck is that, dude? And it's funny, like you're talking to somebody that's actually witnessing the thing with you, and you both can't make heads or tails of what you're witnessing. And it's kind of like you don't have anything else to say about it once you witness it. So, and even to this day, I mean, even after seeing it, I can't really make any claims to what I witnessed, other than, yeah, there was something that was really bright shining from behind the clouds. So, yeah, interesting. all I could say. And it was visible for about a week because I would see it, working outside that week. Saw it on several occasions.
That is some weird stuff. And yeah, Kingsley's got a nice weird one in there too. And Majan, yeah, right. I hadn't never thought of that before. It's weird. Hmm. Something else that got me thinking about it too, right? It was so they say that during a solar eclipse, right, that it's the new moon that's blocking the light during a solar eclipse. I was thinking, well, what about when there's a new moon, but it doesn't quite cross the path of the sun? I mean, like if it, in the case it was the moon, right, it has something to do with the moon. There's got to be a point where, if the moon's there during a new moon, if whatever the moon is, like if it's an object of some kind, and we just can't see it during a new moon, and it does sort of, align like that, right? Well, there's got to be times when it's near there, but doesn't quite line up, right? So is maybe some of these observations being made on a new moon? Is it something to do with the moon? I don't know. Like, just speculation on my part. Just sort of thinking out loud.
Sorry, and if I got this wrong, mate, like tell me off and I do apologise. Are you talking about eclipses when they have to happen in the phase of a new moon?
Right.
Yeah. When so solar eclipses, when the new moon doesn't completely cover the entirety of the sun, that's a partial solar eclipse.
Right. So wouldn't there be times when it would be in the vicinity but not crossing the path at all?
Yes.
But nearby?
Yes.
It's funny how that doesn't just appear as like a black circle, right?
Yeah, it's weird and mysterious, dude. I've been trying to compare thinking about the argument of lunar eclipses that's been going around in my head for the last couple of weeks. Like, it's got to be flat if that's a curved shadow, blah blah blah. I'm starting to, the way that a lunar eclipse looks, apart from when it goes red, but that kind of dark disk, same kind of thing when it's the solar eclipse, the dark disk or circle, whatever, of the moon goes in front of the sun. So I'm actually really starting to lean that there's something else in the sky getting in front of the moon. Could cause those like eclipses and stuff. I don't know whether it's some kind of polarizing lens or something that would act like a polarizing lens or something. I don't know. Something like directly between the sun and the moon up in the sky somewhere.
Possibly, yeah.
I don't know, dude. It's just the shape of the let's say, the disk that goes across the sun right now. I mean, we can say it's not the moon, but we can see what would be declared as the new moon as we see the first sliver. And usually you can, I say usually, it's either on the first day or the second day. And you can see it on the first day, sometimes within, it's got about, I think it's about half an hour of sunset before the moon sets as well, with the sun as it follows it round or whatever. So you can see the first sliver of that thing that got in front of the sun earlier or went past the sun earlier. So you can see that. But when it comes to what eclipses the moon, it's the same apart from the coloration, it's that same kind of diskiness. So obviously, the moon looks convex, it's like a curved surface. So it can't be a shadow because it would really be distorted, that sine wave S looking thing. So I'm starting to think something's actually getting in front of it. It's still Sunday, so.
But I had the discussion a few months back with a guy that was arguing that you see the shadow of, like, the disk shadow of the Earth on the moon. And I argued that no, because the Earth's shadow would have to be larger, right, than the moon. So you just see, like, if that was the ball Earth, like putting it, you would see just a partial, like, thing. You wouldn't see it, like, perfectly match, right? Like if it was a little bit smaller, you'd see an illumination like a corona, a lunar corona, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't see. And I was seeing something the other day where this guy mapped out over a period of time all these different eclipses, so that each part of, like, at different times during each eclipse, he formed the full shadow of the Earth, right? And it is larger than the moon.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah, and that was actually it was a slight, it was kind of like a dig at flat Earth, that little short that I watched.
Yeah.
Because it had the whole thing at the bottom. But I don't think they even really mentioned flat Earth during the short. But they still had the Wikipedia disclaimer thing right underneath. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, man.
There it is.
Cheers, man. I've looked it up.
That might have something to do with what you're talking about. Like they're just declaring that it's the shadow of Earth, right?
Yeah.
You'll notice they have a diagram there. All right. Yeah, you'll notice they have a diagram there that showing the shadow of the Earth, right, extending like a long beam to that the moon's then entering into, and looks like it's just the same width. That would imply parallel light from the sun, right? But then they show us other diagrams where it's the light from the sun has to be convergent during that moment.
Hey, Crit, how's it going? Long time no see, friend. Jedi, nice to see you
Oh,
again.
dang. How'd you find us?
Hey, T-Dub. I know, they just keep inviting me back. I just end up here every few months.
The Mock Jr.
That's what I go by now, yeah. Demok Jr.
You missed him. He was here earlier. Demok Senior.
Damn.
That video's actually pretty cool. I would have enjoyed that about 15 years ago.
Right. Yeah. Just to highlight what I was talking about, okay? So they tell us that that's what's happening, all right? But then in that video, they show us that.
I always get their light paths confused.
I'm just thinking too, do we actually observe, like, because, like, in the top diagram there, right? So the moon's got to exit the umbra and enter into the penumbra. Do we see that transition?
We don't see a full transition. I tried to explain this a couple of months ago. Right, so it should go from being fully illuminated to entering a transition zone, to entering the full area, to then coming out of the transition zone to the fully illuminated moon again. I don't think that's what we observe.
Yeah, it's not what I remember observing.
No. And we have other phenomena as well to do with the moon, other eclipses, partial lunar eclipses, even things like the Selenilian eclipse, right? Now, that light is still going to be refracted, to use our terms in that model, through the atmosphere, so that redness is always going to exist in that area. Even in a partial lunar eclipse, we should still see redness on the moon, but we don't. We just see the dark circle or curve of the Earth. We should still see that redness in a partial eclipse. We don't.
Hello. 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 Lolo. Mizoxchu. What's going on?
Mm.
I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus and Copernicus.
Wow.
I just posted a video of a sunset that I took just now, and the horizon line was not necessarily the ocean from what I could see. So you can see the sun fading into the horizon,
Yeah.
which again is not the ocean. In this case, from what I can see. Clearly the sun is moving, for anyone confused. Not the earth. And the ocean there is not a hill of water either.
There you are. I've got one from David Attenborough. It's a beautiful one. I'll post it again. I did post it earlier. I'll give it one more shot there. It's a really good one. And it
That is
disappears.
CB's is like, that's really amazing. You just did that recently?
Just now, right now.
Wow, that's tonight?
Yeah, the sun just went down here.
You're lucky, man. Good catch.
That is really bizarre looking.
Yeah, because it seems like that's the clouds or whatever. Or, I don't know exactly. It's some marine layer, and it's fading into the marine, like back. Like the sun is shining through the marine layer. From what I can tell, it's not necessarily the ocean. People think the horizon is like the hill of water there, and it's being blocked by the hill of water that's like falling backwards. Obviously, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to when I was at Lake Michigan. Only one day out of the 7 days we were there did we have a good sunset where the clouds weren't in the way. And then I tried to do a time-lapse photo, but I was like, I thought about doing it like at the very end. I'm like, I should have started that way earlier. And then that turned out to be the only night when I could have even done it. But it was cool anyway. I should find one of those pictures. I got some good images that day, but I didn't get the time-lapse photo that I totally should have done. You know what I mean? But you're there watching it, like I didn't even think about it. I was just enjoying it. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just moving away from us. I mean, it's beautiful. What you recorded is quite nice because you can see that the sun is moving away And the fact and the atmos, the air itself is just like a curtain. Do you understand? And it's just moving away into going further and further into the atmos. Great shot you took there. Great shot.
Thank you, sir.
Great
Appreciate
shot.
it. Yeah, look good. Look good.
It looks good, yeah. You know, each one is like a fingerprint on a human hand. They're never the same, are they? Wicked, man. Wicked.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, and it moves you as well, doesn't it? It moves you as well because you know that you're looking at something, the sun that is moving away from you through the clouds. Wow.
What's interesting is so many people dedicate time to come watch this. There's at least, I could probably count like 50 people, maybe give or take, just in this little area right by me. And I wonder what they're thinking. Also, they're probably not thinking what I'm thinking, to be honest.
No. And what was your altitude on this? How high up were you?
Oh, I'm high up right now. Let me just check. How can I look at that? Let me check.
How many feet up are you?
Because you could see down on the beach, like it was already like what do you call it? Like twilight down there, or whatever.
Yeah.
What he's talking about?
What?
If you go to the Compass app on your iPhone, it shows the elevation as well.
Compass? Okay.
Ooh, good to know. I did not know that. Thank you for telling us that.
Oh, okay. It says 320 feet.
This firmament.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool because like I'm up high, so the sunlight. I could see the sun up here, but the people down on the beach could not see it.
Yeah. I'm getting that downward. I am getting that feeling that you're above. You see, and it's nice.
Yeah.
As it's disappearing.
The W video.
Here's one I took on August 13th. This is the day when I felt like I should have done the time lapse. Like I was just watching and taking like periodic pictures, but like I wish.
Wait, why does the sun look like that?
I do not know. I think it's clouds, like you said, right? And the birds. Well, my sons were like feeding the seagulls while I was looking at the sunset. So there's all these seagulls in there too, which were cool. You know, when they kind of hover. I love when they do that. Thank you.
Yeah. That's another good shot. Like I said, they're always different, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know?
Need to know where this firmament is, guys.
What is the firmament, guys?
Well, okay, look, I mean...
Who told you that? Who told you that?
I'm sorry, before you go on to this, dude, I did do like it's 2 seconds of the time lapse. You have to like, I did do the time lapse, but like I told you, it was like, it was too late, but you have to like zoom in on it and you can see it just like disappear at the very end, but you can't, I had to find it for you, I have to scroll through. But I wish I'd done it sooner. I gotta find it now. Mm-hmm. I'm almost there. I think it's this. It says it's only 1 second. Let's see if this is it.
That's a beautiful photo, Mary Mom. I saved it. I love the bird.
Is mine not beautiful enough, sir? Wow.
Mine better. He liked mine better. Who was that?
You're just gonna do me dirty like that, bro? Flyman Can? Come on, man.
Oh, is that Flyman Can? No, okay, so this is the time lapse I tried doing, but like if you zoom in on the actual, you can just see like the very last dot of it. If you zoom in on the time lapse, you can see it kind of like disappear there. I don't know if you guys could do that, but yeah. Okay. Some guy wants to talk about the firmament. Is that what's happening?
Hey guys, what is the firmament?
Can you guys see the little dot? Tell me you can see the dot. If you zoom in on the middle.
It's too quick, man.
The tiny dot in the middle, right?
That's just happening way too quick to even pick up the dot at the moment.
You can't see the sun go down? I can totally see it. I'm watching it. Go down. It's going down again. And again. It's like right in the center, but you have to zoom in. Yeah, you have to zoom in.
I see it, but I'm zooming in too, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that my efforts were not totally wasted. I know I should have started earlier.
Yeah, now I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I see it. Yeah. I've zoomed in. Yeah. A lot of action on that day, though. Everybody's busy there. Look good. Look good.
Yeah.
Everyone's having some fun.
It was a great day. Yeah,
Nice.
like CB said, like, yeah, I mean, you can't see everyone who's on the beach, but yeah, like everybody at Lake Michigan is the same. Like everybody comes down there to watch the sunset. A lot of boats go out and watch it. Yeah, it's fun.
Brilliant, isn't it? And they're all thinking it's going behind the horizon, behind the earth. Yeah.
I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, clearly they see the same flat ass ocean as everyone else. Whether they consider it or like, you know, it's their brain the right way, who knows? But people seem to be pulled to go watch the sunrise and sunset, especially the sunset, especially in a location like this. So I don't know why it's so magical for people.
Yeah, because that's how, like, Michigan, you know, like the east side of the state, you can see the sunrise over Lake Huron, which is very beautiful, but you have to get up really early. Yeah, and then the west side of the state is famous for the sunsets, but the west side of the state is, like, way more developed for tourism. I think part of it is the sunsets, yeah, because you have to get up really early to see the sunrise in the summer.
Yeah, I have a pretty good sunrise video on my phone from. It's hard to see it as clear as like maybe the lake coming up over the lake, right? It comes up over the lake or whatever, but it comes over the mountains where I'm at. Pretty cool. I have a good video I can post once I get home. Actually, yeah, I can post it later.
Yeah, I mean, I should make an effort to watch the sunrise more often. When I was younger, I feel like I would see them more because I would be up all night. But yeah, because you like when you're just like sitting there around the campfire or whatever, you don't even realize really that the morning's coming and just kind of sneaks up on you, and then slowly the colors start returning. It's really great.
It is pretty cool the way the colors change in the sky. That's really interesting. What is the globe explanation for that? That's just sunlight. Like, is that what do they say?
I don't know. We have hecklers in the chat. I don't know why they won't speak to us, Reductio and Mr. Void.
Yeah, hecklers.
Yeah, like hecklers. What? You're not like you're silent hecklers. Like, what kind of hecklers are those? Mute mime hecklers? Like, they're not even miming for us. Yeah, at least do a video of you like miming your heckle, like a print chat heckle. It's so boring. Yeah, go for it. Tell us.
This guy Reductio was bragging about earlier that the current general consensus never changes, right? But when you look at gravitation, it's constantly changing in their model.
He said it never changes. Wow.
Yeah.
Bomb is implanted. It changes all the time.
You might have missed me up with someone else. I mean, I was yapping in here earlier, but I didn't say that.
Oh, good for you, Reductio. Because if you said that, that would be embarrassing. So I can understand why you had to speak up for yourself there. Because anyone who thinks that science is fixed or immutable, or who thinks that there's such a thing as scientific consensus, clearly has zero idea of how
exactly what
science actually works. Yeah, Mr. Void. Both of our hecklers are speaking now. CB, are you excited?
Let's go.
Yeah, so you guys got some proof of your globe there, Mr. Void or Reductio?
I mean, I put the logical proof of the globe, irrefutable. I put it up above, but if you want,
I missed it. Yeah, can you repost?
Tell us about it.
Yeah, we want to hear, Travis.
Sure. So, I guess which one of these do you agree with? Either, let me just post the options. Now, this isn't an exhaustive list, but
here we go.
We have here flat Earth, local sun, so like closer.
Neither.
Or distant sun.
Neither.
or sphere, local sun, or like I guess like most globers believe that we have a sphere and then the sun is further away.
None of the above.
Okay, which other option do you affirm?
Do you know what the sun is?
The sun is a
The silence
star.
should speak. The silence speak. That's a label. That doesn't tell you what it is. What is a star? Okay, what is a star?
All right, so the sun doesn't exist, so we can't get past.
He's cooked already.
Hold
on, Boyd. Let's just get it clear. What is the sun?
You guys don't even know how to argue. That's
Hold
not
on,
the
Boyd.
It doesn't.
Boyd, relax.
We don't. Okay, so notice how none of the options hinge on what the sun is. It's just where.
Yes, they do.
Where the sun is.
Yes, they all do depend on what it is.
Does the sun have a coordinate in the universe?
What is the sun? What is the sun?
That's not even related to where the sun
won't answer.
is.
Says he knows it cooks him.
It can be a block of cheese.
This is how they argue.
It can be a block of cheese. Do you understand? It doesn't matter what it's made of.
No, it can't be a block of cheese. What do you actually think it is?
For the sake of the argument, it could be, right? Do you want to answer?
No, it can't be. It can't be. So we're not. Look, chat. Do you notice how he's afraid to answer?
You notice
What if it's an effect? What if it's an effect without a fixed position in free space? Then what?
Exactly. You don't know what it is. That's the ultimate point. It's an unknown phenomenon as far as I'm concerned. You just said, you jump to so it's fake.
It is. It could have no fixed position. Notice how that's perfectly fine with all of the options.
We're not going to loop it. We're not going to jump into saying it's a local sun without even knowing what the sun is. You don't know what it is.
Other flat earther wants to engage. I'm done with this guy. I'm fucking done with him. He's not answering. He's not even engaging. He's saying, "Well, what's the sun made of?"
I'm not asking you what it's made of. What is it in general? Why are you afraid to answer this?
Because I just asked you a question.
I'm trying to answer it.
And you're dodging by asking me a question.
I'm not dodging. It's none of the above because no one knows what the sun is. I don't know what it is to then say where it is. Like, can you give me a coordinate system for a rainbow? Like, can you pinpoint a coordinate where a rainbow is?
What's interesting is we can actually use radar to detect where the sun is, right?
Hold on. Oh my God, this guy, he just doesn't answer questions, Chad. I'm trying to answer in good faith, so you can have an understanding of what
we're not answering. And I don't even care if we're in a globe.
None of the above. It's none of the above. That's what I how many times I have to tell you? That's the answer. Nobody in here is going to agree that
other option.
We don't know what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So the options are flat Earth or globe Earth. I assumed only those two options because I didn't think you were going to say triangle Earth or something else.
Anything about
the other set is local sun or faraway sun, right?
Which is a false dichotomy as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Okay, then what is the other option?
We don't know what the sun is. Nobody in here is going to be able to tell you where it is because we don't know what it is. That's the fact.
Okay, so that's an epistemic question. Notice how that's a dodge, right? We're saying
it's not a dodge.
There actually exists.
Your question.
There actually is a way. In reality, it either is local or further away, right?
That's a false dichotomy.
No, it's going to be locally closer or locally further.
You keep saying it. You keep saying
your answer is that you don't know, which is just an epistemic question of like agnosticism.
You don't know either. That's the point. So you don't know either. That's unless you want to tell us what it is and where it is. I guess why don't you just tell us since it's your claim. So what is the sun and where is it? And we
Somebody
can smash
how far away is the rainbow? Depend on how far away the water molecules that are reflecting that too are.
Okay, so he's dodging it. Where is the sun? Where is the sun?
Where is the sun? Well, we can use radar to detect that, right?
Where is the sun?
In the sky.
It's at a coordinate in I guess you don't believe in space, so I don't want to invoke that term for you because you're going to say, oh, you're loading it, but it exists somewhere in the universe, right? There's a location of it.
Another assumption.
Okay, what's your counter argument?
Again, my point is very crystal
nothing to do with
clear.
the
I don't know why
ground.
you can't accept it. That is true. It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth, and you don't know what the sun is to begin with, and that would be the leading point. And then you want to go on and say where an unknown is. To me, that doesn't make any sense. You know, the story. It's I don't know. I don't know.
He's legging
Do you
out.
think it's a star, which is a label for some sort of burning?
CB, you're roboting.
CB,
Yeah.
you're roboting. Yeah, just like you said. The sun have a fixed position, so it must be somewhere in the sky.
So robotic.
Doesn't have a fixed position. If it is an apparent position, yeah, like the rainbow.
So you're saying it could move close relative to the Earth. It could move. It could be close, and then it could move away, right?
If you let me finish. So, like they told you with the rainbow, the example of the rainbow, if the entire surrounding is raining and the water molecules are the same size and the light rays, like you say, are covering the entire area, yeah, wherever you go, that rainbow will follow you. So you don't have a fixed position for that rainbow. So it's just an apparent position dependent to you, where you are.
The water molecules that produce that rainbow have a position, right?
Right, yeah. So it's not a fixed position.
But that's not a rainbow. Like pinpointing one water molecule does not equate to rainbow.
Notice how it's not hard to unpack the phenomena and give a straightforward answer. Unlike you.
Okay, so what?
Yes,
what is the
more apparent than physical?
Now let's suppose that, and we can rephrase this if the phrasing you have a problem. Say that the sun moves closer and further away from the Earth. Maybe, I don't know, it's a sine wave or a cosine wave or something like that, or maybe some other kind of wave, right? And so,
where are you getting that idea
the
from?
sun does not have a fixed position or a fixed locality, right? It might move further away and closer.
Where are you getting that idea from?
From that entire band, right? It's relatively going to be not
a band.
The 151 kilometers away that Globers claim, right? You're going to say it's closer than that, correct? Is that a little bit wider for you to accept?
No.
Okay, well, I can't make it any wider or more generous than that. The sun is
Where are you
flying
getting closer and farther away?
All right, so you're just saying the sun is some fucking optical illusion.
He's just asking you very. I'm asking.
The sun is not real. We don't even know.
You said it's going closer and farther away. What do you mean by that? So you're saying it's fake? That's a bad faith answer to the question.
Well, that was what Necro said, right?
No, this is like saying, well, the sun does a loop-de-loop in the sky. Now what does it mean? Like, dude, it's just bad
the point
logic.
is, either way, I could package it however you like, right? And then we can move forward. But if you're just going to, do this nebulous
I don't know what the sun is, bro.
No, you're going to have to make
it's just some light effect that is like a prism that's not actually real and has no coordinates, right? Even though we can bounce radar off of it, right?
Isn't the sun a black body?
Yep.
So how are you bouncing anything off of it?
Okay, how does radar work?
I don't know, but
not with
apparently, the sun. Regardless, that being able to shoot a radar at it doesn't tell you what it is, bro. I don't know how many times you guys say it.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Look at that.
Yes, it does.
Yes,
it does.
Like I said, for the sake of this one premise, it could be made of cheese. Doesn't change.
It can't be made of cheese.
Doesn't change.
I don't even agree. I wouldn't even err on the side that it's physical. That's what you're saying. Like, it could be a piece of cheese. It could be a block of wood. It could be this. It could be that. I don't know. I don't even think it's physical, bro. Like, you think it's like a burning ball of gas or whatever. Like, I don't think that. It's probably not even physical, though. Like, so I mean, not to compare it to a rainbow, because again, I don't know what it is.
Okay, is this a widely held?
What if it's some sort of phenomenon in the sky?
I just want to gauge the room. Does anyone else agree with what he's saying, or is Are you guys
really? Okay, I'll let them answer. But like, you really think any human being in human history is going to be able to step up and tell you, "Yes, I know what the sun is"? How would they know that? Where did they get that information from? Nobody knows what. No one in human history has ever known what the sun is, dude. I don't think we're going to find that out anytime soon, if ever. Probably never. So, like, why? Who doesn't agree with me? You know what I'm saying? Like, on planet.
I know something about the sun. I know that it's not a giant gas ball on fire inside a vacuum.
Yeah, we know that's a fact.
So that's what they want, because they.
But it could be a piece of cheese in a vacuum, 93 million miles away.
No, I can go put cheese. I can go put cheese in my vacuum chamber, and it won't light up on fire.
They know that they assumed some things that they can't defend, and they know that it's not possible to validate. So they want us to assume things so they can scrutinize them. Like we are scrutinizing their assumptions, like for fact, the sun not being a giant ball burning in the vacuum.
I mean, it does weird stuff. So does the moon. Like, they eclipse. That alone is very strange behavior for some sort of physical object to be happening. Like, I don't think people really consider that enough. Wow, the sun does do weird stuff. It just eclipsed. The moon is weird. It
seems like
these phases.
Yeah, it seems like a machine. Seems like a machine.
It's very strange. I mean, it doesn't look spherical either. If I'm being totally honest, the sun does not look spherical. I don't think I've ever thought that since I've been a flat earther.
What it is too is kind of projection on their part, right? They use the sun, and that's how we were all taught. You know, some things about this globe was like, oh yeah, just look up. Here's what the sun's doing. Here's what the moon's doing. So they think that we need some sort of story about them now that is different.
And what you cannot do is mix cosmologies where you're taking like your dichotomy where it's we have the sun as described and then a flat earth and then the sun as described and a globe earth as described. Like you can't put the globes, the heliocentric sun in a flat earth and be like, well, so how does it work? It can't work. It would do this, that, and the other. That's why you're going down a bad path when you start mixing the cosmologies together. They don't mix. That's the biggest problem.
Since the day I was born, I use the sun and the moon and the stars for 3 things, not more than that. And I know that they are used also for navigation. I don't use them for navigation. I know how it's used. I can calculate the elevation angle to a star, to the sun, to the moon, but I don't use that for navigation. But the 3 things that I use them for is just light, heat, and timekeeping. So I know when it's day, when it's night, when the month ends, the years. And I don't know what they are.
And then he said, well, the sun's a star. How? Stars and the sun don't look anything alike. They don't act alike. They're nothing alike. I don't think the sun is a star at all. And if anything, that's still a label, which doesn't tell you what it is. He's gone silent. Point proven, I guess. Oops.
Looking at things from distance, bouncing on radar, that won't tell you if the unicorn that you are looking at is just a horse with a horn glued in its forehead.
No, but if you shoot a radar at the unicorn, then like you've confirmed it.
Yeah, but it's just a horse with the horn glued on his forehead. He thinks that it is a unicorn because he bounced some radar on it.
Yeah, but the radar tells you everything you need to know. Then just do some spectroscopy, and then it's confirmed.
And confirm to me that it is unicorn. You saw the unicorn, you took a picture of the unicorn, you bounced the radar of the unicorn in, coming to me, telling me that it is just a unicorn.
Wait, but is it a local unicorn or a distant unicorn?
Yeah, CB, I don't know what you have no response to the argument, but I'll just ask again.
I did respond. You can't just say I have no
measurements of the light phenomenon or whatever the phenomenon is that you see, whatever that is and however you're measuring it, whether it's like the 3rd century method using the right angle of a half moon, or using more modern methods like using radar off like other planets like Venus, and then using trigonometry, like all of this
You can't
is just going to be used to calculate the distance to the sun. Now, you might be off in the older methods, like by like 7% or whatever, but that's still relatively in the ballpark. And I'm just wondering, do you think that they're just making things up when they say, "Oh, that thing that we're observing, we can calculate the distance to it"? Do you think that is all gibberish?
Yes.
Okay.
The one, if I may address that quickly, the one main reason myself question it and or know that they're only guessing is because it's changed.
It's changed a lot.
It went from 3 million to 5 million to 9 million, and it ended up at 93 million miles eventually.
Now it's at 94.5 or some shit like that.
There you go. So that's just insanity.
It's gone up.
Yeah, that's just insanity.
When I thought it was, I don't think it was that inaccurate, was it?
Yeah, bro. Someone posted the thing.
It is that inaccurate, and beyond that,
they did the calculations.
Beyond the distance of the sun, if I may add, beyond the distance of the sun, they're also telling us that 174 million miles away, they're controlling rovers on a planet, right? So keep that in mind as well.
Well,
but they didn't get the radar update until recently, guys.
Are you saying that Aristarchus, when he originally estimated, what was it? He was off in the angle by a small error, like 89.85, and he got some of the distance wrong, but his angle was like close, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the first measurement was 3 million miles, and that was a very long time ago. And now in today's world, I've just been informed it went from 93 to 94.5 million. So those are huge variances. And everywhere in between, from 5 million miles, 15 million miles, 20 million miles, they're all over the place.
Guess what?
Yeah, it's actually... So he used... when he looked at the moon on a half moon, he estimated it was, 87 degrees angle? And the actual angle is 89.85, much more accurate, but he was only off by like less than 2 degrees.
Who did the official measurements to say he's off by a certain degree?
It does equate to millions of miles off the actual estimation, but he was actually just off by a small degree. So you're painting it as
the official measurement to say that he's off,
and we're just making it up as we go. No, actually, our method's just more accurate.
You're talking to yourself. What was the official measurement to say that? How do you know he's off by any degree? Who did the official measurement?
Well, the main method, the main
take as much time as you need to Google it. Or whatever.
Method was geometrically correct. It was just an underestimation.
So
because
correct, based off of
1 degree.
What standard? Somebody had to have officially measured it to then say okay, well, he was off by a little bit or whatever. Off by means that there's someone else that got the number correct 100%. So what's that? Who did that?
Well, we can use different methods like parallax.
We can use what was
method
done
using Mars.
Future. I just want to correct myself.
And today we use just radar, right?
I just want to correct myself quickly. There was a few different numbers. I just posted a a meme that shows you some different claims from different people over time. And so like 5 million and 10 million were never claims. It's 3, 13, 28, 54, 81 or 82 million, 95.274, 104 million miles, and 92 to 93 million was the last by B-Ball, whoever the hell that is. And then somebody informed me today it's now 94.5 million miles.
But they were just a little bit off in their calculations, dude. You're not being fair.
Excuse me, as the gentleman who was speaking before me said, how the fuck did Copernicus figure out it was 3 million miles away to begin with?
I'm a little confused about this radar claim. I'm told that radar bounces off of the sky to go over the horizon, but you're saying you can bounce it through the sky off of planets? Is that right?
Yeah, he said you bounce it off of Venus and whatever. Bounce it off the sun, just bounce it off whatever you want.
Well, they say it bounces off the ionosphere to hit targets over the horizon, then it comes back to the ionosphere, back to the radar unit.
Yeah, but you just gotta shoot through the ozone holes, and like then you'll get it right. If you shoot.
By the way, I'm not sure if Copernicus even had a estimate. Do you have a citation for that? He actually estimated 3 million. I thought he didn't have a numerical estimate at all.
Yeah, no, Copernicus was the first douchebag that designed the entire heliocentric model. So I think he might have had some, guesstimations for his distances from the Earth to different planets and the sun and etc. But feel free to go fish. I mean, I'm just posting a meme, right? That meme collected that information from different sources and created the meme. I'm almost certain the person didn't create the meme and didn't research it before he created it.
Fine, but the point is that even 3 million miles, which I don't think anyone's
just a little bit off.
But even 3 million, I guess you would say is very far, right?
Are you kidding me? I can't even conceive how he would guess that or come up with the idea.
He didn't.
No, anybody, even the guy who's saying,
the point being trigonometry, by the way.
Let me clarify. Fuck Copernicus. Whoever the current douchebag is that says 94.5 million. What the fuck are you talking about, bud? Really?
So, 3 million miles, that wouldn't be that far. So if you just understand the scales, when you talk about nearby planets, what do you mean by that? You compare them to things, other things. When you compare 3 million miles to 93 million miles, 3 million miles is too close.
Yeah, but the point being that if you want to see the difference in angle of shadow, it would have to be far closer than 3 million miles.
Shadow?
Yeah, if you wanted to do the stick in the ground and then see the angle of it and compare it to a different location at Earth on noon.
No, it won't be. I just have to adjust the size and the distance.
Talking about Eratosthenes?
Yeah, he's talking about Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
So
it'd have to be way closer, right?
Just both. Not just the distance, but also the size to that object. And it will just make the light deviate a little bit.
Right, but the point being that it would have to be closer, right? So do you just say, okay, yeah, that you could get that effect on a flat plane with any light object 3 million miles away?
No, I'm not talking about flat. I'm not claiming that the sun is 3 million miles.
Yeah, but do you think it's closer than that?
He wants you to make a claim about the distance to the sun.
I think that it is closer than that.
You don't even have to make a strong claim. You could say, well, if I had to guess, based on these experiments with the sticks in the ground, it's probably closer than that because the sticks have different shadow lengths.
How about instead of a distance, where is it in general? And, before we give a distance number, how about where? Just in where is it?
Well, that's where I started.
Is it in the solar system? Is it in outer space? What medium is it in? That's hopefully you can see you don't even know that. So then how would you give a distance to an unknown location?
Okay, well, I'm just gonna post.
It's not clicking for this
I'm gonna
guy.
post my first premise again. Notice how I actually just it actually just is talking about where it is, and now you've circled to where I started from. So can we begin?
Yeah, it's not like this. Since you're not going to let it go.
Like I told you, if I don't know what is the sun, if it happens to work like the rainbow, I want to be able to use even those droplets of water to figure out the distance to that rainbow, because each time I will try to make the distance closer to that rainbow to see those droplets where it's reflecting, the rainbow will just go farther. So the distance between me and the rainbow will keep being the same. So I want to be able to know where that rainbow is. I can see it. If I don't have a distance marker, a building where the rainbow is hitting or above, or a tree or something, or sign, I want to be able to figure out my distance to that rainbow.
I'm glad you understand the point,
Let's say you can't figure out exactly where it is, but do you think that it's closer than 3 million miles?
Okay, so, bro, what is your actual argument? We've gotten so far away from it. What are you actually trying to argue?
Well, I posted it earlier, and you guys told me to deliver it step by step, so here we are.
Well, just give it to us. Whatever. Premise, conclusion. What is it?
I mean, I'm here. You guys are rejecting premise 1, so why would we move on?
Go ahead, do it. But you just wanted us to make a claim. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've just been dissecting what the first premise was for so long that I don't even know what you're trying to argue at this point.
That's fine. I mean, I haven't delivered the inferences at all, right? I'm just getting where are we in this disjunction?
It's your claim, so go ahead and make it.
Well, I mean, I take the fourth one, a sphere and a distant sun.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm not running the argument on myself.
Why not?
Why are you scared of taking a position? That is cowardly.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to take a position. I gave you my position. I do not know. I think that's pretty brave to say I don't know. I mean, you want me to step in your trap and say, well, okay, it's a local sun. Okay, well, where locally? Oh, it's in the sky. Oh, what's the distance?
Like,
3,000 miles. Like, I don't know these things. I'm not just going to make shit up. You know just as much as I do when it comes to the sun. You don't know either.
Okay, well, me going through
I think I've made my point super clear, but go ahead. It's your claim that it's distance, so maybe you could try backing that up.
Yeah, I mean,
we can take away the idea of outer space from you completely.
I can point to the radar. I can point to anywhere on this chart from the meme he had. It could be any of these.
CB, maybe he doesn't have a position to.
The argument's going to come out the same if I take any of these. Like, I'm just wondering, is it like 20 miles away? Do you think it's like very close? Like, how close?
I don't know what it is.
Maybe it doesn't have a fixed position in free space, and that's an unanswerable question. Now what?
I also granted that, and I said maybe it's a sine wave and it moves closer and further away.
I don't even know where you got that from.
So
I'm not even committing you. I'm not even committing you.
Just get the premise conclusion, and we'll dissect the soundness and validity after you give it.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna go back to this then. So there's no point in me posting it if.
Okay, well, if there's no point in giving your arguments, then why are you still defending it? Why don't you just step off?
Well, if nobody wants to step up to the plate, then
I'm trying to get you two. I'm trying to get you two. Just give the argument.
Oh, I am. I formed the argument, and I'm trying to run.
What is it? What is it? Why don't you just say it? Hold on, Flatman. What is it?
Why are you guys dodging? Why are you dodging?
I'm trying to get you to give it. What are you talking about?
You're saying you're agnostic between whether the sun is
whatever. That's part of your premise, okay, or one of them at least. So just go ahead and give the argument. Do you even have one?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you saw it. I posted it earlier, right?
I didn't look at it.
But you know it exists.
right now.
So why?
I
would you
didn't
say
look at
that
it.
anymore?
I haven't been reading the VC, so just tell me what it is.
Well, they were talking about it. They said, "Oh, this is some wall of text," and so like I don't want to like overwhelm you with all of it at once.
I wasn't here for that. Can you just maybe repeat it again one more time?
An argument shouldn't be overwhelming. It should be pretty simple, like a premise, conclusion. It shouldn't take much. You should be able to just say it.
Everyone wants to hear it. Just spit it out. Spit it out. We can't wait.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not interested if we're going to do this nebulousness.
So we've been handling a premise for an argument that this guy doesn't even know all this time. What's the point?
Thanks, time waster.
Yeah, if you're not even going to say you know where the sun is, then I'm not going to.
How could you, dude?
Stop making it my problem, dude. I'm giving you a pass to just go ahead and make the argument. I'm not stonewalling anything at this point. I just want to hear what you have, and then we'll look at it.
Yeah, if you're not going to present something, we don't know what to say about it.
I put his original argument back in Whiteside chat.
Why does it have to be there? Why can't he just say it? If it's like a modus ponens or something, why can't he just go ahead and say it to us right now? What is the problem?
Well, because we're on premise one, and you should pick one, or you should say what else you think it is.
What's premise one? I haven't heard any of it. Premise one, premise two, conclusion. What's any of it?
They said again, premise one. Either it's one of these. Either this flat local sun or this flat distant sun. And when we say distant, I just mean
there should be an if statement to start with.
This is just an or. It's not if.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You don't know what you're doing. Never mind. I can see why you weren't telling us your argument. You don't actually have one.
Travis just found it.
What inference rule are you using?
They're all specified, like everyone.
What syllogism?
Well, I gave it.
Yeah, okay. You don't have an argument. You've got no clue what you're doing, dude. I don't know what you chat GPT, but it's a hot mess. Go back, think about it. You don't have an argument. Is it a modus ponens? Is it modus tollens? What is it? What is the inference? What's the syllogism?
Well, it uses a whole host of different inference rules, but all standard inference rules. Modus tollens, right? Conjunction.
Give us one of your modus tollens then. So you're giving us a bunch of syllogisms. Okay, what's the first one?
Well, premise one. I'm just going to repeat it again. There's the first one.
No, I know. I asked you for the first syllogism, so that's going to be two premises and a conclusion. You don't know what you're doing. Just shut up, dude. This is laughable. Go back to the vegan room where you can actually fool people into thinking you're some kind of intellectual. This is pathetic. It's like I'm speaking a foreign language to you and you're trying to argue. You don't even know the terms of argument.
No, the thing is, if we're going to go down this, we need to know where the sun is.
No, you need to tell us what your argument is. You need some sort of logical format. There's going to be a syllogism. There's going to be some sort of premise, conclusion.
Maybe it's important to all the inferences that we're going to go down where the sun is. Now, if you're just going to deny the sun like the other guy.
You got all the inferences. You can't even.
No one denied the sun, clown.
Nobody's denying the sun. That's a stupid straw man. Dude, this is just pathetic.
What I love most about his argument is that earlier he said, if I say something about where the sun is, you're just going to dispute it and it's not. You don't know what we're going to say after you present your argument. You need to present your fucking argument instead of asking us what distance we think the sun is. Just present your argument.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to do that if you had an argument. You know, you would just stand on all 10 of your toes and make your argument instead of get us to make some sort of positive claim about what the sun's doing. Like, dude, just give us your argument.
There it is. I synthesized the components into natural language for you in natural language. Now, the general idea of this, as you get further down, is essentially going to be...
Do you know your argument?
Yeah, I do. But I'll just give you the general
say it
thrust.
now. If you know it, then say it now. Should be a premise, conclusion. Say it now.
Oh, you want me to read all of what I just typed inside chat for you?
Okay, if you're just going to read it verbatim,
you want me to tell you just the main thrust
it'll
of
look
it?
to me like you don't actually understand what's been posted there. So why don't you just speak your argument? For example, when somebody gives the Black Swan modus tollens, they're going to tell you if the Earth is a globe with radius 3959, blah, 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 something like that. Give us that. Do you know what your argument is?
Yeah, I can tell you the main thrust if you want to. If you want the main thrust, but I have it in a logically.
No, I don't want the main thrust. I want the argument.
Okay, here's
I don't think
the
you know what
argument.
it is.
Okay, I'll just start. Should I just start reading? Like, what are you asking?
You should start telling us what your argument is, dude. What's your first premise? If what? If what? Then what? What?
Okay, premise 1: either the Earth is flat with a local sun.
No.
Okay. Well.
No.
Okay. Well, then
It
what
should
are you
be an
asking
if.
for?
It should be an if to start with. If
you
this,
think
then
all
what?
arguments should start with an if?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
Okay, well, we're going to work from some sort of inference rule that's been established. We need some sort of logical syllogism, some sort of logical framework that actually works, okay? So what is the inference rule that you're going to start with? What? Modus tollens, modus ponens, what? What type of syllogism are we getting?
All of them.
Well, if you look at P2...
Okay, why are we skipping to P2?
Well, because I tried reading premise 1 and you cut me off.
Yeah, no, dude, it's not even a premise.
Okay, so I'll just start reading premise 2 then. If the Earth is a flat plane and the Sun is locally near the Earth, then it is not the case, and there's the inference rule there, that when many simultaneous shadow angle measurements are made across different locations, their distances are mutually consistent with one another, right? And so what that is just saying is that if we had a flat plane, that the shadow angles, if you did something like Eratosthenes' experiment in different locations, it's just saying that the angle would not be the same if the Earth were a flat plane.
You can't get an angle from a curved baseline, so you're out. Next.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're utilizing straight lines only anyway. But earlier, you didn't even know what the angles were, and you're saying they wouldn't be what you don't know they are in the first place. This is getting ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, okay, you never on a globe ever to make that assertion.
I have a supporting argument for premise 2 if you want.
But the angles wouldn't be what they are when you didn't know what they were in the first place, when angles are only straight lines. You can only have...
The idea is just like something that like all of you would probably agree with, unless you just kind of reject Eratosthenes' observations, or you think that everyone who runs the experiment is lying.
We're telling you he's using a flat plane of reference to get those measurements. You are finished. Once you set angle, you're done.
The idea is just that the angles...
He's just going to talk to himself.
The angles of a stick's shadow at noon across different locations are just going to differ. That's all it's saying.
Yeah, you don't know by how much. I already grilled you on that earlier, and you didn't even know the values.
It doesn't matter.
The gentleman just said a second ago, those angles are only straight line measurements, dude. They're only straight line measurements. You're referencing a horizontal plane in the first place. To take any of these measurements to begin with, you're already invoking the flat Earth while saying it can exist while you do what you do.
The idea is just that
we can't do that.
You either agree, it doesn't matter how much, but do you agree that the angles or the lengths of the shadow actually are different at different locations at noon?
The angles were taken from a flat plane. Your game is over. You've never taken it from your globe surface.
Yeah, that guy's
so
not
you're
tracking.
finished.
To the guy who's not tracking, you just got to sit down there a little bit.
He is tracking. He's exactly right.
Yeah, you're the one not tracking, Linda. You want to use sticks and shadows? You want to use sticks and shadows when we have many long-distance laser observations over long distances that prove there's
Okay,
no
if you listened, you would learn something.
drop over distance. Excuse me, I'm still speaking. Modern times, modern technology, and you're still using sticks and shadows. Wonderful.
I'm trying to teach you something, and if
Yeah,
you
but
just
even
listen,
that,
you
sticks and
probably learn. But I
shadows.
mean, the question right now on the table is just
You
with the
couldn't
length of the
teach
shadow
a
differ, if the
friggin'
length
you
of
couldn't
its
teach a
length is
fish
the
to
same.
swim, buddy. You couldn't teach a fish to swim.
Okay, so it's noon. You're at
What's
two
an
different
angle?
coordinates. You stick a same size stick into the ground, upwards at the same angle, right?
It's not going to be the same angle. It's two elevation angles,
perpendicular to
dude.
the ground. Now, is the length of that
He's
shadow
not
going to
getting
be
it.
the same or different?
He
Do
just
you take
talking
a
to
position
himself,
or not?
Chad.
If,
You got two elevation angles.
if those sticks are in different
Okay,
places,
let's just say
and
we're at the
light
same
rays-
elevation.
Listen, if those sticks are in different places
Once you
and
say
the light
elevation,
rays
you're done.
are not parallel like we have in reality, the light rays coming from the sun are not parallel, so yeah, it will create different shadow. So the shadow will have different length. So and the surface
thank
will
you.
still be flat.
Forget
Thank
about
you
that.
for agreeing.
Elevation.
So you
Once
agree
you
with
invoke,
you
once
agree
you
with
invoke
premise 2.
elevation.
And by the way, premise 2 is compatible with flat Earth. Like we're only on premise 2. This isn't like defeating flat Earth on premise 2. Okay, this is something that you should just agree with, unless you think that Aristophanes or anyone who does the experiment is just lying, and that the shadows are the same length, right?
Not an experiment.
Which I assume you don't take that view.
No, they won't be the same length. The light rays are not parallel to the surface of the flat Earth. You think that flat
Can I
Earth
ask,
is
can I ask him a question? How you getting your elevation?
He's not going to answer that.
Let's just say that you stick the stick in the ground exactly at sea level. Okay.
Yeah, it's over. Goodbye. Welcome to Flat Earth. Take a hike.
Take a hike. I love that guy. All right. Does someone else want to actually engage though?
Sea level, mean sea level. You don't have that on a globe. You are finished. You're done.
He said.
It's
He
not
said level.
2015.
He said level. I love it.
What you know? What is his problem in his in all his premises? He's projecting parallel light rays to the surface. So parallel light rays to the flat surface, and the
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So you jumped ahead. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could get there if you want, but that's going to be a question about how far the sun is now. If the sun really is whatever 100 and however many million kilometers away, 141 million.
How you gonna measure that?
Oh, interesting how we just had that conversation and the answer was geometry, Dumpbuck.
We have a parallel conversation. They're not parallel.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? Yeah, we actually do precisely know that with geometry, okay?
You wouldn't answer how you came to that conclusion when I asked you earlier, so.
That isn't an
Anyway,
answer. Again. It's not a method. It's just a buzzword. Try again.
Now, here's the general concept that we're going to get to, because you guys have a short attention span. So
no, we don't need a general concept, and we don't need your condescension, dude. Just give us your method.
You condescend to me 24/7. You were just doing it 5 seconds ago, right? So
yeah, but you're not good at it.
Apologies for meeting your energy where you're at.
The flat.
Yeah, but you're not good at it.
Now I'm
going to make inferior here, so that's why it's happening to you. So you're not in a position to actually turn it on us. So give your method.
Okay, so the general idea here is just going to be, if you're on a curved Earth, right? And you assume, because Aristophanes assumed a radius, right?
Yeah, you're
he
done.
assumes that there exists a radius. He assumed a sphere. I get that. Now, if you want to deny that and you want to say no, it's a flat plane. Now, there's going to be certain consequences to that.
We don't have to follow you into your presuppositions, dude. Sorry, game over.
Yeah,
I haven't even.
You want to assume your conclusion from the outset? You're literally begging the question. Just shut up.
Hey, guy, I'm giving you the consequence of denying it, right? Maybe you would like to hear the argument. So, not assume circumference. Well, that means that the angle difference of the two sticks at two locations, the consequence of that is just that, well, the sun is actually way closer than we thought, because there's still an angle difference and the angle difference on the globe is explained by the curve.
How close?
The angle difference.
How close is it?
Well, I haven't done the exact math, but I mean,
okay, then we don't need to worry about it. What the consequence of the conclusions of your assumptions being wrong? So the consequence is that the conclusions that followed from your assumption are wrong, and that's a problem for us. That's your problem, buddy. You are so fucking confused.
That's not a consequence. Now, without even giving the number.
Yeah, it is. You said the consequence is that the sun is not going to be where we thought it was. The sun is where you think it is based on your assumptions in the first place. So that's a consequence for you. We don't have to worry about that because that was never our assumption to begin with. That's your paradigm falling through. Why are you acting like that's an issue for us?
That's fine.
You lost your entire mind.
I can actually make the argument and without getting cut off, and then you'll understand where it's going.
You don't have an argument. You don't know what an argument is.
Hold your
I've asked you
tongue
like
for
16 times what inference rule, what syllogism. You don't know what those words mean.
I provided all of the inference rules in chat already, so that's just.
No, you didn't. Name one. Name one that you use. Name one inference rule that you use.
Disjunctive introduction, for example.
Okay, so you had enough time to chat GPT that one.
I actually posted it an hour ago in chat.
Yeah, you chat GPT to answer that question I've been asking you over and over that you didn't have an answer for. So anyway.
In chat, right? Travis posted it that I posted an hour ago.
So you said the consequence is that we're going to have... Yeah.
So okay, I don't care for your weird
so you said the consequences
allegations about
you said the consequences. You said the consequences.
I'm just going to finish the argument. Hello.
Why? You don't have one. You said the consequences. We're going to have to change the distance to the sun. That's your distance. That's your consequence. Your problem.
No, that's actually a flat Earth problem. But we're going to get to what that problem is going to be in 1 second.
It's
right?
not.
So,
it's based on your assumptions about what the sun is. Where
okay, given the fact. Well, hold on, CB, because you're gonna want to hear this. So, given that there actually is a difference in the angle on of the shadow at noon at different points on the Earth, if the Earth is flat, well, that means that the sun is closer because the shadow kind of has an angle and it spreads out differently. If it was further away, you would expect that the angle would be nearly identical. For all intents and purposes. And so the sun actually cannot be at 94 million miles away, right? It actually has to be way closer. I don't know how close exactly, but probably well within 1 million miles. Probably less than even 500,000.
He doesn't know that we already addressed this.
And if you affirm that, that's fine. It's just if you affirm that, that's fine. Because you want to affirm the flat Earth, but if you do that, the problem is we actually just measure the Earth way. Every estimate, even going back to the 3rd century, was way further than that. And so you're just on every account from centuries, wrong, right? And so that's why it's a proof of the globe. So you just got debunked.
My God, he's basically saying on a flat Earth
to the globe, everyone.
This guy's already addressed this before earlier. You're mixing cosmologies. You're trying to put the flat Earth in the heliocentric model.
Well, now you know why I was asking about the location of the sun. You don't want to take a view on that. That's fine. Yeah. But you should. If you don't take a view on that, the consequence. There's even a consequence of that.
So it's not a globe proof. You can debunk the idea of outer space. But then where's your sun?
Well, CB, if you don't take a position on the location of the sun, in virtue of this argument, you actually can't take a position on the shape of the Earth. No, you're just agnostic.
No, we're not making claim to the shape.
You're actually
the sun doesn't have anything to do with it.
Agnostic.
Wait a second. He's double speaking. So you're saying that we have to pin down a location for the sun?
Yeah, if you don't take a position if you don't take a view on the position of the sun, then you can't take a position on the shape of the Earth.
Okay. Well, the clarifying question was: do we have to pin down a position?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that goes against what you said earlier, where we caveated that, well, perhaps it could be some sort of apparent phenomena, some kind of an effect without a fixed position in free space. And you said, that's fine, I can still build my argument off of that. Well, that was a lie, as we've just heard you admit now. By accident, no doubt.
He's talking about
doesn't the horizon have a similar characteristic? Isn't the horizon like that too? It doesn't have a fixed, it's like an apparent phenomenon that takes place, but it doesn't have a fixed location.
So we're just going to defeat you by saying, well, it could just be an apparent phenomenon like a horizon or a rainbow or something that doesn't have an actual fixed position. Then we don't have to deal with that question at all. Okay, your argument's been used to mop the floor. Bye-bye.
Oh, bye-bye. The sun isn't real.
Nobody said that.
Nobody said that. You're
do you think that I think that rainbows aren't real? Horizons aren't real?
I just showed you a video.
Dude, they're real. It's just not the way that you're trying to pigeonhole us into saying it is. Well, not necessarily. It could be. It could be a physical body, a material body in the sense that you're thinking of with an absolute position in free space. It could be, but you have to demonstrate that for a fact. And it's up in the air as far as we know, pun intended.
The story you've attached to it is not real. You can easily pull that apart, destroy that story.
So this guy's been wasting our time. He lied. A long time ago, this was said to him up front. Well, what if it's just some sort of apparent phenomenon? And he said, no problem. My argument will still stand. Well,
the reason why...
Don't talk right now.
The reason why the argument still holds, though...
Don't talk right now. Don't talk right now. Because that's what he said in the first place, is that it won't matter. It's still going to hold. He just said, unequivocally, that we do need to pin down a distance in order for what he wants to argue to follow.
He went on to say, if you don't say what the sun is or where it is,
just let me respond.
If you don't know what the sun is or where the sun is, then you can't say the earth is flat. That is the biggest bullshit I've ever heard all night.
No, because
that's not true.
And here's why.
That's not true at
here's
all.
why is because
the sun doesn't have anything to do
with the shadow on a flat plane. You can still calculate whatever the sun is made of, wherever it's a rainbow, wherever it's reflecting from, like water molecules on a rainbow. You could if the sun is a reflection and their like true source is somewhere else, that's fine. We're just talking about whatever that is and whatever location that's happening from. And you can still calculate that on a flat plane, given the angle.
So if it's an apparent phenomenon, you can measure the distance then to a horizon or a rainbow. Let's say a rainbow, because we don't agree on what a horizon even is. So how about a rainbow?
By the way, I'm pretty sure that
I love these pregnant pauses.
On a flat plane, given Aristocrates' methods and the different shadows. Sorry, I'm speaking now, Heretic. I waited for you. So
you said Aristophanes, bro.
Yeah, it turns out that the sun is only like 4,000 miles away than on a flat Earth. That's
okay. That's not the case if it's an apparent phenomenon with no actual fixed position in free space. We've been over this. Why are you bricked here? Are you this desperate to make this argument fly? We've given you the criticism already. It's not working. Go back to the drawing board and find something that might work.
Well, I want to know. Okay, so based on Aristocrates' calculations,
Eratosthenes
on a flat Earth.
Dude.
To get the angles, the sun on Aristocrates on a flat plane, it'd have to be 4,000 miles away. Now,
we just told you it doesn't necessarily have to have a fixed position, and therefore no fixed distance as you're trying to frame it. It could.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it necessarily doesn't have one. I'm just saying whether or not it does is unknown and can't be demonstrated to be fact either way. So you can't proceed from a premise like that as if it is factual.
Well, unfortunately, we can use like the angle of the moon on a crescent moon. We can use geometry to find out where it is, right? And so, unless you just deny that the moon is reflecting the sun's rays,
we asked you about this. We asked you about this.
We asked you
to demonstrate for us where the sun is. We've already done this, and instead you flipped it on us and tried to get us to make some sort of certainty claim about where it is and the distance to it. So that didn't pan out either.
Oh, I'm fine with taking any of the like even a 3rd century one. I'm fine with that 3 million miles away.
They just guessed, dude. They didn't have any basis for that. What, you're going to go with that? Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Take 3 million miles and prove it then. Since you're going to go with some sort of archaic, like, old world understanding of where the sun might be, go ahead and back it up.
Well, sure. We just take the half moon, which is where there's an exact 90-degree angle between the moon and the Earth and the Sun, right? And so we could just
Wait a sec. So you're going to be assuming that you thought. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's how we
You're
calculate.
going to be assuming that the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon are all globular bodies in space for this.
I don't know, folks.
And that the Sun is going to be the source of the Moon's light. We're going to assume that too.
Whatever. The thing is, whatever it is reflecting the sun's rays, and so we're calculating a 90-degree angle there.
Reflecting the sun's
basic
rays.
geometry. Right? You don't even need to assume. You don't even need to assume space or
just another random
you don't need to assume a vacuum. You don't need to assume any of that.
That is all assumed.
I'm getting convinced. The more these Globers come in here and talk, I'm thinking I'm going back to the Earth isn't flat. I mean,
no, but you are assuming those things.
Go ahead.
You guys are so brilliant and intelligent. Like, I love everything you guys come in here and say. It's awesome.
All right, so wait, you are assuming those things, by the way. You can't say that they're not going to. It's embedded in your setup there. They're globular bodies in space, and
actually no.
Light off the moon. I don't agree to those policies. I don't think that those assumptions are valid.
Yeah, the only assumption you have to make is that the moon is reflecting the sun's rays.
I don't agree with that either.
Well, we already know that, because when the moon is out during the daytime, you can see based on the angle of the sun, you'll see a certain part of the moon, right? So you can actually know that.
No,
what happens when it's a crescent moon while the sun's out? How is the fucking Earth casting a shadow on the same moon the sun's reflecting the same sunlight off of? Like, you're fucking bricked, bud.
Well, the sun is just at a different angle with respect to the moon and Earth in space. That's how we know.
I'm not this fucking brain.
And if you don't want to assume space and you think that the moon is like just above Earth or whatever, then fine, assume that. Doesn't change the fact that it's reflecting the light from the sun.
It's definitely not reflecting light from the sun.
That's actually all you need. That's actually all you need.
You're just making assumption after assumption, like the environment that you think that these physical objects are in, when you don't actually know that, because it actually breaks the second law of thermodynamics. So it can't even be a place where these things are. That's what we're trying to tell you. You don't even need this guy to measure the ground.
What you're saying is not even factually correct.
I like that guy's voice, Flat Lloyd. You have a nice voice.
So Reducio, look in the chat.
4,000 miles.
Look in the chat. This is from Oxford. Look in the chat. This is from Oxford. The sun does not always align where it's perpendicular to the terminator line of the moon. You just made that up out of your head.
Well, let's just think about this very carefully, right? If you wanted to calculate on a flat
I don't care what you're going to think about. I only care what you can demonstrate. You demonstrated that what you said isn't true.
Hang on, we're going to assume flat Earth for a second, okay?
You don't know what that is.
Yeah,
you don't need to assume anything.
Yeah. We're running with your thesis.
He doesn't do that.
It's not a thesis.
Just one of you. Just one of you.
Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat.
I'm looking.
It's demonstrated.
I'm looking, but we're going to assume a flat plane, okay? And so
this is irrelevant to a flat plane. We're talking about the sunlight.
Yeah, okay. We can do it. We can do it on the flat Earth way. We're not going to do it the globe Earth way, okay? So yeah, like
I don't think you know the flat Earth way, dude.
Like I was trying to get off
build this man.
Well, I'm actually open to propositions after this, right? I'll give my method right away. So if we're on a flat plane, the way that I personally would measure the sun's distance is I would take Aristophanes' methodology and I would look at the angle difference, and I could use that angle difference with trigonometry just to calculate how far the sun is. That's all the information you need because it's a flat plane. So you have the perfect angle.
Wrong. Doesn't position it in 3D space. How would you
calculate the sun's distance?
Because it doesn't position it in 3D space. There's a lot of assumptions in there.
Well, actually, it does, but if you disagree, number one,
no, it doesn't. You're making shit up again because you're ignorant, dude, because you're new to this, and you don't know what the information is that's out there. You're just ignorant, dude.
Well, are you going to say, oh, there's a dome that's distorting the light or something like that? Like, what other alternatives are you using?
Okay, if you take time and date, okay, and you put it on a globe, the azimuth and elevation angle of the sun,
we're assuming a flat Earth. We're assuming a flat Earth.
It doesn't matter. We're just looking at the data. We're just looking at the data, right? That's all we're looking at.
Well, you're going assumption that lines of sight. We're assuming a flat Earth. How far is the sun?
Okay. Are you done? You're making an assumption that lines of sight will converge at the sun from different locations. They don't. They don't even do it on the globe.
So you're suggesting Eratosthenes?
That's not what I'm suggesting.
If repeated across different locations, would yield inconsistent results? Is that the claim?
Yeah.
Okay. Just well, then that's just false because we've done experimentation that shows that it's consistent.
We ain't done shit, bro.
Okay, well, I mean, there's an organization that's doing it every year. There's a foundation that does it, and there's published.
Yeah, and they don't release their data. That's really cool. Yeah, why don't you post the data they have? Post their data. Post their data, dude. Post their data.
Okay,
because they don't release any data. They just say they did it. They don't actually post any data. You know that, right?
Okay, so you just deny Eratosthenes' method. Okay, so how would you?
He keeps doing that. He keeps doing that. Also, you're saying everything's fake. You're not addressing what he said, dude.
Oh,
you're not slick. Everybody in the panel can see this. Where's their data? He asked you. He said they're claiming they do it every year, but where's the data? Oh, so you're saying it's fake? You're a bad faith actor. You're not sliding on anybody. We can see what you're doing.
And as you can see, headphones himself, so he doesn't have to listen to anything. So
why do you do that?
Reset. So he can do a full reset. So when he comes back, so when he gets unmuted, he'll come back, full reset. He won't have heard a damn thing any of you have said, and he'll just continue marching on like nothing's happened.
Well, he ain't getting unmuted. He should be banned because of the freaking headphone protest. The deafened
He's
protest.
super bad faith, dude. And that's like the 8th time he's done that. Oh, so you're saying it's all fake then? Like, did you not hear? You did not hear a single person in here say anything about fake, bro. Like the thing you were talking about being fake. Nobody said that.
Yeah, your basis claim. There's no evidence for it. There's nothing to say that is fake. You haven't produced anything to even claim is fake.
So how about we do a little test? Let's just unlock him for a second here. See if he comes back. He might have had a phone call or something. He might be in us at this time, but... Exactly. Reductio. I'm going to make this very clear, so please understand it. If you protest headphone yourself because you're offended by being muted, you will be banned from this channel. Do you understand? Yes or no?
I understand. That's fine with me, but I just...
Excellent. Thank you. Now, please answer the questions you were asked. You're talking to Indio. Please continue.
Yeah, I was talking to Indio, yeah. I want to only talk to Indio. I don't want anyone else jumping down my throat.
It's an open panel, so no promises there.
Yeah, so why don't you produce the data so I can call it fake?
Okay, well, I'm not even going to bother if you're going to just call it fake.
Yeah, that's right. Because, well, what did I call fake then if you haven't produced any data?
Well, you're just ready to beg the question. So I'm not even going to bother. Why should I do the work?
You don't even know what that is.
In any case, well, Indio, the question that I have,
yourself,
I've done a lot of legwork, right? I've produced a full argument. I've produced different
with factual errors.
And I'm wondering on a flat plane, and I've even hypothesized how we would measure the distance to the sun on a flat plane, right? Like I've actually been extremely good faith with you, with everyone here.
No, you haven't.
If you're accusing me otherwise,
of your methodology.
I haven't lied. I haven't done any of that. I haven't slurred at you. I haven't called you guys.
Okay, Reductio, we're not interested in the meta. What we would like you to do is answer what Indio just asked you about your methodologies.
Well, interestingly enough, they just do Eratosthenes' method, which is just take.
Don't you think we've done that?
The angle, the shadow, the length of shadow.
Okay. Do you think that we've done that?
I don't know. If you did, I would be curious.
So 5 years ago, Antonio Subarats had a freaking 24-hour stream where people would join it and show their Eratosthenes measurement on the stream, right? On the screen, live. and they all got solar noon, and then you got the direction that the shadow is pointing, right? The direction, because that's what you need to know where something is. You need its direction. So when he took all the data points, they did not locate at a common spatial location. Okay, this is a problem for the globe. It's a problem for a flat Earth because you have underlying assumptions that there's a straight ray of light between the sun, right, and your location. It can't be true because of the results of tests. It's the same as on the globe, right? So people have done this in AutoCAD and in Blender. You take time and date data, they get the azimuth and elevation angle of the sun, and then they draw lines to try to get it to intersect to some place out there in the world, right, out there in 3D space, and it doesn't intersect. And the more points you add, the worse it gets. In fact, they took one and it actually triangulated to behind their position.
Okay, so that's interesting.
It had negative parallax, bro.
Okay,
you know what negative parallax is?
Okay, so
do you know what negative parallax is?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so you triangulate with parallax by using a parallax shift. Okay, when you have negative parallax, instead of converging to a point, they diverge. The lines of sight diverge. Okay, this has been observed in stars. Something like 50% of the stars have negative parallax. This shit don't make sense in traditional geometry that you would apply terrestrially, but that's not our problem. All I care about is what is actually observed in reality, not your concept of what should be observed.
Well, I care about that too, but I mean, like my peer review.
Yeah, because by the reams of data I see you posting.
Yeah, I mean, there's a peer-reviewed paper that was published doing it, but obviously there could be errors, and that's why we would like a peer-reviewed level rather than just random people who might not be educated on the measurements and stuff, because they could be submitting errors, and data errors could leak in that way.
We're using time and date, the model, bro. The model. Time and date. SunCalc. Both their models come from the U.S. Naval Observatory. You can get the azimuth and elevation angle to the sun, and then you can plot them on a globe or a flat Earth or any other thing, right? When you do this, you keep adding points, dude, those lines. So the azimuth and elevation will, just like the Earthoscopes, will have a direction from the surface of the Earth. Okay? And if you take the direction of multiple places, they don't intersect anywhere. They don't intersect 93 million miles away. They don't intersect at all. They like overlap.
There's a lot I could cite here. I mean, here's another one that I didn't cite earlier. For anyone who was here earlier, I said one and a foundation. This one is 10,000 school children from 35 different countries all taking part in the experiment, right?
Oh, fantastic. Post the data.
Okay, so
is your data in there? Just get a press release that says 10,000 school children did something. They got a spreadsheet?
Oh, sorry. I really like that photo of the Earth from that information he posted. That's beautiful.
So I guess we're at a standoff where you're saying my data.
Yeah, where you have no data.
I'm saying your data could potentially have errors. So we just can't get anywhere. We're just going to have a slap.
Mine, right? Look, this is testing the model. Okay? That if the model was true, testing it for internal consistency, if the model was true, your claim won't be true of what's measured. But you don't have any
if the model is true, then the data is going to be consistent with what I'm saying. So it's going to be true.
No. It's not consistent with the data, dude.
Well, your data could potentially
so I just posted in a chat a screenshot of somebody taking SunCalc data, right? All at the same time, all in the equinox, doing the azimuth and elevation angles from the surface of the ball. Okay, there's one. So I'll get the next one.
You just say if
this one's done in AutoCAD using time and date. Okay.
Are these angles the shadow, by the way? Just
oh my God, what do you think it? Okay, The azimuth and elevation angle is going to give you the direction and length of the shadow, right?
You got to teach him this stuff as he tries to argue it to you. You know.
I know.
You gotta jump in every 2 seconds to say something dumb.
This is the first time he's spoken probably
you don't
15
know
minutes.
what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I went through that already with him. He had no clue what I was saying. Anyway, carry on.
Okay. If you have a stick and the sun has an elevation angle of 45 degrees, how long is the shadow?
Depends how long the stick is, but I'm not gonna do the geometry right now.
Okay. You realize that that'll create a square, right? If the stick is 10 inches tall, the shadow's going to be 10 inches long. Okay, 45 degrees, right? It's half a 90. So when you do your layer toss and you measure the length of the shadow, you're getting an angle. Okay? Titan Date and SunCalc give you the solar elevation angle already. They also give you a direction. And the direction's the important part. Because if you want to position something in 3D space, you need to know what direction it's in. Right? So this is what Antonio did. He got the direction of the sun by marking solar noon by when the shadow was the shortest. So when it got close to noon, they'd start marking the tip of the shadow, and then they'd measure from the gnomon to the shadow to one of the lines that they drew to the shortest length, and then you got a direction on a compass. So this is a test they did during the equinox. Plotted on a flat Earth, plotted on a globe. Don't fucking work in either. When I say work, it means doesn't position those lines, those angle lines, don't meet at a place in 3D space. I'm sorry if that's inconvenient.
It's just weird because the lines are like flat on the map, like on the globe. So I'm trying to understand how these red lines are.
The lines are flat on the globe. What do you mean?
Well, it's like drawn on here with like a marker or something, and I'm trying to figure out
the marker.
because it's weird. Okay, so like with a distant sun, all of the rays would effectively be parallel in space, and so they would, if you drew them correctly, they wouldn't be like just slanted towards some other point on the map. It just seems a little bit weird to visualize.
They're not parallel, by the way. Just throw that in. And almost parallel is not parallel before you say it.
But again, I mean, like, do you have the data for this?
Parallel sun rays.
There's no
Decimal's video.
So there's a famous video of I proved the Earth is a globe with two sticks and a bike. You ever seen this video? It's got 5 million views or something ridiculous. Have you seen it?
No.
Fun fact. He showed that the rays of the sun are not parallel. Inadvertently.
They're obviously not parallel. Ever.
So this is two screenshots pushed together, right? So these shadow lengths are different lengths. In the video, these meter sticks are like 3 feet apart, 4 feet apart. They're not 100 miles apart.
So at the end of the day, I'm going to have like 100,000 children and a bunch of different experiments across the globe in 35 different countries, and you have, I guess,
So you're saying it's all fake?
three tests here, it looks like. And so you're saying, okay, well, this data came out, a little bit off, and so again, maybe the people made some errors, and it might have consistent.
You haven't posted a goddamn thing, dude.
You never posted any data to compare.
You're just blabbing.
Well, I could get the peer-reviewed article if you want.
I want the data.
Every time too, it's like, oh well, you just posted one thing. That's you can't just look at one thing.
So what you're doing is you're assuming
I posted it.
The children went out and they did a test, 10,000 children, whatever number, and that result was consistent with the globe. Well, you can't know that unless you have the data.
Anyway, there's the peer-reviewed version, and
that's the same shit you posted before.
I did, yeah, and it's not wrong. Like if you're just saying, oh,
yeah,
no,
it's not wrong. It's not right either. You do understand that.
And I'm saying the same thing about your data.
So you're just going to talk straight past it. Are you just going to pretend no one's even spoken? Reductio, for the last 2 weeks you've come in here, you have not presented any data. Where's your data? You've presented us with 10,000 school kids have done the test. We saw that. No data. You've presented
the fucking study inside.
So where's the data in it?
It's right there.
It's right where? Shit. Post up the data. I'm not going sifting through your elephant shit.
Okay, so you're not even going to open the fucking article. Great. Awesome.
Listen, Reductio. Listen very carefully. Our job is to not go sifting through your shit. You post up your data if you've got
it. Yeah, I mean...
So that's a no then.
Do you have any data too? This video guy's saying he has data. Show me your data.
This is from a video by a Globe Earther, dude. That's like essentially that's still your data. It's not our shit. It's a guy riding a bike that has hella views. I'm surprised you haven't seen it or hasn't hit your feed. A guy, curly hair, brunette, bike.
Did you read? Did you read what you posted?
Not a chance.
Did you read what you posted?
I wrote it also, dude.
Yeah, there's the goddamn fucking data. Now,
did you read what you posted? Yeah. Did you read under the graphs?
Yeah, which part?
Part where it says, Jumbai experienced some overcast weather, delaying the acquisition of data by 4 minutes.
Okay.
Results.
Interesting how they actually documented errors.
Results show the accurate Earth circumference within 2.5%. So here's the problem with this whole thing. Where did they get the latitude from?
Well,
did they get latitude and longitude? Where did this come from?
Are we going to go into a Polaris discussion?
No.
What does it matter? It's a modern experiment. They use GPS. Is there a problem with anything?
You need to know the distance between the sticks. But they don't know the distance between the sticks.
Okay, so we don't know what the latitude of any city is on Earth. Congrats, guys. The Earth's flat. Awesome.
Okay, so you're going to straw man again. Pathetic, dude. Pathetic.
Oh, you're saying everything is fake.
I actually put a lot of effort into this, guys. I did a full PowerPoint presentation level, okay?
Yeah, it was sad.
That's the level I went to.
Congratulations, here's a cookie.
Look,
I thought it was a good show. It was a good performance.
You're incapable of critical thinking.
Good effort. I'm glad I caught the end of it.
For your entertainment, I put on a PowerPoint, okay? Put it together.
Well, you're incapable of critical thinking. This is literally you talk about affirming the consequent. That's what this is. When they're using latitude and longitude, they already don't know what's a globe, but they're presuming it is, and then they're calculating a distance based upon the circumference they're trying to prove in the first place. So literally affirming a consequent. you know what? If they got a different, say they didn't know their latitude, and they just measured the shadow length, and then used the globe model, they would say their latitude is whatever the shadow length is supposed to be. Whatever shadow length corresponded to that latitude is the one they would say it is. And that would also prove the globe. No, it's just a bunch of circular logic.
Yeah, he's done that earlier in multiple incidents. He didn't know what the shadow angles of Eratosthenes were in the first place, but he said whatever they were, they only could have worked on the globe. He also tried to correct the geometric horizon formula, inserting a K value, which then again is whatever it needs to be to work on the globe. He's done this over and over.
No, that's actually the navigation, if you're using it to actually for any actual purpose, right?
What, the K value? No, you were trying to insert that the other day when we were showing laser transits. Oh, refraction. There's a K value. And when you're asked to produce it, nothing.
It's my favorite word, refraction, by the way, now.
I noticed. That's why we were actually going to suggest you change your name to Refractorio.
Oh, that's hilarious. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, it's a good word. It proves our point. Good job. Horizon's optimal.
Yeah, he just keeps doing the same kind of circular logic. Whatever parameters he needs to make it square with his presupposition that he's trying to prove, that's what it is. He just does this over and over.
But that's how it has to be.
I have to say though, you guys hate to love me, right? Like I'm your favorite Glober at this point.
Not really.
No.
Other Globers will get muted in 2 seconds, and me, you actually hear me out. So thank you, I appreciate it.
There's a reason for it, and you're yet to work it out.
Well, the reason is
I don't just laugh and scream.
I mean, in all your sophistry, you do actually attempt to formulate something, whereas a lot of them just sit here and go, "This is so stupid," and it's just a dumb waste of time. So I guess we do appreciate that. Right?
Exactly. They'll just call you guys stupid and laugh and whatever. And so yeah, I mean, at least I'm engaging, right? You got to give me that much.
Yeah, I do. That's why. Yeah, you're right. That's why you haven't been muted. Yeah.
See, we're gonna be friends after all. I mean, look, this is great, right? We don't have to always be like on opposing sides, right?
Well, I just appreciate somebody actually attempting the conversation. I mean, whatever side of it you're on, at least, yeah, I guess I'll give you that. At least you're on the topic, because it's hard to even get that. I don't know if I cut out. I keep getting phone calls, but I think you probably.
No, you sound good. Yeah, you came.
Dude, why didn't they use a standardized Paul? Why didn't they use a standardized Gnomon? Why did they use a 285 centimeter, 31 centimeter, and 140 centimeter? Why did they use all different size Gnomons? Why would they do that?
Because it didn't matter a rat's ass what they come back with.
Luis Antonio uses standardized the standardized is something like a 10 penny nail. So anyone can go buy a 10 penny nail and print off the compass rose, and it was a standardized measurement. And everybody took the same piece of data, direction and angle of elevation to the sun and solar noon, where the compass shows orientated north and south.
I had a good time, guys. I'm gonna just get some work done and take down the temperature a little bit, but it was good. It was good.
Imagine if you had measured curvature, you would have done a lot better.
Yeah, let's get that temperature down. Dude just got air fried.
That actually is somewhat of an accomplishment amongst the guys that we talk to, though, that they're even able to stick to the topic at all. Because, A lot of the times I'm struggling to even get them to go near it.
Facts.
Yeah. I'm like, I just end up begging them to just try to say something on the actual point. And they can't, literally can't. So, I mean, yeah, I'll give them that.
I'm going to add that tactic to my Glober. When I do Glober mode, I'm just going to stay silent if I don't want to answer questions. That's a tactic I haven't added to my repertoire yet. You know, you ask a pressing question and like kind of drill into the current topic, and they just remain silent. It's like
you can't say anything wrong that way.
The fifth. Yeah, you just plead the fifth, and then.
So how come we can't use Eratosthenes to calculate the distance to the sun on the globe? Look in the side chat. Why can't we? Why won't this work? How far away is the sun now?
Well, you got to get the new DLC.
You got 3 suns. Everybody sees their own sun.
Oh crap! I got kicked out of another one. Isn't that funny?
Hey, you talked to a flat earther before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. I've talked to many flat earthers before, and none of them have liked the conversation with me.
Oh, step right up.
Oh boy. I like this one. Do you know what? This one has me blocked.
Uh-oh. Are you blocking people?
Yes, I block many people because, you know what? When you wreck their flipping worldview, you know what ends up happening?
Oh, you block them?
Kind of horrific child porn, and I'm not interested.
I don't even know who you are.
No, don't be going that way. No.
Sugar poison in the well, that's your tactic?
I don't even know what this guy is, and he has me blocked.
I'm happy to talk. You want to have a conversation? Let's talk.
Okay. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
Oh, because God's word says so. Is God's word's truth?
Okay. First of all, I asked you how you know, not how God knows.
No, sir. I know because God knows. God shared that information.
No, you guys don't share a mind. You're not in a symbiotic relationship with God.
I would love to ask you again, is God's word the truth? Yes or no?
Yeah, God's word's the truth, but you don't know what God's word is.
Do you know what it says in Job and also in Jeremiah? No, is it Jeremiah?
Yeah,
no.
In Job it says,
in Job at least, I know that.
Clay pressed by a seal.
No. It says about the circle of the earth on the surface of the deep. Sir, would you agree that if God does something, he does it for a purpose? Are you a follower of the Messiah, sir? That's what I'm asking.
Okay. It's irrelevant.
No, sir, it's very relevant because you're either a follower of the Messiah.
Okay, you just mentioned the Old Testament. It's irrelevant because I could be Jewish and it still apply.
Or are you not?
Okay, so you're just deflecting from proving the globe. I asked you how you know the Earth is a globe.
Would you agree,
that's
sir?
fine. It doesn't support.
Absolutely true.
Okay, that's fantastic, but it doesn't support what you're saying.
Actually, yes, sir, it does. Because
okay, so explain.
Then
explain, Joe.
Would you agree, sir, the God of the Bible is not a God?
Okay, you're not going to monologue. You're going to get muted.
Sir, would you agree with
that? That was your only warning. Keep monologuing and get muted. Okay, that's how it's going to be.
So,
I don't want to.
Mr. Batman, just hold up a second. Mr. Batman. Mr. Batman.
Keep doing it and see what happens.
Mr. Batman, just hold up for a second. Mr. Batman. Right, now that you're listening, your Bible talk has no relevance to the shape of the ground.
Really, sir? How about science? Does science work?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, science doesn't work either.
Do you know why, or are you just going to have a meltdown over it?
You're an idiot, sir. Science only works because
hold up.
God of the Bible gives us eternal...
Go back.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
This dude, look, bro. This dude is not monologuing. Sorry, not letting him. So, Mr. Batman, here's your chance. Said the Bible is true. So, in Job, it says, the earth is like clay pressed by a seal. When you press a seal into clay, it becomes flat, not a ball. So, can you explain that? Clay pressed by a seal is not a ball.
Is he doing the silent method? Oh my god!
Okay, yeah, he's out of here. Bye. I'm done with this stupid shit. What's ass, bitch?
I'm not sure how Mr. Batman's misinterpretation of scripture proves anything. Just mono.
He was just going to carry on with God told me, and the sad part is none of us could prove for or against that. It's just him going to repeat, God told me, and that was what he was going to do.
Well, he's just LARPing, dude. He thinks that that's our position, that we're like God told us, because he's just another bigot that has preconceived notions. Is there anybody else?
See, that's why you need a healthy adversarial like myself.
Yeah, you're not healthy. You're broken in the head.
Look, I come with arguments.
And you've got nothing to back your arguments. I've got no problem with your arguments, but you just don't back them. That's the problem.
You gotta tone it down, chill. We're gonna be friends, all right? This is gonna be a great friendship.
As soon as you bring some data to back any of your arguments, we might get along a lot better.
Can I come hang out at the convention? Like we can grab a beer after. Let's go. Like
this guy's clearly delusional.
Come on, like
stop drinking red cordial.
We disagree. Like the whole time you're going to be thinking that I'm brainwashed, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Count me in.
Like you can stream it and we'd be like, oh, this is a Glober. He's a Glober. Oh my gosh. He's at the Flat Earth Convention. Oh my gosh. And then you're going to ask me for arguments and, I'll carry the activity level, right? I'll show a little disagreement here and there. All right. Well, I mean, that's the best offer.
I thought you were going to do some work.
I am. I should be doing work. But Mr. Batman's gone, so.
He just wanted someone to have a meltdown.
I personally like the meltdowns, by the way. It's enjoyable.
You've been one of them. You don't even realize it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I participated.
You've absolutely been one of them.
What is it? Is your guys' like your view on like do you prefer having the like long technical convos, or do you like? I guess you guys get very rhetorical too, right? So do you guys get like do you like?
It depends on the player. You get some people who come in here trying to pull the whole long-form conversation, and they just make idiots of themselves. And you get other people who come in here, and it's just easier to slap them down. It's measured flat, and they kick rocks. It all depends on the person and the attitude they come in with. So you, with your condescending attitude, came in to start off with you don't know anything about refraction, and I'm going to lay it down on you. When we showed you the laser test, you couldn't stand back and throw refraction hard enough, loud enough, or fast enough towards us. And as soon as you said it, we just shook our heads and went, yep, another clown that doesn't know what he's talking about.
Favorite word.
We noticed. A lot of you guys come in and use it like some kind of get out of jail free card. And it's like, you do realise that even at best case scenario, 10% is all you're going to get difference. That's it. So in the case of the Black Swan, with the horizon at 1.22, what's that going to take you up? 1.34? So 1.34 times the square root of the observer's height in feet takes you to 1.34 miles, which is still a long way short of where you need to be.
Good day, mate.
Is it?
So it was a great day, as long as God woke me up this morning.
It's a good attitude. It is. It is always a great day.
What are we talking about here? Flat
I'm here
Earth,
to answer
right?
the
This is
question.
Flat
It's a
Earth
great
server?
day.
Yeah, we're talking about flat Earth.
I mean, I'm a fence rider.
Oh, are you? So, what do you think the best evidence for flat Earth is?
Oh, I don't know. It's just we see too far would be the best evidence, right? And there's no other like real evidence, right?
That's it. You know what?
Yeah, the best evidence
know
would
about
be
it.
we
You don't
see
know
too
about the
far.
laser
There's certain
measurement?
objects we can see that maybe we shouldn't, right?
Yeah, well, so you don't know about the laser measurements or the Bolivian salt flats or radar, radio waves.
I mean, the salt flats is just basically we see too far argument.
No, that's not the actual argument. The actual argument is the symmetry of the reflection in the salt flats. So if you have a curved mirror, right,
What?
it won't.
No, hold on. Go back to that. Hold on. Go back to that. The what? The symmetry of
the reflection.
Can you break that down for me?
Okay, so you have like the clouds in the sky, and then you have the water, and the clouds reflect off the water, and they're perfectly symmetrical. They're a perfect mirror image of each other. If the surface of the Earth was curved, that could not be the case because it's a convex mirror.
I mean, it's just I don't know. That was a weak argument.
Why? Because you don't understand it?
No, I understand
You know
what
what
you're
a convex
saying.
mirror is, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it just doesn't. That's not like good evidence of flat Earth, right?
Why? You have something called the law of reflection, which means the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. You can't have a symmetric reflection where where everything is perfectly aligned with each other. So you can like split the image in half at the horizon, flip the top part over, and just overlay it over the bottom part, and they line up perfectly.
What do you mean? Well, like if you take a picture, let's say, let me give you an example. Let's say we take a picture of the moonlight reflecting on a tree and reflecting on a body of water, right?
Look in the side chat. There's a little GIF that shows it. So I'll get you something else that's way better. Not way better, a little better.
I don't see how that's good evidence for flat Earth. My evidence for flat Earth is there are certain things that we see that maybe we shouldn't. And your evidence for flat Earth is like
One of those is a symmetrical reflection over the water. That's one of the things we shouldn't see. So I don't see where the disagreement lies.
Yeah, so if you had a flat mirror versus a curved mirror, the reflection is going to look quite different, right?
Well, the world isn't a mirror, right?
No. Yeah, we know that. The Bolivian salt flats.
Obviously, so it's a bad
hold on, brother.
analogy.
Maybe you don't understand. The Bolivian salt flats are a salt flat that's 40,000 square miles. Every once in a while, there, and it fills up with about 3 inches of water and creates a gigantic mirrored surface. Okay? And the reflections seen there are symmetrical. But if the Earth was a ball, it's a giant curved mirror.
Well, it's not necessarily a mirrored surface, right? It's just a shiny surface, right? But it's not necessarily a mirrored surface. And there's lots of, and any body of water is not like still, right? It's always in motion, right? There's no such thing as a still body of water.
Yeah, who cares? What the hell does that got to do with anything? Okay, look in the text chat. Do you see that picture?
Right, it's a snapshot in time. That doesn't, to me, that doesn't to me convince me that the Earth is
Watch
flat.
this. I'm going to show you something. Okay? So someone took that image and flipped it over onto itself. Okay? See how it's lined up? You don't see a double image of any of these clouds. Because if they were misaligned because of the reflection being distorted, it would be misaligned. And I got another image which with freaking, I'll show you. Show you how perfectly this lines up. If you look at the arrow,
so
the arrow on the right goes to the bottom of the front foot. It's lined up. It's pixel perfect.
All right, so if you're looking over a body of water and it's reflecting the sky, how does that prove globe or flat?
Okay, the reflection. Okay, the sky. In the reflection of the sky should not look the same because the reflection should be distorted relative to the sky.
I mean, so what do you mean?
Distorted, meaning as you get further and further away in distance, like below the horizon, like the reflected part, it'll look squashed.
I still don't understand what you're talking about.
Because the Earth is supposed to be curving down, so you have less surface area for the freaking rays of light that came from the clouds.
What do you mean less surface area? You do understand that according to the baller,
less surface area.
May I finish?
Yeah, but you see less. You asked me a question. Now I'm going to answer it. You said, "What do you mean by less surface area?" Then you decided to answer.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what I mean by less surface area is you have less visible surface area because the Earth's supposed to be curving down.
Right, but
so from your
what I'm saying
there's less surface area than a flat surface.
What I'm saying is you do understand that the dimensions they give us for the globe are gigantic, right? It's not like it's not like a beach ball in your house, right?
Where it's too big,
fucking huge, right?
Okay,
so there is a
such thing. The calculation that shows using an Earth of 3,959 mile radius, you should start seeing distortion in 0.7 miles.
What calculation? I'd like to see that.
Okay, I don't think you can do it in your state, but I'll humor you.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, sure it is.
And by the way, Great Angelo, if you can hear me, I know you can hear me. You're a whore. You're a whore.
Why? What happened now?
You're a whore. You're sleeping all over town.
How does that have anything to do with whether the Earth's round or flat?
Nah, I'm just pulling your leg. Right. Yeah, I'm from Jim Panda server, but I'm not like one of those guys over there.
Good for you.
I am on the fence, truly on the fence, right? I don't think the Earth is flat, but I mean, I'm intrigued with the argument, right?
It's in the side chat.
Wait a minute, this is your math?
Is it my math? What does that mean? What does my math mean?
Do math. He got this.
Is it my derivation? No, it's not my derivation.
No, he got this from somebody else who posted it on Twitter.
What would that matter?
I'm just curious.
I posted on Twitter. What do you follow me on Twitter? So you know what the argument is, and you've been sandbagging.
Not you. You didn't post this on Twitter. You got it from someone who posted it on Twitter.
I posted it on Twitter.
Oh, so this is your.
It's not my derivation, but it's my text.
Oh yeah, you typed it up. We get it.
Look, you don't even have to believe me. Just type it in the fucking DeepSeek, ChatGPT, Gemini, fucking Perplexity. Pick one. It's all going to say the same thing. They all say the same thing. All of them say, yes, you would see distortion on a ball of 3,959 miles. And that distortion would happen 0.7 miles away from the observer. Okay? And
right. Do you think those pictures you posted to me are 7 miles or longer?
Well, according to the
pictures of the clouds, do you think that's further than 7 miles?
Why do you ask me a question and then answer it, then, dude? What's your issue?
Well, I just asked you, do you think that the pictures that you posted to me, those ones where the clouds were reflected off the body of water, right? Do you think that vision, that horizon line is further than 7 miles?
I said 0.7 miles.
Oh, okay. Well, of course.
After 0.7 miles.
You know how big they say the Earth is. 0.7 miles is nothing. You can excavate a flat fucking line along that 0.7 miles, right? And the Earth could still be curved, right?
Okay.
According to the dimensions, right? Could you not excavate a fucking flat area in 0.7 miles?
What the fuck are you even going on about?
I'm curious what your claim is.
Who, me? My claim is that the Earth,
not you.
That the reflection of the water at the Bolivian salt flats is too symmetrical for the Earth to be a globe of 3,959 mile radius. And if you scroll up, you can see a couple images, right? Right? So the top image I posted at 12:10. So
his objection is there should be distortion, but yet he's looked at this perfect video, this perfect photo, right?
Well,
there's more.
I'm curious. Never mind, the photo has been photoshopped and made ready for your eyes.
Don't criticize you don't have to criticize the image. You just have to ask questions of who took it and with what camera.
There's hundreds of them.
Okay, well that's
who cares? I took over my phone.
I'm not quite convinced yet, but one example. But I'll look.
You're not quite convinced that there's reflections like this at the Bolivian salt flats.
No, it seems
you can get reflections like this at the Bonneville salt flats up in Utah also.
Okay, and that are like this, symmetrical.
The symmetry that you're looking at is based on a reflection. The fact that the Earth is curved when you're dealing with such a small area, because what is your horizon on an average, 6 foot tall human being? It's going to be 3 miles. So the image that you have is basically a reflection on everything that's from you and 3 miles away, reflected off of the sky and the ground. So you really are not making much of a point here.
Okay.
3 miles is 5,000 meters.
Dude, repeat that
at a distance of 0.7 miles.
Repeat that sentence again, what you just said, that word salad fucking gibberish.
No.
Yeah, repeat that sentence, that word salad gibberish. I want to hear it again.
No, it's okay. You can go ahead and jump up and down and have a fit. No, I'm not repeating anything.
Nonsense, dude.
Well, you've got ears. Tell me what I said.
I want to hear it again because it was so fucking pathetic. I want to hear it again.
No, I said basically based on the amount of view, the amount of observable view of that camera to the horizon. So what if it's symmetrical? That doesn't prove anything. I'm going to give you what does prove
it's not curved.
Okay, so can you have a symmetrical reflection off of a curved mirror?
No, you can't have but there's no noticeable curve at that short distance.
Okay, yes, there is. There should be. I posted the calculation. Now tell me where the calculation is in error, or zip it.
So you're telling me that there is no distortion in that image?
I posted the calculation. Tell me where the calculation is in error, or zip it,
right,
dude.
And because there's a couple of things you need to do in this calculation. Number one, you have to do the resolution of the human eye, for instance. Did you do that?
In it.
Okay. Secondly, you're going to have to do, like, for instance, the curved mirror geometry on it. And you have the radius of the Earth at 3959 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the observer's only 6 feet above. What is the camera's resolution? Because you're not looking through a human eye with that image.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you brought that up. Well, a camera is going to have more angle resolution. If there's a distortion, it will be more visible.
But there's plenty of distortion in the image. I'm looking at it right now. Where are you coming off that there isn't distortion in that image?
You see the top one? You see the bottom ones? The two bottom ones are this image flipped over onto itself.
I'm seeing distortion on the top one.
The clouds on top line up with the reflected clouds identically.
They're not going to change where the position of the clouds are when you have that kind of distortion. What you're going to have is distortion
there is no
around
distortion,
the edges.
or the clouds wouldn't be lined up, fool.
You can claim there's no distortion, but I can clearly see distortion. So
okay, great, Angelo. You're making a claim of distortion.
Yeah, why don't
you edit the photo and circle it?
Take with this in paint, draw an arrow to the distortion.
Highlight the distortion for the good people.
Yeah.
All over the place. I mean, God, every cloud is definitely not very clear. Give me an image that's clearer than this. What is the resolution of this crappy image that you're showing me?
Excuses.
It's not an excuse. You know,
it is an excuse.
It's the same excuse you guys come up with all the time. The only difference is I'm just asking for better resolution photographs.
Oh, it's not an excuse. It's the same excuse.
Surely an image of that. I'll give you another reflection here, one off a lake of Mount Rainier. Okay, I took it myself. I can tell you exactly what the reflections were. Hold on. This is Mount Rainier off a lake, basically, reflected off a lake.
He said you can't notice the curvature. Still, I bet that he will claim that it is the thing that is obscuring the boats that are going in distance.
Maybe you wait
big enough to obscure a boat or a building. But still, he said that bulge won't make a distortion. He said that it won't make a distortion, that the curve is not noticeable enough to show the distortion on the reflection. Now he's trying to just debunk himself. He's trying to show us that there is a distortion in a lake, for a mountain or something. So he's double speaking.
What I'm trying to point out is that the distance isn't large enough to show enough of a distortion that the regular human eye can't see.
That's wrong.
You're double speaking.
I posted the math, dude. Refute the math or zip it, dude.
The math will indicate there's distortion. The problem is that you can't see the distortion with a normal resolution of a human eye. And the camera you used was obviously really shitty because it's definitely not got a clear picture.
You're lying now. I already told you the distortion was calculated for the human eye, and I use that because a camera is only going to have a higher angle resolution, so you'll see distortion easier with a camera. If I did some camera angle resolution, y'all would bitch that I didn't do it for the human eye. So I gave you guys the best possible fucking case scenario.
You know what would be interesting, India? If you put one in there, right? But they don't know which way's up, right? You might have
like that. Like one of those, man. Hold on.
My question is about the picture that you put up at 6. I don't know what time is it at yours, but it's like 3 minutes ago. And there are 2 pictures, and when I twist it, on the bottom of it, there's a gray point of the picture, of the reflection that I can't really make up with the sky, so it doesn't really look realistically. That's my question. So
I didn't understand your question, quite honestly.
Okay.
Exactly how did you do the flip? Because it doesn't look like it's even lined up.
Yeah, on the bottom it's gray, and on the top it's blue.
Okay, because the horizon does not split the image right in half, right? Right?
But when it's
the
not
horizon
in half,
split the image in half, so you can't do a flip. You're going to have some overlap.
When it's not in half.
Okay. Did you hear what I said? You're going to have some overlap.
Repeat, please. Okay.
Okay. You can't just simply flip the image because the horizon isn't centered on the image. Okay? Because the horizon is a little up, right? When you flip the image, you have to move it to align the horizon.
Yeah, okay, that I do understand. But then for me, there's the question of colors. So even even if you flip it, how it's gray?
Because it's a single layer. It's the opacity layer.
No matter of the layer.
It's an opacity layer. So you apply a opacity filter to one of the what do you call it?
Like copy the picture?
The frames.
Well, then it makes no sense.
Oh, that's a great argument. That when you guys say it don't make no sense, what I hear is I'm dumb. That's what I hear.
No. I'm not saying you're dumb though. I'm just saying like
when you guys say no, not I'm dumb. You're dumb. If you can't make sense of it, you're telling me you're dumb.
You just said I am dumb. No, you are dumb. I'm dumb. Everyone is dumb.
No, when I hear one of you guys say it don't make sense, all I hear is you saying I'm dumb. Not me.
No, I'm not. I'm asking
your point of view.
I just was asking.
He's not meaning you. He's not meaning you in the specific sense. He's using the royal you. Like when he hears somebody say, "I'm not smart enough to hear that," all he's hearing that person say is, "I'm too dumb to figure it out." Can you understand that?
Yeah, I do understand.
Here, I'll give you another image. Here's another image. It's not completely flipped. This is another one I did.
And by the way, I do appreciate the picture of the Carmen. That's a nice picture, though.
I just posted that in the wrong fucking chat. And one of these is flipped versus the other one.
Yes.
Yeah. They fucking line up perfectly.
Yeah, they do though. On the one side it's gray up, on the other one it's gray down though.
Yeah, it's overlaid. It's just overlaid. There's no transparency here.
And it's a flip.
Yeah, one is flipped.
Okay.
It's easy to do this yourself, dude.
Definitely. I do understand. But in this case, the word would be on top.
Yeah, the point is, like, the proportions of the clouds and the reflection and the clouds that you see directly match perfectly when they shouldn't. For one, a curved surface from that viewpoint isn't going to have the same amount of surface area. Okay. Secondly, when the light reflects off of a curved surface, those rays are going to diverge, right? So it can't maintain the geometry of just looking at something and the rays aren't diverging, right? When you're looking directly at the clouds, there's no diverging rays. But when you're looking at the reflection of a curved surface, you have diverging rays. So the geometric proportions can't be the same, right? It's impossible.
I don't know if you're looking for an answer. For me, it's just an interesting.
No, I'm not looking. No, I don't. With all due respect, I don't really care about you. Fucking.
No, me neither about you though.
So I felt like smashing on him.
Smashing on who?
Great Angelo. But he left, I think.
Okay.
He's a dick. So check out this one. So this is from a longer video. And I'll post that just for ha-has, because I think it's a pretty cool video. This is a shortened version.
That's the end of the world. Oh, isn't it?
You know, the great thing about this is that if you couldn't see the ripples in the water of them walking, you wouldn't be able to tell which was the person and which was the reflection.
I mean, that picture it looks quite correct, though. Or I fall back and listen. Thanks a lot. On the video, why there are only waves when they step on the one side? Like when it twists, there are waves, and before there are no waves. I do not understand.
It's the reflective surface that has the ripples on it. Where would you expect the ripples to be? In the sky? So, who is it? Yedwell? Ask your question. No, unhook your microphone and ask. You're in here, you can talk.
What?
It's not sunny everywhere at the same time because air absorbs light. Okay, pretty simple. Same reason why it's not freaking, daytime at the bottom of the ocean floor at high noon.
What's this, Snackle? You pretended to be intelligent again. And we've got Mr. Void posting the same two things over again. There was a third one. What happened to the other one? There it is. Have you seen it? If found, contact an actual scientist. So, Mr. Void, which field of science deals with shapes? So we can contact the actual scientist that deals with such fields. What's Snackle trying to sell? Why is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a hot topic? Well, thanks for playing catch up, but it was a hot topic about 6 months ago. It burnt out pretty quick. Most of us got bored.
I think the only one that would claim to deal with shapes is probably Professor Phil.
Oh man, I had to block him the other day.
We'll all get a. I was going to say we'll all get a message soon. Of course, science deals with.
Yeah, I had to block that clown the other day.
Snackle. Duffy admitted that the 24-hour sun didn't prove anything. Who cares how it works on a flat Earth?
I'm not into this question that much.
So, Snackle, let me tell you. How do you think the sun is predicted right now? Do you think they use a gold model? Because if you do, you're a dumb fuck. So the sun, sunrise, elevation angle, azimuth, they're all used, the way that's predicted doesn't use a gold model. You just think it does because you're a dumb fuck. I think that's one of the funniest things is that they went to Antarctica and didn't even look up how a 24-hour sun is even predicted and whether it uses a globe or not. I think that's fucking hilarious.
What's he want to us explain it visually? Well, you open your eyes and you have a look.
Okay, so the model of how the sun is predicted is observer-centric. That means the observer is always at the origin of coordinates in the center. They're not on the surface of a globe. They're not on the surface of a flat Earth. Why don't you visually show us it working and make it to scale? Don't show us a freaking little diagram where the sun is the same size as the Earth. Show us to scale the sun to Earth, 24-hour sun. Go for it. Let's see it. You can't do it, but you're going to demand shit from us you can't do. Hey, Matrix, were you on this morning over on the other place?
No. I've only been in here today.
Oh, so you didn't hear that audio of me debating that PhD in physics?
Nope.
Fucking train wreck, bro. Dude, absolute train wreck. Got the guy to say, well, in science doesn't try to prove what's real. Dude, I kid you not, you said that shit.
A PhD in physics actually coughed that up.
Yeah, well, that's just one of the dumbass things he said. I'll post a link in the chat to the audio. Actually,
Mr. Void, are you going to actually post up something sensible, or are you just going to keep posting the same crappy handful of memes that you've been recycling all day?
who the fuck believes in a firmament, dude?
Snackle, why are you posting up how seasons work? You were supposed to be.
Is that really how it works, Snackle?
I thought you asked him to post up how the.
I asked it for scale. I wanted it to scale. I didn't want a non-scale cartoon. If that's what creates the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, how come you don't use this to model a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Oh, so you can't actually show us how it actually works. So you have to show us something that doesn't exist to show us what does exist. That makes sense. Got a picture of a unicorn. Obviously, I can't show you. I can't draw the unicorn to scale. It's just a piece of paper, but unicorns really exist.
Yeah, sorry, Snackle. That's still not the correct scale. That NASA link. Everything's exaggerated. So
Yeah, you can be incredulous about the sun and what it's doing on a flat Earth, but why don't you get incredulous about how you can have freaking a 70% flat water ball?
Knackle, I linked a video for you to watch. I'll watch yours if you watch the one I linked. You got a deal?
I wanted to watch the one I did because I think it proves, Einstein-Rosen bridge wormholes because there's a bunch of equations. Certainly. If equations exist, then the concept and the equations must exist in reality, right?
I mean, they ever did, though.
Knackle, you gotta be the dumbest shit ever.
I've got a question. When I'm not into the theory of yours, but I'm here to listen and learn. So when I could look to the moon or like Mars with a telescope, then I'm asking myself why I couldn't see the Mount Everest.
Okay, Chris, you're looking horizontally, right?
No, I'm just looking flat.
Yeah, horizontally. Where the air's the thickest.
How far away are you?
Part of the air. Well, hold on. So, do you have a weather app on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, look up your local visibility. That's why you can't see it.
But then I couldn't see any other planets.
Oh, no. First of all, you're assuming that they're very far away. Secondly, you're not looking sideways, you're looking up, right? The air gets thinner as you look up. Doesn't get thinner looking across.
So when a cloud is above me?
What?
No, I do understand. What do you mean?
Okay, there's more air. The more air there is.
No, I do understand. You don't have to explain.
Okay.
And the other point of me is because however this discussion turns out, either it's round or flat. Me personally, I don't mind. Okay, what everyone else is thinking. I'm living on this planet though, no matter if it's flat or round. But when we make the decision, or when we find out if it's flat or round, what we're going to do with it?
Who's we? You can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, exactly. So doesn't matter anyway, huh?
I mean, if it doesn't matter, why when you turn on TV, look in media, go on the internet, you see globes everywhere?
I mean, it's for me, it's interesting.
I think you're
to share the opinion.
Argument it doesn't matter. Okay, who's in your house right now? Go tell me you're a flat earther.
It's
go
me.
find out. Find out if it matters. Go tell the people in your house you're a flat earther right now.
It's my house, bro. I'm living alone though.
Oh, okay. Well, next time you go out and you see your family, or if you have family or your friends or coworkers or whatever, tell them you're a flat earther and see if it matters.
Yeah, I guess I won't respond well.
Yeah, because it does matter.
But it's like picking a point that is not necessary to discuss.
This is where your brain should be going right now, buddy. It's like,
nah, man.
True,
brain
it doesn't matter. Listen, just listen, hear me out. I agree with
but
you.
You're telling me to find an argument.
Are you gonna let me finish? You want me to start?
Definitely.
So,
okay. Sorry.
I agree with you that in reality it doesn't really matter. But the thing is, if it didn't matter, why do people react the way they do? See, that doesn't make sense. Because they've been brainwashed. That's why they act that way.
If you're looking for an answer, I think it's interesting to find a point where people disagree and fill up a discussion and prove people wrong. But for me, it's like at that point, I'm just here for seeing the other point of view.
That's great.
Even if
what did I just say?
Exactly.
Repeat to me what I just said to you.
You told me I should go out and find an argument.
After that, if it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
I agreed with you that it doesn't matter, really. Doesn't change whether you got to go to work. It doesn't change whether you love your wife. Doesn't change any of those things, right?
No, man.
So, okay. But if you tell somebody you're a flat earther, they spaz out like it does matter. So can you make sense of that, how it doesn't matter and does matter at the same time?
Yeah, definitely, though. I do understand what you mean.
Does that make you curious on why that's the case? Don't you like a little curious?
Yeah. That's like sharing the point of racism or not to be racism. When you realize you're on one plate or one globe or one bowl, it doesn't matter. You're at the same shit though, at the same time.
Yeah, that's great. But there's people that do think it matters quite a lot, and they come in here and they go mental case, like Snackle in this chat, freaking chanting like a nutcase, right? We see it all day, every day, going on a decade. People that don't know anything about the globe, would have never figured it out themselves, don't understand any of it, but they defend it like their life depends on it. But it doesn't really matter.
I really do appreciate that you guys are here with your own opinion and defend it and give other people the option to discuss it with you.
Yeah,
that's it.
I mean, I'd only agree in your characterization that's an opinion.
Yeah, if it didn't really matter, we would never get people come in here and talk to us.
And freaking scream at us and send us freaking hate messages in our DMs and...
Okay.
So you're new to this topic, dude. You see it through your eyes. You were like... Imagine you had a jigsaw puzzle with 100,000 pieces. You literally have one piece of the jigsaw puzzle. And you think what the picture, you know what the picture is that composes the jigsaw puzzle. I have 3/4 of the jigsaw puzzle. I see the picture. Because I've talked to thousands of people about this. Thousands.
Yeah. And that's okay. But one of them is right.
What I'm trying to tell you is that you have an idea that's based upon very little information.
Well, I'm just here to listen.
Do about what matters, what doesn't matter, about people, how people act. Man, I got freaking autopsy photos in my DMs for like 6 weeks.
For real?
Yeah, for real, man. Please kill yourself. Don't reproduce. People have been doxxed. Fucking people tried to get fired. Dude, like, are you serious, dude? There's some serious globe psychopaths out there. It matters a lot to them that nobody even considers that the Earth is flat at all. They don't even want this discussion to happen. They don't even want this conversation to exist.
Couldn't we make a draw?
Well, we don't run around trying to censor the fucking globe, do we?
Okay. What about the point of 4D? Like when we go into fourth dimension, what's going to happen to us all?
Well, hopefully you stop doing drugs and you come back to the third dimension.
Okay.
I mean, drugs are not like...
You're not denying that there's the fourth dimension, huh? Is you?
Yeah, it's in your mind. It's imaginary.
Yeah, okay.
Dimensions themselves don't even really exist. They're concepts.
I hate when people blame drugs.
Oh, who said something? Go ahead.
It's a measure of space. Yeah.
All Snackle does when he comes in this chat is literally just spam freaking NASA propaganda, dude. I'm really sick of it. You literally contribute.
Yeah, that's like
if I wanted to see that, I could just go to NASA.gov myself. We don't need you to be the stenographer for NASA.
Exactly. It's like he thinks it'll trigger us or something. It's like Matthew learns every time. He's like, I watched the NASA a space launch last night. Oh, I watched the SpaceX launch yesterday. Like, who cares, bro? Like he's saying it like it's gonna like get us or something. You know?
I'm still chased from
so weak.
Jacking it to the fucking Elon Musk's rocket.
What do you guys think of that? Do you think all the articles are saying it's a fucking success? All right.
Okay, Elon Musk said, "You know it's real because it looks so fake." So go with that.
Elon Musk is one of the ones that tells you not to believe everything you see in the media.
I think he's realizing quite quickly that you can't leave here.
It's all based on what parameters you see as successful. Success. The media pushed more bullshit out there. Success. Heaps of clowns believed us. Yay.
No, I think Elon is legit trying to leave Earth with his big ass fucking rocket, right? Excuse me if I'm being too frank.
The only way anyone leaves Earth is in a fucking coffin.
No, I think he's actually trying to do it, but he can't. He's figuring out he can't. He just can't do it.
Musk is just a face. I mean, prove that he has anything to do with it whatsoever, apart from get on TV and talk about it.
Are you guys like domers? I'm not a domer. I think space is infinite. Who knows? But I'm not a domer.
It's pretty absurd, the articles about Elon Musk saying he's a top 10 level player for Diablo or Diablo 4. If you know anything about that game, you know the people who play at that level are playing that game like 16 hours a day for months on end.
I don't think you mean Diablo 4.
Right, Diablo 4. It's supposed to be a top 10 world player.
It wasn't Diablo. It was Path of Exile.
It was Diablo 4.
It was Path of Exile.
It was supposed to be Path of Exile. Whether it's true or not,
Definitely not though.
it probably wouldn't matter what game he plays. He'd be a wallet racer anyways. Chuck a heap of coins at it. Yeah, I win.
Well, then I'd say he's lying about being a top 10 world class player in multiple games because he has Diablo 4 leaderboard standings.
Yeah, but his I guess it was in a Rogan interview or something like this. He called out about Path of Exile, and after this as well about Diablo 4. But you could, I mean, there are many videos you can review and see the evidence what he's playing live that he has no idea about it. But it doesn't matter. I guess it's not the point of this channel though. I'm just muting myself again.
It's just showing his dishonesty, just the fake acting character that he is.
Yo, I just wanted to say thanks for letting me participate in this conversation. Have a good evening, though.
There we go. I'm able to connect now. Is anyone able to explain to me why the lighthouse in the distance is dropped over the horizon in a photo that I've put up, hence that it is a globe? I'll do it right now since I have a flat earther's attention. Get ready to be destroyed about everything that you thought was a reality. It's coming right now.
A sand castle with a shovel.
That's brutal.
Oh, no, it's true though.
It's not true. I've just debunked these flat earthers so many times, and it's evident that they've got a clear mental illness. But here we go for the 100th time that I've proven that the earth is round.
So the first time he shows this image, it's the 100th time he's debunked it. Let's go.
No. It's a different one. There's that one.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay,
and yeah, there's that one. Get ready for more. And then there's wait, yeah, okay. And then there's that one. I know, but I'm just blowing minds away, blowing religious minds away. And then there's that one. Oh, one of my favorites. Check this out. Just gonna get destroyed.
What is that?
That's the aliens that they're coming because they are in outer space.
What aliens? What space?
Exactly. And then there's that one. Oh, geez, I'm on fire today. I am absolutely debarking you guys at a geometric rate of which you cannot even begin to fathom. Where's another one? I've got another one here. Where is it? I know I had it here. Here we go. We got that one. Right. Oh, mate. Talk about Alt Control Delete, my friend. Alt Control Delete. You are just getting debunked upon.
So that last one is a cartoon, but yeah.
Wait. I'm looking. I'm going. Where are we? I know it's here. I'm looking.
I saw a budget put up. That's funny.
Well, I'm just showing you education. I'm teaching you the way here. I'm saving your life.
You're not teaching anything. You're just posting shit up.
No, there's another one there.
No. Yes, it's just shit.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You've posted up 2 cartoons, a news report with bullshit on it. The only one that I'd even consider looking at Nobby, the only one so far that I would even consider looking at is the first one.
My good friend. Are you going to tell me that this, then, wait, and here's this. There's that one. The flat earthers, he tried to tell a bunch of flat earthers that the earth was round when he jumped from his, when he did the highest jump on record.
So what did he do? As he's jumping out, the earth is round!
No, he tried to actually tell the flat earthers, and they murdered him. There's actually a criminal investigation.
Oh, they did, not him.
They did. The flat earthers had gone out and murdered. He didn't die. He died because they killed him. Flat earthers killed him. It's actually a homicide. And there's more.
And what a crock of shit. Keep pumping. Oh, shit. This guy's
Wait a second. Where are we? Some nudes of me. Some more nudes of me.
Do not.
No, I'm not. I'm going past them because you'd wank over them. There's me and your missus. That's me and your missus there, bent over. You'll keep going.
Show the one with your mum. And me.
Wait a second, I'm almost there. Where are we? No, that's your mum and your grandma.
That wouldn't be me nine. I'll tell you that now.
Georgie. Wow. Actually, because the problem is because I had to dump my phone. No, the proof. I've got more proof. But the problem is my more proof is on my cloud, in the cloud. And because I had to dump my photos and make more room on my iPhone. But just taking the fact, just open your eyes, buddy. No, just open your eyes and accept the fact that when the alien spaceship gets here, and
what alien spaceship?
The one that's coming through our solar system that they reckon is the government's trying to say no, it's a meteorite, but the thing is, what it's doing is it's navigating past all of our planets, collecting data. Right. Have you seen Independence Day?
So the government's lying.
Well, because these all start screaming and freaking out because it's just coming here. The spaceship's on its way here right now. Right? What if China has been testing its laser, that it shot a laser beam onto the moon from Earth to hit a target?
Really?
Because they're getting the planetary defenses in place. The aliens are coming. The aliens are coming.
We're going to put your picture on the fridge.
What do you mean? I'm trying to save you, you fool. Look, I won't be around when aliens get here.
Save yourself first.
And I would have gone into the underground bunkers, into the underground city. So I won't be on Discord. So when you go looking for me and you're ringing and you're like, where is he? We need him.
Okay, Nobby.
He's got the answers.
Put a sock in it. There's someone else here. You can sit down for a minute. Not Mushka. Musha.
I feel honored. I feel so honored.
Excellent. So what is this? How are you guys flat earthers? Well, that is very easy. It's measured flat.
That's it?
That's it. The ground is measured as flat, so if it's flat, it's not curving. If it's not curving, it's not this magical sphere-tard flying through the vacuum of space. So yeah, it's very simple. It's the fact that it's measured as flat.
Jeez. Alright, that's a lame... I'm out.
You thought it was going to be super complex, did you? Sorry. Ever so simple, man. It's just measured flat. That's it.
You actually don't have any answers. You just repeat others. I've debunked these guys in here so many times and blown them away.
Nobby. No.
Debarked? You've debarked us? Yeah. Okay, we've been debarked, guys. Oh, shoot. Close the server again.
Don't worry, Nobby, bro.
They shut it down. Shut it down, bro.
Mental disease, Nobby.
The thing is, when you prove them wrong, they lose their shit and they server mute you. I come here for daily rejection. I've got a court case coming up next week, and I'm actually going to plead the flat earthers. I come here for daily rejection because no one can reject me anymore than the rest of my day. So I start my mornings of getting rejected in here, and then that's it. I'm good to go.
Okay, you finished, Nobby?
Yes, I have. Next round.
Nobby's cool.
Right, you got it all out.
You see, I crushed them and they got nothing. See, it's like a dog in the corner and you're kicking the fuck out of it.
Let the other kid, and he wonders why he gets rejected. Oh, anyways, I'm sure you've got questions there, not please.
I would ask for a model, but that's it.
So what's a model going to prove?
Just how your flat earth functions.
Go outside, witness it for yourself.
No.
Measure it for yourself.
Model.
So a model won't prove anything.
Yeah, it would.
No, it wouldn't. Because number one, you have to go out and measure it to build the model off reality. So why not just go and check reality directly?
So flat earthers don't measure and build models?
We don't need the model side of it. We do measure, don't need the model.
Why don't you need a model?
Because I'm not comparing a random to reality. I'm just checking reality.
Well, I'm going to assume that the type of model you want, it would be a reification fallacy and affirming the consequent. So, whereas, you could just...
I made a fallacy for asking for a model? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, a basic model would be, right, that, so the lowest point and highest point between two parallel planes, right?
I'm kind of just looking for a model of how your Earth functions, like how you guys would explain.
That's not our ambition. That's not our ambition.
Oh, I don't care if it's your ambition or not. I'm asking for it.
Oh. Well, then, I don't care what you want about your model, then.
I'm asking for, let's say, a model that explains how the sun would rotate.
Don't have one.
You don't have one? Oh, that's kind of lame, isn't it?
Nope.
Post your model up in the side chat.
Post my model up in the side chat? You guys know my... No,
I don't. I can't read mine, so I don't know what you're thinking.
I'm going to use your guys' like...
You might be a hollow earther, for example.
Take the UN's logo of the Earth and then wrap that around a ball. Right? That's my model right there.
So how does that explain seasons?
Well, that's just tilt of the Earth. You know that.
So we're going to tilt a map that's wrapped around a ball.
You would tilt the ball, not the map. That's right.
And that'll explain seasons.
Oh, yeah. You learned it in middle school.
So where on this map that's tilted, wrapped around a ball, does the sun exist for this model?
Hey, really far. I think it's 93 million miles.
You've got no idea, have you?
No, 93 million miles. I'm pretty sure that's the number.
So where is the sun on your model? Show us. Post it in side chat.
93 million miles away. That's where it is.
Post it. Show us in side chat.
Gotcha.
Glad he's getting there.
Here, watch. I'm going to show you guys. This one, it also explains seasons. Don't worry. Oh, I have no pick perms.
What level are you?
I think I just joined the server. I'm in the other one.
You'll have to build up your levels.
Yeah, that's all good. I'm in the other server, politics and religion. There's like more of you guys there in Breads.
In politics and religion?
Yeah.
No, we abandoned it.
You guys are there or from there?
No.
Yeah. We were in there. We had a room. It's gone.
Don't recognize any. Oh, I do. 24/7 live. That's who I know. But let me. Okay, is the Earth the only flat planet in our solar system?
Well, you're assuming it's a planet.
And you're assuming we're in a solar system.
Do you guys just disagree with the language of planet?
Planet.
Well, what's the definition? What's the definition?
What's the definition of a planet?
Yeah.
Are we serious?
Well, let's see if the ground that you walk upon meets the criteria.
I'm pretty sure the definition of planet really just means like a large body in space.
It would be a large enough body in space to produce its own gravitational field and orbits a star.
CC.
Right, so can you fit the ground that you walk upon into any of that? Does it meet the criteria?
Yeah, we're a big body, or in my model, we're a big body, and we rotate around a star.
You still haven't posted your model yet?
So the Earth moves, right, in this definition?
Yeah. Around a star.
Can you prove that?
That the Earth moves around a star?
Yeah. So it's in motion at all?
Yeah, night and day.
No.
It's as simple as that. No, it's just like saying the Earth is flat and you measure it flat.
That's not proof. That's not proof, bro.
What is it proof of?
It's proof of night and day.
Okay, and how does night and day possible?
That's not my claim, bro. It's yours. You're claiming that's.
I didn't make a claim. I asked a question. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, no, you did. You said that's how that indicates that the Earth is in motion. How?
Yeah. Say you have a ball. Say you have a flashlight. Right.
I don't want to have to imagine anything, bro.
No? You want to go check it out in reality? Go outside and wait 24 hours.
Yeah, and then what?
Then you'll see the sun move over the horizon.
So the sun moves.
Or no, our spins and moves, but you'll see it all.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
It's like a whole year, no? If you rotate around the sun. What's a year in your guys' model? No, what's a year? How is a year measured? Does the sun rotate around us 365 times?
So far.
And then how do you explain 366? The leap years.
How? Well, I abuse the people that changed it from 13 months. But anyways, that's another story.
Oh, you disagree with the calendar?
Oh, shit, yeah. But that's just a personal thing.
Which calendar's 13 months?
Bang. Old ones.
Old ones.
But that's nothing to do with the shape of the ground, so you can leave that alone. So far, you haven't posted your model.
Already did.
You've told us about all these cool stories, and you still haven't proven that it's curved.
I don't have pick burns, yeah, sadly.
Yeah. So all we've got is cool stories from you. You probably noticed in side chat there, 21 miles. Laser test. Just so I can understand your base understanding of the balltard you believe you live on. At 20 miles, how much drop should there be? So if we shoot a laser, horizontal, let's go 20 miles down the other end of it. How much drop do you just roughly think there should be? Between laser and ground, or laser and lake in this case.
Isn't it like, it's a couple 100 feet, I think for sure.
About 270? Sounds about right?
Yeah.
260, somewhere around there.
Uh-huh.
So why is it, when these fellows are going out there doing these laser tests, they don't find these crazy drop-over distance numbers that we're supposed to have?
Dang, let's see. I've never used Odyssey.
You've never used Odyssey.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
What happened to the planet guy?
Don't know, but posted up the Great Lakes 21 mile test for him. He said he was going to have a look at it. Maybe he did.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, hopefully, yeah. The people that do watch stuff, they usually come back and have more questions and shit.
Oi! How y'all doing?
How's it going, man?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Doing pretty good.
Sorry, what was that?
Pretty good.
Great. You a flat earther?
I was just gonna say, what brings you here?
Oh, I'm here to debate a flat earther.
Good luck with that.
They don't debate, right?
It's more like you can't win and it's not up for debate. The horizon remains horizontal. But have fun trying to.
Alright. Why are you here, if I might ask?
To moderate.
Yeah. Ginger, pick the next one then. This happens sometimes.
What?
Ginger, go to the Protestant Lounge. See what they're doing.
Oh, there's somebody here who'll debate you.
Wait, what?
Do you guys like Wendy's?
People will debate you here. I'm just telling you that it's not up for debate because the Earth is measured to be what it is. You can debate with the horizon if you want to.
Yeah, why is it that if the Earth's flat, these chili beans aren't scrunched together?
The clown car has arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jews and Gentiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the Earth is flat, why does Wendy's chili, the best in town?
Boring. Wonder if anybody would actually like to have a discussion instead of just trying to troll.
What do you want to have a discussion about?
What's the subject of the room?
Right now, it doesn't actually have a little subject anymore. What would you like to talk about, Flat Earth?
Well, when we're here, the subject's always flat Earth.
How long have you been convinced it's flat?
That's a weird question. I'm not the Earth. Therefore, I'm not the subject matter. What I'm convinced of is non sequitur anyway.
Non sequitur to what? There's nothing to follow. We haven't started talking about anything.
To the Earth. And some measurements that can be taken from it.
Okay. What measurements of the Earth do you think? What do you think any measurements prove that it's flat?
It doesn't curve. The lack of curvature is the problem. But we've already had this discussion, Boulder. And I already know where it's going to go anyway, because I know how you discuss things or debate.
Well, you know more than I do then, because since the last time you and I have talked, I've continued to learn things and think about things.
That's fair. I'm just uncertain if you're here to do one thing or another, but it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I remain a Glober, so I'm not here to support Flat Earth. I will try to contradict it. So that much hasn't changed. But I'm not here to be an asshole or start a meaningless fight.
Yeah. As long as you're chill, everything's chill. Nah, I'm really just trying to encourage a discussion, get something started, so it's not just dead air in here. Like we're just all hanging out listening to nothing. But I don't want to monologue either. That's why I started asking some questions and whatever.
Here's a flat Earth rebuttal that I have been thinking about. A statement is made that water's flat, and therefore the Earth is flat. And water's flat because it looks flat. Like you go to the beach or the lake or whatever, and the water looks flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. But you can't see very far. Even, I think, in the best case, flat Earth only claims that you can see a couple 100 miles. If I think there's some picture that says like record observation 250 miles or something. So if you can only see 250 miles, you can only assume that the water is that far. And then you can't say what it does after that, right?
I wouldn't see that as being a claim of limitation, though. It's more of an observation of a world record.
Right, but then to say that water's flat farther than you can see is an assumption, right? It's not anything that's like proved. Like, so water, from like San Francisco, the water looks flat a little ways, but then you can't see all the way to Japan. So you have to just assume that it continues to be flat farther than you can see, right? You agree with that?
How do people follow it? In water level, use the water as a water level for great distances.
But then you can't see where you were.
Doesn't matter. You can measure along the way and collect data points, and it'll remain level.
How would that look? I think that would be an interesting discussion. These measurements that you would make along the way where you can't see where you've been and you can't see where you're going, and you're trying to stitch together the big picture, even though you can only see a little bit at a time. I mean, that's the problem on the globe or the flat Earth, right? You can only see a little bit at a time.
Don't need to see the whole thing to know that each part of it's level. You move to a different part and it remains level. You do the same thing over here and over here and over here. And overall, what do you think that means? On a macro level, it's still level.
Not so sure. If you do like outdoor stuff and like try to navigate, in the woods or something, or even not in the woods, in the desert, and you try to walk in a straight line, it's hard to do. So these measurements of level, if they had like little errors in them, it'd be like trying to follow a compass, and like little errors add up, like huge errors, and you don't get where you're going, or you make the wrong conclusion about whether it's curved or not curved.
Based on the numbers that were given, there should be a very specific amount of curvature, though.
Yeah, I realize that and then it devolves into a discussion of refraction, because it's a key player in all optical observations, and pretty much everything is an optical observation one way or another. So I mean, we can like, I'll just yield on the debunking the globe with the long distance observations that discount refraction. But what about like actually showing, that it's flat with measurements? I haven't really seen that done. I'm kind of interested in it. If anybody is doing it, if anybody thinks that it's been done. And I have a test, which I'm even willing to share before people give me the thing. Whatever measurement, showed that it was flat, I'd like to use that measurement to figure out which state is the flattest. Actually, I'd like to use the measurement to rank the states by how flat they are. That way, it's like a useful measurement technique.
There's a meme about this, and it's not even a flat Earth meme. About isn't Kansas flatter than a pancake?
That's a little cliche.
I know.
Is it flatter than a pancake? There's a spoof.
It's already done like that.
There's a spoof paper out there on it as well.
We already measure above the ocean every altitude, so you you're already measuring above the flat horizontal baseline.
What does that mean?
Didn't you ask to work out about did somebody just ask that? Working out which state was the flattest?
I said that if somebody told me that they had measured the Earth to be flat, and I want to take their measurement technique.
The ocean.
Yeah, well, hold on. So then I was saying that I want to take their measurement technique and use it to figure out which state is the flattest.
The ocean is.
Your mic is kind of coming in and out.
Yeah, survey. Yeah, it's already done. Survey.
Well, you can't just say survey. I can show surveys that support the globe as well. So I'm not really sure how saying it's been done and
but
surveying.
They just measure from the horizontal baseline.
How do you know that? That's a strong statement.
I can cite it from my textbook on topographical survey, where all measurements, altitude measurements, are measured from the ocean.
What about left-right measurements?
Yeah, along the horizontal baseline.
I don't know why you keep saying horizontal baseline. Isn't that the very point that is in question here?
Not for the measurements.
So, what is the horizontal baseline for a left to right measurement?
What does that mean?
Like, if I go to a mountaintop and I get out my compass and I point myself north, and then I just want to turn 90 degrees to the right, or 45 degrees to the right, or 30 degrees to the left, what horizontal baseline do I need there?
Well, you have to hold the compass flat, for one, parallel to the ocean.
Okay, so then I do that and I get myself pointed north. Now I don't need the compass anymore, right? I just want to go 30 degrees.
Yeah,
Really, it's
that's
about
not
a
really left to
vertical.
right. Yeah, that's not really left to right like you were kind of stating before.
I don't understand what you said.
You asked about traveling left or right. Now you're talking about being up a mountain looking north and south.
No, I said left-right measurements. Traveling left-right. You said all measurements required a horizontal baseline. And I'm saying this measurement of left to right requires a vertical plumb line.
I didn't say that. Don't straw man me.
And then I misunderstood you. Well, to simplify things, do you have like an actual measurement with numbers and, a date that it was done where you think how flat the Earth was measured? Especially in a way where then we could...
You can look at any survey, and that's how it's measured, using a horizontal baseline and triangles and linear distances between.
And of the surveys that measure the spherical excess, you said I can pick any survey, and I know that surveys
They're
measure.
just calculated. They're not measuring spherical excess. They're assuming sphericity, and any deviation from horizontal they're calling excess, which is based off some star deviations back in geodetic astral surveying. So it's not really, they're not measuring any kind of deviation of a vertical or excess of a triangle. That's impossible. How do you measure excess of a triangle? That's just retarded.
What do you mean that it's retarded? Do you think that spherical excess is completely made up, and so like even on a basketball, there wouldn't be spherical excess?
We're not on a basketball. We can substantiate that the horizon isn't geometric.
So spherical excess isn't ridiculous or made up. It's a real thing.
It's a real thing that's been calculated from your spherical assumptions, from any amount of deviation from a horizontal sightline, which could be explained with sinking refraction, with any amount of air disturbance. There's like no reason to assume we would have a exactly horizontal line of sight through air.
Well, right, but the spherical excess doesn't, like refraction doesn't
Yeah, they all lump it
Like
together and just do one
sinking
big.
doesn't.
No. They lump it all together and just do a big calculation, so they can use the calculations, so they can reify it back to a sphere and make it match the ellipsoid model that they need it to match. So it's just like with you, when you'll just appeal to any amount of refraction you need to make an observation fit the globe.
Oh, isn't this like thing that you're saying right now symmetric? Like you could show me surveys and I could say they just assumed that it was flat and they massaged their calculations and whatever. Like I don't really
I can
see
show you in the book. I can show you in the book where they show that they assume it's flat and then they use calculations to make it curved. They actually detail in the textbook how to do that.
And then if I find a textbook that says like the opposite of that, then what do we do?
Oh, show me. I'd love to, because I've got an actual textbook on topographical survey.
It's not what I have isn't a textbook, but it's lengthy. It's like 500 or 1,000 pages.
Yeah, then show the opposite. Show that they're not doing that. That they're not assuming a horizontal baseline and saying that we can just use maths to curve it.
Okay. I will pull that together for you. Isn't something I can hand you right now because, like I said, it is 1,000 pages, and while I've read a good bit of it, I can't just grab that paragraph for you.
Just skip to the bit where they got the triangle on top of the circle and they outline the math for it all, where they assume the radius and everything.
Well, that's the thing. Spherical excess happens on spheres, or even, or surfaces that aren't spheres. But and you don't have to assume that you're on a sphere to get spherical excess, right? You'll measure it, and then because it's there,
you'll just measure a deviation. No, you measure a deviation from horizontal, and then you've assumed it's an excess, a spherical excess.
Well,
you've just calculated it as such. It hasn't actually been measured as such. It's just an assumption that comes with the diverging zeniths that come after you've actually measured it with 90-degree angles at all positions above the horizontal baseline.
Yeah, I don't think what you're saying is true, and I don't think that horizontal baseline really enters into this because we're turning from north to east and east to south and south to east. We're not going.
You're just waffling now. You're trying to escape to the top of a mountain, talking about some sort of weird directions. We weren't talking about that.
I'm talking about it. It's the whole point that I'm talking about. And I'm not waffling. I've been trying to make the same point the whole time. I'm not really sure that you understand my point.
You said go up a mountain and look north and east. That's got nothing because you strawman my position about direction. I mean about measurements.
I don't want to strawman you at all. You said every survey supports flat Earth or something very close to that. I said, what are the measurements? And you said I could go look at any survey and it would prove and measure flat Earth. And I think I'm trying to show you a counterexample, and I don't think that's straw manning that position. Is that not your position? Is it something else?
I already told you they've used triangles, 90 to.
All right, you already told me.
Degree angles. They're already measuring it. Yeah, they're already measuring it that way.
And you don't think that spherical excess is a thing? And when I say it,
I agree. I agree that they meet. No, incorrect. I agree that they possibly measure some sort of slight deviation from what they're calling a horizontal line of sight over a great distance, because I wouldn't imagine that we would have a horizontal line of sight over a great distance. So if we're going to assume that that is spherical excess, then yes, you can calculate it as such, but that doesn't mean you're measuring spherical excess. That just means you've calculated it from a slight deviation.
Well, so walk me through that. If we draw a triangle on a piece of paper, and we get a protractor and we measure the angles.
We're not on a piece of paper, though. We're doing it.
I understand. I understand. Could you just roll with a train of thought for a minute so I understand you better? We've got a piece of paper. We draw a triangle on it with a ruler, so it's all very good. We get a protractor and we measure the angles. Now, those angles are supposed to sum to 180 degrees, right?
Now tell me in reality how they can measure more than that.
Well, I want to know when we add the three angles together.
I just want an answer, please. Yeah, I know that what they're supposed to equal. I want to know in reality how we actually measure it to go more than that.
Do you call adding the angles together a calculation or a measurement or what? Like you seem to be saying that if we calculate with the numbers,
that the angle that they're adding, you're saying that it needs to be straight and there's a slight deviation and that's excess. That's just a slight deviation.
Right, if you get more than 180 degrees, that is an excess.
No, because it's just going to be a line of sight. More than 180 degrees is ridiculous. You've had a straight line of sight and you're getting your result at the other end. That's the straight line of sight.
So if you measure the three angles and they add up to more than 180 degrees,
they can't.
Why can't they?
Because a straight line of sight can't bend.
Straight line of sight can't bend.
There's no spherical excess in reality.
There's no spherical excess in reality. What does that? Well, somebody else is talking now, but suppose you're saying they can't bend, and I don't really understand why that matters. If what we're looking at in the distance is a really tall flagpole, then we'll see it, in the direction it's supposed to be, and it doesn't matter if we're seeing the middle of it or near the top or near the bottom. That won't change the fact that flagpole is in the northeast direction. So even if the light is bending
well, what if you got spherical excess of line of sight? Spherical excess of imaginary lines going through the air. It's not the ground.
It's spherical excess of measured angles.
Yeah, of line of sight.
You don't need imaginary lines to have
lines through the air. So angles between lines through the air, not on the ground.
Okay. Does that matter?
So it's the air a ball, is it?
It's the air a ball. But you can put a pole on the ground, and then you can look from where you are to the pole. So the pole's touching the ground, and the pole's in that direction. And you don't need an imaginary line. You just need a direction. But to answer your question, yes, the air is a ball as well. surrounding the Earth ball.
So what's your claim that how is the spherical excess measured? Can you explain it for us, please?
It's when you have like the angles that make a loop, so you make 3 turns and you end up where you started, and those
So hold on. So just
add up to
start.
more
No,
than
no, no.
180
Start with the
degrees.
first one. Start a bit slower. So first person is looking to what?
Well, let me go back to the piece of paper because it's easy to explain.
No. Just explain it, please.
Why don't you want easy to explain? We can build up.
Because I just want you to explain how it's actually done in reality, not your pretend do it on a piece of paper.
I thought you were asking me to explain what it is.
How's it? I'm asking how the excess is measured. You're claiming it's measured. It's such a fact. I'm just asking how. Just explain it. Teach me. Are you not wanting to mention the deflecting plumb lines and that, you know?
Deflecting plumb lines?
You don't want to, how would plumb line deflections be perpendicular to a lumpy geoid kind of thing? We could just leave that.
I'm opening up a thing so we can talk about actually how it was done.
Hello.
Well, it seems like you don't know, right? You're just sort of going to be reading from McTone's website, probably.
Hello.
I don't remember. It was a while ago that I was reading the.
1 second, guys.
You hear me?
Welcome, criminal alien.
This section.
Yes, we can hear you, and allow them to finish speaking first, okay?
He can go ahead. I'm reading through. I've got 902 pages here to look through to find what I'm after.
All right.
Welcome, criminal alien.
Hello.
What brings you here?
Well, I don't want to be a globehead no more.
Good news, you're already a flat earther. Everybody else is, they just don't know it yet.
Where do I start?
Just reality, man. You're already there. What's the issue? Where's the globe?
I don't know anything about a globe. It looks flat to me.
Measures that way too.
Looks flat. Feels flat. Sounds flat.
Water's flat. So what would be your best globe evidence, you think?
I couldn't tell you. It don't make sense to me.
What's your best flat earth evidence in?
we're supposed to be rotating around the globe at a speed that we should be noticing. Yet, everything in my room is still. Everything is calm. Nothing is flying around. Nothing is hitting the walls. How am I supposed to believe that we're flying through space on this rock that they told us we're on? I think not.
Well, we see one motion in the sky when there's claimed to be many, so there's that. But yeah, man, good observation, I must say. Maybe you and Roland Mabolda can have a little combo.
Well, I'm still trying to decide how I'm going to show you this survey stuff, which seems actually pointless.
You know, I've always...
Did you find the bit where they explain the math?
Yeah, I mean, the bit is like 10 pages, and it's full of... Well, it's full of calculating, you know, and accounting for
measuring flat, and then calculating that curve.
No, that's not what they're doing, but they're doing a lot of calculating, and so you're going to say what you just said, that if somebody does calculating, they're just obfuscating the flatness of it. You would like this sentence, though. They are saying that part of the errors that they have to deal with come from the fact that the verticals of the two stations aren't in the same vertical plane, meaning all plumb lines aren't parallel.
Yeah,
so they've got
it's an amazing
section. They've got a whole section here where they're accounting for the errors that come from that fact.
It's a bit weird, considering that horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
Okay.
So what have you posted up, Roland?
Oh, you want a picture of this? I'll give you a picture.
Oh, I don't want a picture. I want the data. Showing where these...
It's just tables of numbers.
Well, put up the tables and tables of numbers so we can compare the tables of numbers. It'd be even nicer if you circled out the errors in these tables of numbers.
There's volumes of data, the numbers, the figures.
They list the errors. It just doesn't really lend itself to this discussion. It's very complicated, and tiny. 0.001 here and.
So let me get this straight. 0.001 here and a 0.006 there. Yeah. Would they fall into the value of sub 10%, allowing for refraction? Because that's what all you globers have been doing this last week, is whenever anyone mentions anything about an observation, it's just refraction. Now we know, because we've had a physicist, we've got a video of it. We don't strawman anything. Number one, gravity.
You definitely...
As you know it, which form of gravity are you using, Roland?
There's only one. The phenomenon.
Which one?
The phenomenon.
The phenomenon of what? Exactly. See, this is what we're talking about, Roland. We're talking about people being slimy little shit stains earlier. Why are you doing it? Is it mass attracting mass? Are you talking Newtonian? Are you talking Einsteinian? Are you talking specific?
They're the same thing.
They're not the same thing. So, I want you to put your big boy pants on and tell everyone which form of gravity you're appealing to in order for me to make a fucking straw man of your argument.
Why are you coming in cussing and shouting? We're being pretty...
Because you're being a slimy little weasel and you're not answering the question.
I'm being no such thing, and you can stop that.
You are being that. Which form of gravity are you speaking of? Let's try again.
I wasn't talking about gravity. I was talking about spherical excess.
Yes, you were. You mentioned spherical excess with your theodolites. You mentioned, when I said refraction, you turned around and said also gravity.
Oh.
Which form of gravity was the question?
Which form do you... I said...
Which one do you adhere to? Which one are you basing your Which one are you basing your mathematics off, Roland?
Which mathematics? I don't have any mathematics. I'm presenting right now.
So you're coming in here telling us that gravity is a factor in said equations, and all of a sudden when someone questions you on what form of gravity you use, it's, whatever one, you just go blank. Like, seriously, mate.
I'm not going blank at all.
So why can't you answer the question?
Well, I did. I said both. I said they're the same thing.
No, they're not.
You got all angry.
No, you didn't say they're both the same. You were talking about another aspect of it. So stop being a weasel again.
I'm not.
So which one do you use?
You've got
Newtonian or Einsteinian? Which one?
You've got your 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Which form of gravity were you claiming is the inaccuracy anomaly in your reciprocal zenith angle measurements?
I never even said... What are you talking about?
Which one is it, Roland? Are you talking Newtonian or Einsteinian? Or specific?
I can't imagine.
Why are you sidestepping?
Not specific. We can rule that.
Not specific. Okay, so now we've got 2 more to go. Which one is it? Newtonian or Einsteinian?
You've got your 8 inches per mile squared and then a more complicated...
We're not talking about the distance. We're talking about your claim of gravity being an anomaly in these readings. Which gravity are you using?
I'm not going to change my answer for you, man. They are the same thing.
You haven't given an answer.
I did. I said both.
You sidestepped it.
Use either one.
Prior to that, what was your answer? Do I have to go and clip this and go back to it and play it for you?
You could just slow down and stop being an asshole.
You could just answer the question and stop being a slime ball.
Okay. Why don't you go from the top?
So, let's go again. Which form of gravity is causing these gravitational anomalies in your reciprocal zenith angle measurements? You know, the one that's causing the vectors of down to be offset? You don't want to talk now.
Do I get time to... You asked me a question. Is there any, thinking time after your question mark?
It's your claim. You should already know it.
I have not made a claim for you, but...
Your claim was quite clear and simple. When questioned about these readings, the tables of data factored in was something that I suggested called refraction. And then all of a sudden you went, and gravity too. And I asked you, which gravity? You're yet to give me an answer.
Okay, sure. In the document that I'm looking at, the gravity would have been Newton's law of gravitation.
Newtonian. So why couldn't you say that over the last 5 minutes?
Well, finally, you narrowed it down enough. The document that I'm looking at, for sure.
I've narrowed it down enough for you. I said from the start, is it Newtonian or Einsteinian? You could have flipped a coin, Roland.
Yeah, but you're also shouting and calling me a slimy weasel and stuff. You're not.
You are a slimy weasel. You're known for it.
Well, you're making it more complicated than it needs to be.
No, I narrowed it down to a 50-50 choice.
Yeah, what difference does it make?
Well, it makes a hell of a difference. You could have flipped a coin.
Well, no, I'm telling you what's in this document. What difference does it make to you, though?
Well, it makes a hell of a difference because one of them's wrong and the other one's superseded.
The one that is, quote, superseded is still very useful. 8 inches per mile squared is superseded.
So 8 inches per mile squared is the gravity that's been superseded. That's what you just telling us.
8 inches per mile squared is analogous to Newtonian law of gravity. They're both very good approximations.
Roland, are you fucking stupid, dude? What the fuck?
He's yours.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
For gravity.
No.
Can you?
Do you know what an analogy is? All right, let me turn it around. Are you stupid? Do you know what a?
And now he's gonna.
You're drawing an analogy. Okay. I thought you said 8 inches per mile squared.
He did to start off with.
The gravity. Okay. If I misheard, then I misheard. That's fine. I'll retract.
No,
it sounded like you said 8 inches per mile squared.
He did to start off with, and then his brain kicked into gear, and he realised what he said.
I was.
So what analogy? What analogy were you trying to draw, sir?
Yeah, sure. I was trying to draw the analogy between Newtonian gravity, is analogous to 8 inches per mile squared, and Einstein.
Why?
Is analogous to the more correct formula on a sphere. And then the correct formula on a sphere is not really the actual absolute steelman of the globe, because, there's oblate spheroid, and then on top of that, there's, mountains and stuff. So even Einstein might be able to be improved on, but 8 inches per mile squared, if a glober comes in and says, well, that's not accurate, you'd be all over him, because it's good enough. And you'd be right. It is good enough.
It's good enough up to 970 miles.
Right.
Knowing damn well that you can't see that far, Roland. Knowing damn well that you can't see that far, because if you jump on your phone and check your weather app, today's visibility in your local area is however many short-ass miles it is. So when you guys come in here and go, oh, but that's inaccurate, seriously? You can see 900 miles?
I'm standing with you and saying it's plenty accurate. And further,
the thing is, Roland, here's the thing though, dude. Okay, when it comes to the gravity stuff, okay, what's the margin of error between these two things, these two methods, or these two approaches, or whatever calculations in our context?
Well, first of all, do you understand the analogy? Since we started off kind of on the wrong foot, are we?
We understand how analogies work.
You're trying to draw like an approximate, but you're trying to draw like an analogy, like, oh, one's an approximation of the other, or something like that. And kind of get it, but do you even know what the errors are between the two to even compare them? And number two, problem here is when we're invoking this in the conversation, Newton versus Einstein, it's more of a discussion, or it's more intended to highlight a part of the discussion regarding their philosophical interpretations, right? When it comes to the measure of drop over distance, we acknowledge that it's an approximation. It's called the parabolic approximation for a reason. Like Matrix was pointing out, this thing, it's accurate to 99% or something like that below 1,000-mile line of sight. So that's acknowledged. But when it comes to the gravity stuff, people arguing these two things, they can't even articulate these finer details. The approximation between the two, let alone the philosophical interpretations. I don't even know if it's a fair thing to bring up or to compare.
Well, do you think that Newton's law of gravity and Einstein's theory of relativity have numerical predictions that could be compared, like 8 inches per mile, the what do you call it, parabolic approximation, and a sphere.
All I've heard, they're both different explanations for why we experience a 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. Right? They both invoke 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, if Einstein is actually invoking 9.8000125, whatever, that's a different story. But you didn't talk about that, right? I.e., Newton would be an approximation of 9.8 to 9.8000 something, right? You know what I mean? Like it's not how you're talking, dude. Come on, the fuck is this bullshit? Sorry, Matrix, carry on. This is horseshit.
Meanwhile, he still hasn't posted his data yet. Hey, Roland, here's an idea for you. How about instead of spending 95% of your time in here worrying about saying the wrong words, how about you just say it and get over and done with it, just be honest? Because it seems to me you deliberately trip over yourself to make sure you don't say any certain particular words, like you won't even answer which gravity you were speaking of. Just shit like that. Stop doing it. Just say what you got to say, get the point out, and you'll probably find people will be a little more receptive.
I mean, I tried. I said they're both the same. I'll use them both. They're equal to me.
And that was after I hammered shit out of you for a minute to get it out of you which one you were talking of. And then it still took another 4 minutes for you to say Newtonian.
That may all be true. Matrix, I was talking to, I can't even remember who I was talking to about something else entirely when you started this.
Reciprocal zenith measurements.
We weren't talking about that.
No, Matrix, I think he's talking about excess, whatever the excess thing when it comes to azimuth
spherical
angle.
excess. Yes, we're talking about spherical excess.
Yeah, it's regarding the azimuth angles, right? You draw a straight line direct in front of you, you rotate, some angle, and you take another angle, you take another line of sight and draw an angle between the two, right? Left to right.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Was it you and me? It wasn't you and me that were talking though. I forgot who I was talking to.
I jumped in when I thought I heard some weird ass shit about 8 inches per mile squared regarding gravity. My apologies.
Because it was. You heard correctly. He tripped over himself.
Yeah,
and then had to back it up.
All right.
That was Matrix just getting me flustered because he came in hot. But I got over it.
So you still got no proof of curvature, Roland? That's a shame.
I have never had deductive proof of curvature. I don't think you have deductive proof of flatness, though, so I call that...
Why would I need to have deductive proof of it when it's measured directly? There's not much deduction to do.
Well, Matrix, that is exactly how, I don't know, half hour ago we started talking. What do you mean it's measured directly?
It's measured as flat. True. It's quite simple. Roland, I want you to stay with me. I know you have trouble comprehending some ideas. Let's get a laser. Now, lasers shoot straight lines, don't they?
Can I make a prediction? And then
no.
I can be proved wrong. And then I can be proved wrong at the end.
What? So you asked me how it's measured, and now you want to make a prediction?
Yeah, about what you're going to say. Before you say it.
Well, if you already know what I'm going to say, why the fuck did you question how it's measured flat if you already know that it's measured flat?
I don't know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
But yet you're going to make a prediction.
I would have liked to, yeah.
Make your prediction. Fuck it. Go for it.
Whatever you're about to tell me, I do not think that I will be able to use it to figure out which state in the United States is flattest, or rank the states according to how flat they are.
That has got absolutely fuck all to do with what I was going to say.
Well, you're telling me you're going to measure the Earth to be flat. States are part of the Earth, so seems guys.
Okay, Roland, your logic is broken. I want you to shut up unless I ask you very simple questions, such as, do lasers shoot straight lights? Yes or no?
No.
No, they don't? So how do they shoot? Are they curved?
They follow Fermat's principle of least time.
So if there's a medium that affects it, it will be affected according to the index rate. That's great. So it's straight then, unless otherwise modified.
Sure, in a vacuum, straight.
We're not in a vacuum, we're out in reality. Unless you want to stop breathing for some reason.
Then not straight.
So they are straight.
No.
Unless you can validate the index that it's bent at, it is straight and will be considered as thus.
That sounds axiomatic.
Excellent. Sounds like a good idea because it sounds like you've got to back your claim. That's what it sounds like. If you want to claim that lasers shoot bent light, then you've got to back that. You good with that?
There's plenty of pictures of lasers shooting bent light out there.
Yes, that's right. There's plenty of pictures of lasers shooting bent light. Roland, this discussion is not about lasers with bent light. Roland, stop. You're getting flustered. You want to talk about lasers with bent light. Lasers shoot straight light. Unless there's some kind of medium that's deflecting it, unless of refraction. So, for example, a fish tank full of sugar water. Well, Roland, we're not in the fish tank and we're not breathing sugar water. We're outside in the real world. So let's go outside now. Let's grab our laser and shoot it across an exceptionally large body of water called a lake.
It doesn't go in a straight line.
Okay, so let's go. Okay, just hold your horses. You're getting all excited. See, the problem you've got, Roland, is we know that the lasers shoot straight. You seem to not want to accept that. Remember the slimy weasel bit earlier? This is you deliberately trying to get up. This is you deliberately trying to get your way around it, because if I say they're not straight, it doesn't matter what fucking he says, I win. That's what your thinking is. We can see through you, Roland. You need to understand that. So let's get back to the lasers. The laser is straight. Okay? Well, you can disagree all you like, but it is, until you can prove otherwise. So, we shoot the laser over a large body of water. Why are you talking? Why are you, Roland? Why are you talking? Roland, we're not discussing the fucking attributes of a laser. You shoot the bastard across a large body of water. If you are on a ball, which is what you believe you live on, a spheroid or an oblate spheroid, or a ball tard as other people word it, that laser would be a tangent to a curved surface. Do you agree with that? So you don't agree that if someone shoots a laser across the ground, it would be a tangent to a curved surface?
I've been saying that the whole time. I've been saying no.
Why do you not agree that it would be a tangent to the surface?
Not in a vacuum.
You're right. So there goes your spherical excess angles.
Okay.
So you shoot the laser, Roland. At 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop. Now you're claiming, hold up. Just don't say nah, Scott Mackey Jr. You're claiming that the laser bends due to refraction. We're going to use this word loosely. That's what basically it comes down to. You think the laser bends due to refraction. Yeah?
It follows Fermat's principle of least time.
Due to refraction. So yeah, blah, 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 due to refraction. I'm just simplifying it for the shoppers at home. So that's a yes. Now the problem you've got, Roland, if you're claiming that this is true and correct, that means when we shoot lasers, just by a freak of nature, it just so happens that the refractive index happens to coincide with 8 inches per mile squared. Every single time, except for one video that I've seen. It just happens by a freak of nature that the guys, doesn't matter what distance they shoot these lasers at, whether it's 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 45 miles, 97 miles, it just so happens that they shoot the laser at the particular right time with the right weather conditions, the right humidity conditions, the right temperatures, that it just so happens to be the perfect refractive index to follow 8 inches per mile squared. Isn't that interesting, Roland? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
I mean, you just described cherry-picked observations.
What have I cherry-picked? You're the one who says lasers don't shoot straight lines. You're the one, Roland, who said lasers don't shoot straight lines.
You agreed that in a meeting...
Yes or no? You're the one that said lasers don't shoot straight lines. So that means at all times the laser light must be curved at a rate that is equal to 8 inches per mile squared. The Earth's alleged curvature rate. Approximation. That's what lasers bend at all times. And here's the kicker, Roland. Here's what's really going to make you think for a second, or I hope it does. That means that lasers always bend down. They never bend up, they never bend to the left, they never bend to the right, they always bend down to follow the curvature of the Earth.
So, can I ask you a question about...
So, which way do lasers bend, Roland?
If I'm going to say the same thing I've been saying.
No, you're not. You're just going to dribble shit to avoid the fucking conversation. Like I said earlier, slime ball.
Can I ask you a question about one of these observations? Because you made a pretty strong claim that it always...
What, lasers that shoot straight light?
So... what did you said?
You claim that they shoot bent light. Please show me. I want you to cite anywhere where lasers shoot bent light. That's your claim. You put that out at the start before I even kicked off.
The
citation: laser bent light. Side chat.
The 20-mile test. Let's go with the short one. The 20-mile one. Did they? You said that the laser has to always magically follow this curve, and so I'm wondering if they let...
If you're claiming, Roland, listen carefully. You're claiming you live on a ball, yes or no?
I'm going to finish my question.
Can you answer the fucking question? You're claiming you live on a ball, yes or no, Roland? Don't sidestep it. Yes or no, Roland? You can do this. You're a big boy now. You can do it. Are you claiming you live on a ball? Yes or no?
I'm asking a question that you're in.
Yes or no, Roland?
I'm going to answer you until you shut up and let me finish what I was asking.
You want to play with him, T-Dub? You can tell that he's lost.
No, I'm good, thanks, mate.
So, Roland, why is it you're doing your utmost to avoid the truth? Does it offend you that you live on a flat Earth?
About your evidence that you won't even listen to the question. You won't even
ask your stupid question, Roland. You've probably forgotten it already.
The 20-mile test. They set it up.
What of it?
Laser, I assume, hit a target that was at the same height as the laser was. And then did they leave that there for like, say, 24 hours so it went through a full day-night cycle, like a full weather?
Why would they have to leave a laser there for a full 24-hour day-night cycle?
Because you said that light always...
No, you're making the claim. Your claim is that lasers shoot bent light, Roland, not mine. Yeah. Your claim is that lasers shoot bent light. If that is the case, that means that the laser must bend at the same rate as the alleged curvature of Earth. Because the lasers all don't deviate from horizontal. All the laser tests, except for one that I've seen. And it bent up at the end. It went horizontal and then kicked at the end. All of the rest of them do not show any deviation across the distance. So that means if you live on a ball, by default, that laser must, this is not negotiable, must follow the curvature of the Earth if you live on a ball. So that means all lasers bend down because of that. We know, Roland, that lasers don't bend down.
Really? You know that, huh?
Show us one. Bending down, and this is the rules. Out in the open atmosphere. No interference from humans, just somebody holding a fucking laser or a mounted one. I want video evidence of it or photographic evidence of it. A laser bent down, not through sugar water, not in a fish tank, out in the open air.
Your observations that you just said, your 45-mile test. There you go.
What about it?
You asked for photographic and video evidence of a laser.
Where is it?
Down.
Show me. You've made the claim. Where is it?
That's it.
What is it?
That video is a video of laser bent
What
down.
video? Roland, you keep telling me about some video. Slow down. Roland, I want you to post up in the side chat the 45-kilometer video you're talking about.
I'm only talking about the one that you mentioned.
I mentioned distances.
And there's no...
Why is it, Roland, every time you have a conversation, you grab one word out of one sentence, one word out of the second sentence, one word out of the third sentence, and you put them together in some misconstrued fuck-up, and then ask a totally non-related question to the 3 words that you've selected out of 3 non-related sentences? Did I mention at any stage that I'd posted up and referred to a 45-kilometer laser test?
You did not.
Excellent. So why the fuck are you talking about it?
Because I'm an idiot.
Thank you.
There you go. You're welcome.
Wish I had 2 pieces of bread and make an idiot sandwich. That'd be great. So, Roland, just go to basics. You're trying to overcomplicate things. I don't know whether you're trying to make yourself sound intelligent or you're deliberately trying to sidestep the truth. You don't like the fact that the ground is measured flat. Deal with it, bro. Everyone else here has.
I don't think that it is measured flat.
No, you got the first bit right.
I don't think you're...
So you don't think it's measured flat. Robust. So let's just go to the basics. Roland, one step at a time. We've shot a laser over 30 miles. Okay? We measure it at one end. It's 1 foot from the water level. We go to the other end. It's 1 foot from the water level. At 30 miles, that should be a 600-foot drop. You do know that. 600 feet.
I don't know it, but I'm on that.
Well,
I'm happy to take your word for it.
You can
take your word for it.
Type it in, Earth Curve Calculator, work it out for yourself if you don't like doing maths.
I prefer to just believe you about that.
So at 30 miles, okay, so let's insert now your claim of refraction makes all lasers bend. We know at best case scenario, you're going to get 10%. And this has been quite generous. So 10% of 600, Roland, is 60 feet. Do you agree with that?
I agree 10% of 600 is 60.
Excellent. So you still have to round up another 540 feet to have your curvature. So I've given you your bendy laser. You still have to find another 540 feet.
I don't know what 10%, like... Did you just make that up?
At 30 miles, the drop should be, Roland, listen carefully. At 30 miles, the drop should be 600 feet. Okay? You know the number that you just trusted me on?
What is the 10%?
That's what we're getting to. So at the moment, you're at 30 miles. The laser should be 600 feet above your head. Okay? The 10% is the 10% of that elevation. So, you want a bendy laser? I'm giving you, Roland, I'm giving you a bendy laser. Here's your 10%. So, 60 feet from 600 is 540. So, you still have to acquire 540 feet of drop at 30 miles.
Where did the number 10 come from? Like, did you just make it up?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll post up a little video for you, Roland. Stand by. It should be in. Oh, it's not going to post. Hold on. Got to run it first. So there's one video.
Oh, Lord.
And there's the second one. And there's the second one.
The first video is 2 hours long.
No, it's not. It goes for like 30 seconds. It's a cut. The reason I know that is there's a little pair of scissors next to the title.
It's the title.
Hello.
So, see where it says blah, 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 the link at the top, and then it says YouTube, and then underneath that it says physicist refraction, and the first one says refraction 2. There's a pair of scissors in front of that. That's how I know it's just a cut. I think they go for like 11 seconds.
The first one's a 2 hour cut, but the second one is, I'll listen. Hold on, I'm listening to the second one.
And for the new person that popped in, howdy.
Hello. Can you guys red pill me on the flat Earth?
Can we red pill you?
Yeah, can you convince me?
I'm not here to convince people of the shape of the ground. People's beliefs and their cog dis normally kick in before common sense does. But anyways, the simple version, it's measured as flat.
Sorry, I was deafened because I was listening to your video. Unfortunately, he does say it only gets 10%. Yeah, that's a maximum. That's best case scenario. So what I'm going to do for you, Roland, is I'm going to let you have 10%. What do you mean, hold on? In his video, if you saw the other one... Answer the question. It's just another guy saying...
He didn't answer the question. He didn't answer what question? You asked me quite clearly, Roland, where I got the 10% from. I showed you. It's in the video.
Right. But
so now you're saying, where did you go wrong, Roland? You wanted to know where the 10% came from. I just showed you where the 10% came from. So now let's go back to our laser.
No.
You wanted to know where the 10% is being used. At the 30 miles, the drop should be 600 feet. So I'm going to give you now your 10% refraction because that's what you want. 10% refraction. I'm giving it to you. Here you go. You can have it.
I heard it. I heard you.
So why do you not understand it?
Because he doesn't say where he got the number from either. It's just this number.
Okay, Roland.
He doesn't even say
which guy do you have a trouble with? Roland, go and have a look who's speaking.
You don't care.
Oh, so as far as you're concerned, because he's just another random dude and he said 10%, you don't care. I don't know who did that, but thank you. Anyways, this new chap. Yeah, she's measured flat, mate. It's pretty simple. There's not really much to red pill. The only thing we ask people to do is go and check it for themselves. So when you're at school, you got told things like it was a radius 39, 59 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'll chuck a little picture up for you. Hold on. I'll just close that page and open up the next one. And I want, where is the small version? Right there. So some of the chaps actually go out and do what we call long-range observations. You've probably heard a lot of flat earthers go, whinge, 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 we see too far. You've probably heard that before. Yep. Well, the problem is exactly that. We do see too far. And what they mean by that is there's supposed to be a curvature in the way. And as you know, you can't magically see through shit like hills and whatnot. But anyways, in the side chat there, see the the image of the two oil rigs?
Mm-hmm.
Right. The issue we've got is they tell us the radius of Earth is 3959 miles, approximately. So if that's the case, then it's quite easy to calculate where the horizon should be. So with the formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, if you're at 1 foot elevation, well, the square root of 1 is 1, times 1.22 equals 1.22 miles. That image is one frame grab out of video footage where the camera was placed below 1 foot off of water level. So we know the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. We're just capping it at 1 foot. We know it was below that. I think it was about 8 inches. So we know the horizon should be, based off all the other numbers that they give us, should be at 1.22 miles. Now, where in that image is the horizon?
6 and 9 miles? Or over 9 miles?
Over 9 miles. It's behind that the left-hand oil rig, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, my friend. Now, if we reverse engineer, so let's just say it's 10 miles, just to be fair, because we can see it's beyond 9.41, so we know these distances. Now, all this does is debunks the claimed radius. It doesn't prove flat Earth, it just debunks the claim. If that distance is true, that 10 miles, that means the Earth's radius would be more in the vicinity of 259,000 miles, as opposed to 3959. Pretty big jump, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just little things like that. Long-range observations, that's what we call the black swan. So that one there absolutely destroys the globetard. And just something else to add insult to injury. See in between the two oil rigs, the little fishing boat that's there?
Mm-hmm.
That should be behind the horizon. You should not be able to see that at all. A lot of people don't even see that. I love it. Someone else pointed out a while back and it's just like, you got to be shitting me. Oh, it's crazy fun. But yeah, there's heaps of long-range observations. There's a couple of laser tests where the guys have shot lasers over these bullshit long distances. But yeah, like I said, mate, I'm not here to red pill you or tell you how it is. You've got to do your research yourself and go and check into it. So if you want some laser tests, we can poke them up for you.
Yeah, the problem is I don't understand refraction at all. So that's what the Globers would say, like, oh, it's refraction, but I don't know.
That's default.
Yeah, so
that is the default thing. I'm not sure, so I'm going to go refraction.
Yeah, I've tried looking into refraction, but I haven't found any good resources that explain it properly. So I don't know.
Let's go. I'll post some stuff up for you. It might help. Wanting. That's the first one. No, that's the second one.
Because I know that light can bend. I've seen it happen, but does it bend in that specific way? I don't know.
It does bend in very specific ways. And there's the second one. The third one. Alright, shout out to QE. I'm stealing all your shit.
Thanks.
So yeah, hopefully that will help you out. So, also known as Snell's Law. The only kicker with that is it's when it passes from one medium to another. As soon as you start using a singular medium, then it's, as Rowling said earlier, you use Fermat's principle. So the other problem you've got, and something for you to think about, the claim on the table is the Earth is a ball. Alright? And it's refraction that's bending the ball up flat, so to us it looks flat. That's what they'll tell us.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, when they shoot these lasers, why is it the ground is the only thing that refracts and the laser doesn't?
Doesn't it?
Well, they both should. If it's refraction that's causing the ground to bend up, shouldn't the laser bend up also?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Excellent. I'm glad you've got some sense because Roland can't comprehend that. This is what's really interesting. If that's the case and refraction's causing the laser to bend up, on days where there's no refraction, the laser should naturally conform to the curvature of the Earth. Sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that on a normal day, all lasers should bend at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Which is bloody ridiculous. We know they shoot a straight line. So anyways, just to give you a rough guesstimate of how far these drop over distance should be, given the 39-59 radius ball, at 10 miles, how far do you reckon the drop would be?
What was the distance?
10 mile. If you don't know, you can say I don't know. I'm not really gonna.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not gonna attack you for not knowing something. You'd be surprised how many people don't know their own law. I chucked in a spherical trigonometry chart for you in the side chat, so you can have a look at how big these distances are. So 10 miles, 66.68 feet of drop.
Okay.
At 20 miles, 266 feet. 30 miles, 600 feet. So a 30-mile laser test, they should be looking for 600 feet of missing curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, these people are hitting their targets ground level. Crazy source, man.
Interesting.
That's what I said.
So why do they think that the atmosphere is making the laser bend downwards?
Because that's the only way they can explain away the laser not showing curvature. So there should be a massive drop between the laser and the ground. I'll show just a basic picture of what should be expected. So that little cartoon there is what should be expected. The claim on the table is we live on a ball. So let's get a laser and shoot it across it. So that laser now would be a tangent to that ball. So we should be able to measure from the TP, which is where the laser touches the ball, we should be able to measure the deviation as we get further away. So the only way that Globers can get out of this problem is by just going, refraction! Refraction explains it all the way. But what they don't realise is the ground they're claiming is refracted, but the laser, which is travelling through the same light that they're witnessing the ground being refracted through, is not. They both should be. If you're claiming the ground is refracted with a laser over it, that means that the laser would be bent up because the ground is bent up, which means normally lasers would be bent down. So they can't see that. But anyways, that's just one of my things at the moment. But anyways, we know lasers are straight.
So is their claim
measure this.
Like something to do with like the moisture over the ocean is causing the refraction in the air or something?
It doesn't matter what the cause of the refraction is. The biggest issue they've got is at best case scenario, they're only going to get 10%. So at 30 miles, when we're chasing a 600-foot drop, I'm going to give them their refraction at full distance, 10%. So now we're down to 540 feet. You've still got to round up 540 foot of drop. It's not there.
I'll just read out this thing I posted, that, like, not only for this guy's sake, because he can read it himself, but for the audience sake. So it's from Andrew Thomas Young. Website's at the bottom of the picture. Refraction considered simply. Now, let's try to allow for refraction. Usually the air is densest at the surface, so the rays of light are concave toward the surface. See the bending page for details. The solid arc, OH, in the diagram, now represents the curved line of sight. H is the refracted apparent horizon. Notice that refraction lets us see a little farther if the ray is concave toward the Earth, as shown here. If we can assume a constant lapse rate in the air between the eye and the Earth's surface, and if the observer's height h is small compared to the 8-kilometer height of the homogeneous atmosphere, then we can assume the curved ray is an arc of a circle. This assumption makes things easy because the relative curvature of the ray and the Earth's surface is all that matters. In effect, we can use the previous result, but just use an effective radius of curvature for the Earth that is bigger than the real one. This assumption is made so often that it's conventional in surveying and geodesy to use a refraction constant. That's just the ratio of the two curvatures. A typical value of the ratio is about 1/7. That is, the ray curves about 1/7 as much as the Earth does, or equivalently, the radius of curvature of the ray is about 7 times that of the Earth's surface. Excuse me. Using this typical value means we should just use the formula given above, but use a value r instead of r for the effective radius of the Earth, where 1/r equals 1/r minus 1 times 7r equals 6/7r, so that r equals r times 7/6. So that just reduces to 7/6r, right? So that's all that they do, is just assume that your line of sight is the partial arc of a circle or a sphere, right, which is larger than the Earth, larger than the Earth's circumference.
Yeah, I've seen that equation. I think they use like the radius of the Earth in that equation, right?
So see earlier when I was talking about the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Mm-hmm.
What they do is they jack that 1.22. So for moderate amount of refraction, it'll go to 1.29. For excessive, it'll go to 1.34. 1.34 is the 10%. So 10% of 1.22, 1.34. But anyways, man, whether you take them as red pills or you just go, these are pretty yucky, I don't like it, that's up to you. But the only thing we ask people to do is think for themselves. Don't just accept all the shit that you were force-fed. Question it. There's no rule saying you can't question it.
I feel like we all started out the same place.
Well, I'll be honest. I do believe that the photos and videos, at least most of them, are real of space. You know, and like a
wide angle lens, right?
The ones of space are real?
Yeah, like, you know, astronauts and like the ISS with like cameras looking at Earth and stuff, or, you know, stuff like that.
Wide angle lenses, fisheye, curves horizontal lines.
Well, just look up the ones that are kind of like blatantly fake. Then, like the Roadster in space or whatever. There's a ton of them.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that stuff. Like showing like lines, like they're hanging from, you know, like a suspension or something, and those things are kind of weird. But I don't know. I've also seen things that like seem like they can't be faked.
Here's one. I got
collective. There's a 3-hour compilation of all the ISS stuff ups.
For sure, yeah. Have you seen? Here's my question. You know that lady that's always in the ISS? You know what I'm saying? That lady and her hair is always sticking up, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, with all the loose wires and all, all that, all this special equipment, telemetry data equipment, all that stuff, why are they always trying to give you this picture that she's in space and she doesn't even have a hair tie? Ever. Not ever have I seen her with a hair tie.
I'd have thought with all the air filtration shit that they'd all have their heads shaved.
I mean, it's
whole body,
so,
eyebrows and all.
It's not intuitive.
And the other thing that's weird to me, Randy, you'd probably agree with this. If I was to suggest that someone's long hair in a non-gravitational environment would be like hair underwater, just randomly flowing around everywhere. That's what I'd expect it to look like, just moving a bit quicker. It doesn't do that on these astronaut ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hair does look super weird, I'll give you that.
It's because it's just sprayed up, mate.
It would have different kinds of, it wouldn't just be all uniform, it would be totally different. It wouldn't be scattered.
It looks like they took hairspray and like teased their hair upwards. Like, it's very strange.
It's a bunch of stuff, and where I think we all started out at the same place, and for Americans, we were like, okay, why don't I believe in propaganda when I believe it exists in all other countries? And then you start out with your government, and then you move on to other things. If they lied about this, then you just connect the dots. NASA's part of the government, whatever space agency, and now we have more. We got SpaceX. We got more. So.
Yeah, like I saw someone post a picture of a image of Earth, and it had like copy-pasted clouds. And I was like, there's no way that's real. So I looked it up on NASA's website, and it was true. It was copy-pasted clouds.
It's real.
And that's fucking weird. I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I'm sure they have like an explanation, but I don't know.
But we all gave people the benefit of the doubt until we just couldn't anymore. On our
I'll tell you how to explain it there, young Kiva, I think it was. Have a look at this chat.
Sorry.
And press enter, and there. This fellow here. That might explain it a little bit for you.
Planet?
The guy who made this said this. Robert Simon. Or Robert Simon? Simon? Yeah.
Oh, I see. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. Yeah.
So none of them are actual photographs. They're just images.
Remember, when they show you this blue photograph tint that they add in the imagery, and they tell you, do you see this blue right here? That's water in the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. They have to show you coloring and call it water, right? Blue coloring, water, because they cannot show you water doing what they claim in the imagery. Water doesn't behave the way they show it to you in the Photoshop imagery, so it's a misrepresentation of reality. It's a misrepresentation of water. That's not water, what they show you. That curving thing, that curving ball, that curving water ball in a vacuum, no man can demonstrate that in reality. It's fantasy. That's why they have to Photoshop it. Because it has to be. There's no other way to do it.
They're always like changing their facts as well, the data, like they'll change exactly how old the Earth is and the universe almost every 5 years. They change it. And on top of everything else, they're just changing what they said was provable fact.
So basically, he's claiming he took a bunch of different photos and then put them together, like where they would like match, basically.
Grab a guy and you put all makeup and make it look like a girl. That. But even worse. Like I told you, if they can demonstrate water and a sphere, because remember, this is a sphere, right? And then water in a vacuum, spinning with gas pressure or gases at most around this sphere. So you have a bunch of things put together. If you go to reality, to the realist level, right, the natural world, physical and natural world, and you grab water, the real water, then you grab a sphere, a real sphere, then you grab gas pressure and put all of those things in a vacuum, you will never get what they show you in the image. It's not gonna work. That's why they have to give you cartoons.
Well, we can't demonstrate it because we would need gravity to be like in the ball, right?
Gravity is like the force in Star Wars. You know how when you make a cartoon or a movie, there's a language, you got all these words that you. In Star Wars, when they say the Jedi, they use the Force. It kind of makes sense in the movie, but it's not reality. So when they say gravity causes the Earth to be in a vacuum and hold gases and causes things to be balls, that's all like Star Wars fantasy, Narnia, like the talking lion in Narnia, waging war against the witch.
Well, I mean,
it's a man-made story.
When we weigh ourselves, right? Like obviously something is pulling us downwards, whether you call it gravity or not.
Pulling will be me holding you and pulling you down. That will be pulling. Or maybe wrapping a rope around your neck and pulling you around, right? That will be pulling.
Yeah, you don't feel any pressure. You don't feel the force. And it's
listen, if you go to a salt lake, to a salty lake, you're gonna float in the water, Where's gravity? Is gravity pulling you? Why isn't gravity pulling you to the bottom of the lake?
You're heavier than the water. You know what I'm saying? With gravity,
heavier than the water. No, it's density, dude. Not heaviness, density.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, of course. I'm just saying.
But
what's something wrong? Okay.
Even something that's like the most dense thing or the least dense thing, right? Like it's still not going to, like there's something keeping it towards the Earth, right?
Relationship between the object and the medium that is in. You are in a medium that is lighter, less dense than your body or your fluids, every composite that makes your body. And in that medium of air, you're gonna stick to the ground.
So do you believe that if there were no dome, I would fly away?
When you say dome, we don't really know the shape of the container, but we know we have gas pressure, and that requires a container. So that's one of the conditions in place to be able to have the air for you to breathe and be able to have this conversation in the first place. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to breathe if there wasn't a container, because the gases will be leaving your lungs violently.
Well, like if I stood in a vacuum chamber, right, I would still be on the ground. I wouldn't fly.
Yeah. But after a while, you would start to bubble and explode. But yeah, you will still be on the ground. It's the gas that's being kept here by the container.
It's basically the
vacuum chamber, you'll be dead.
Yeah.
So then falling has to be more than just density, right? Like,
I misspelled.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Like the downward trajectory of things has to be It can't only be density. There has to be like some sort of reason for it, right?
I guess. Would you be able to verify the reason for it?
No. I don't know.
Yeah. Do all things go down?
No.
Awesome. It doesn't appear to be a question to be asked then. It's some things go down sometimes. Why is that? Well, apart from when we adjust the relative density situation, the object and the medium, which is going to cause it to go up and down, apart from that, we don't know.
Well, we do know that there's like other forces, right? Like magnetism and stuff that attract. So
no, magnetism, depending on the strength of the field and the type of element, can sometimes have an effect, but not all elements and not all magnetic fields. So not all gases, for example, are going to get moved by a high electric field. Some do, some don't.
You also can't have a positive vacuum adjacent to a negative vacuum, such as space.
So what's a positive vacuum and what's a negative vacuum?
Huh? One that's contained and one that's not.
A positive vacuum and a negative vacuum is one that's contained and one that's not. You can't have a vacuum without a container, dude.
Right.
So I'm confused with the words that you said. Don't seem to make sense. Positive and what's a positive and negative vacuum?
Just what I said.
Please don't say it's one with or without a container.
Yes. Is that wrong?
Can I get a citation for a positive and negative vacuum is one with or without a container? Or should I just Google it myself and see if you're correct?
Yeah, is that wrong?
Yeah, I can't find out.
Can't have water without that pressurized system. That's the elephant in the room. The Globers say water. The globe is done right there. All water behavior debunks the globe. That's why they have to paint it with crayons and say, look, blue, there, that's water on the globe. The blue color on the globe tart, that's water, but it's not. It's a misrepresentation. Especially when they claim it's in a vacuum. Hey, what was it? What's the other guy that was talking? Or Randy, the new guy.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure a negative vacuum can't be adjacent to a positive vacuum because of its container. So yeah,
okay, let's just say we've got two containers, both sitting beside each other. In one of them is what you would call a positive vacuum, the other one is a negative vacuum. How do I tell the difference between them?
Well, one isn't contained, and one is completely contained.
What the fuck?
Okay, so that's a bit
I'm going to start with this because this has annoyed me. So a vacuum is always a form of negative pressure. Vacuum's always negative, dude. So when you say positive vacuum, that's more to do with fluid. It's more to do with fluid dynamics, dude. Every vacuum requires a container. Can you demonstrate a vacuum without a container?
I think we can't. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we.
You think you could show a vacuum without a container?
Not without one.
So why are you saying positive and negative vacuum, one with and one without a container?
Well, completely contained, not without nothing. Without a container.
I can't deal with this type of stupid at this time in the morning.
But I mean, nothing's without a container. What's your argument?
You're talking bollocks.
Whatever. Anyway.
So if it's not contained, it's not a vacuum. So just pick that one up and throw it away.
Yeah.
Right.
Excellent.
So completely irrelevant adding that into your fucking sentence.
Whatever.
Well, dude, if you're going to say something wrong, please don't get upset when people point it out. And if you've got any humility, don't act like a 5-year-old child.
I just feel like you misrepresented what I said.
Sorry, what's a positive and negative vacuum? One with and without a container is what you said. How the very fuck could I misrepresent that?
Nothing is without a container.
You're an idiot, dude.
Can you tell me one thing that doesn't have a container? I mean, what?
Sorry, let's do this again. A positive and negative vacuum. One with or without a container. Literally your words, what you fucking said. Now, forgive me for getting upset for your bullshit. I'm trying to clarify what you mean, but you seem to be stumbling through it. We're trying to have good educational conversations here, not bullshit that falls out of people's mouths.
I'm telling the other guy that
I could give a fuck who you're talking to, dude. You're talking to everybody and you're wrong.
Doesn't exist adjacent to a negative one.
Okay. Sorry, what's a positive and a negative vacuum?
What I'm saying is that's the fact. That's not my fact.
What is a positive and what is a negative vacuum?
I just told you.
What, one with and one without a container? I told you to Google this. You're wrong. I started to read it out to you, but you think you want to defend it?
Without a complete container. How about that?
A complete container? Oh my God, what's not a complete container? Do you understand the words that are coming out of your mouth?
Yeah.
Yeah? Could we? Yeah. Could you explain the bullshit to us? Because it don't make no sense, mate.
I'm not an expert in physics and vacuums.
And stop talking.
Well, that's just what it is. It's reality.
No, it isn't. A positive and negative vacuum is not one with or without a container.
Well, do they exist? Do they exist with each other? Do they coexist?
No.
Okay.
Maybe you should Google shit before you talk. I did.
I'm not going. I'm on my phone. I'm not going to Google anything. I'm watching TV.
Okay, then fuck off. I'm on my phone. I've Googled everything that you've said. Everything that you've said is demonstrably wrong.
You're discrediting two vacuums.
You
coexisting together.
Sorry, positive and negative vacuums coexisting together. Randy, Sunshine. Stop talking.
Randy, he's actually just questioning what you said. That is all. You've come up not correct. Irrelevant? Please just accept that. Should I get your coffee?
Not correct. About what?
With your positive and negative vacuum crap.
Yeah, well,
positive vacuum. I'll read it out to you, then I'll go and make my coffee. A positive vacuum is a misnomer and refers to an application of positive pressure for pushing fluids or gases. It's got fuck all to do with container and not container. So, like, what the fuck, dude? You're not going to sit here and listen to your crap. You're just wrong.
You just said a vacuum has a container.
Oh my God! Of course, that's all vacuums have to have a container. If they didn't have a container, equilibrium would be reached.
Right.
What's the difference between a positive and negative vacuum again, Sunshine, please, for the audience?
It's just the difference in pressure itself.
Oh, no, it's a difference in pressure. 2 minutes ago, it was one with or without a container. Forgive me for pointing out you're lying now.
Whatever.
Fucking assholes. What, the fact that you're lying? Yeah, that's what you just done. You changed your story halfway through.
Well, explain to me something that doesn't have a container.
Stop talking. Please, stop talking.
Same thing.
It's not the same thing. Oh my God.
Well, it still remains that
Randy, let's say we've got two containers side by side. They're Tupperware containers. One of them has a lid on it, one of them does not. Are they the same thing, yes or no?
No, in that scenario.
Excellent. No. Well, it's the same fucking thing with your vacuum. One of the containers has a lid on it, one of them does not. If the one that does not have a lid, there ain't no vacuum. Full stop.
Yeah. So there.
Excellent.
Yeah. So space doesn't have any air in it, or outer space, according to science.
And do we have air with us?
It has absolute zero pressure.
Do we have air around us?
That's incorrect. Sentinel -17 tool. It's not a perfect vacuum. It's an ultra high vacuum. Does have some gas molecules in it, but it is not zero.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Randy, a vacuum is just a vacuum, dude.
You have hydrogen fusion reactions in space. I got you. But for the most part, it's
just all I said.
You know.
Randy, do you acknowledge that a vacuum is just a vacuum?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you differentiate a positive and a negative one if they're just both just
the different pressures, the different pressure?
Okay, so what it sounds like you were trying to say is you can't have two pressure systems.
Yeah, like space
coexist without being contained or separated by, a barrier.
Yeah, the atmosphere would just vanish, right?
Right. So in this example, you have so in this example, right, you have the phrase like that. Hang on, dude. Relax for a second, okay? Yeah. Phrased like that, it's not even close to the same as the way you put it before.
Well,
right?
You know what I mean.
No, I don't. That's why Jedi tried to break it down for you, and you finally conceded and said, "Oh yeah, no, it's pressure systems, not vacuum, positive or negative."
It's the same thing, in my opinion.
No, well, that's your opinion.
Whatever.
Here's the thing: your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, but your opinion doesn't match up with the typical general terms used to describe this stuff. So you can live in your la la land all you want. It's just you're not going to be able to communicate it coherently with anybody.
Yeah.
Right. So you're right. You can't.
The question was asked to me, but what I said initially was that those two vacuums don't exist side by side.
But there is. Yeah, I know you said that.
But anything further is just erroneous.
Bro, dude, relax, okay?
That's all I'm saying.
That first statement of yours is a malformed statement. You can't have a positive or a negative vacuum. You can have one pressure system and another one that is either higher or lower in pressure, creating a pressure differential that you cannot, of course, have coexist unless there is a physical barrier. So in that sense, yeah. You got it?
Okay, so now you understand what I'm saying.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, you got to you got to use the proper fucking terminology, dude. That's like me saying.
Talk about vacuums when you're talking about high pressure.
Yeah, bro. That's like
don't talk about vacuums when you're talking about high pressure. It's not a positive vacuum. That's high pressure. High pressure disperses into lower pressure environments. After 10 minutes, I think we agree with what you're trying to fucking say. Just please use the right words and don't get pissed off when people are trying to help you and correct you.
I'm not.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the way you phrased it before, it's like that's like me saying you can't have a positive leprechaun and a negative unicorn coexist side by side without a physical barrier. I mean, it's equally as coherent.
No,
you got to understand that.
It's my idea of space is probably different than most.
Yeah, and here's the thing: your idea is probably clouded in you being super fucking high off your ass. Okay, because it sounds like you are, and it would make total sense if you were. Right, so it's not a slight; it's just a recognizing what it probably is. So I'd recommend come down, right, or join back in when you are down because you sound like a fool.
I mean, space is supposed to be this big idea, so
hang on. Do you acknowledge that? What you acknowledge what I'm saying? All right, if you're gonna keep talking, you risk making yourself sound like more of a fool than you already have because you're still high off your ass.
I didn't say I was an expert. I just said that's why.
Are you high off your ass, sir?
That's just.
How about this? How about this, sir? How about this, sir? Are you high off your ass?
I don't think so. No.
You don't think so? So only a little bit, but you sound like you are. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting you on mute anyway. Go sober up and come back another day. Ciao.
Well, that's a shame. I was hoping that other young chap would tell us if we red-pilled him or not.
Sorry, it kind of killed the room, guys. I just couldn't take it anymore.
No, you're right, mate. Happens every now and then. So, Roland, are you there?
What's up, man?
Right. You asked about the lasers earlier on. You said something about laser. I saw it go flying past in chat before 9,000 other things got posted up.
I tagged you. What did I ask?
It was something about the laser. When I was saying to that other chap how you guys say the ground looks flat because of refraction.
Yeah, you said something.
Now, the problem is, if you're looking at the ground and you're saying, hey, it's refracted, therefore it looks flat, when we shoot a laser across it, the laser also will be affected by the same amount. So if the ground is being lifted up, the laser will get lifted up. So what that means in essence, Roland, is that on days where there's no refraction, and we all know that weather conditions will affect, and we get different mirage effects with different temperatures, different humidity levels. Some days they're really strong, some days they're really weak. Now on the days that are really weak, that would mean that that laser naturally bends down.
Wait, you lost me there. Sorry,
okay.
My mind wandered.
So at the moment,
I was trying to remember what you had said.
So let's go back to the start, right from the start.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be on a ball, okay? The claim on the table is by a lot of the globers that the refraction bends the ball up so it looks flat. Are you with me so far? Excellent. So when we shoot a laser through the same air that we're looking through, that means the laser would be affected at the same ratio as the ground. So if the ground is bent up, the laser should be bent up. Does that make sense so far?
I think so. So can I say it back with a little bit different words and see if you think...
However you want to say it. So if it's your words, you say it.
So I think... You're saying that, let's just assume that it is a globe for a minute, and the laser is going in a circle just parallel to the globe, and we go like all the way around. We just make a little circle around it, and then if refraction causes the globe to sort of raise up and flatten out, then that laser that was going around should also flatten out and or go up into the sky or something.
The laser shouldn't flatten out. The laser's already straight. We know that. Anyone that says otherwise is just fooling themselves. So far, the claim on the table is ball, sphere, with a radius of 3959 miles. That's what they claim we live on. Some of them just say, oh, it's an oblate spheroid. But we let them have it. It's approximately radius is 3959 miles. Anyways, the reason it looks flat and that we perceive it as flat is because of, insert everyone's favourite word, refraction. That's what they say to us. So, now we've got a ball that's refracted up so it looks flat. So now let's shoot a laser across it. So the laser shoots straight across and they go, see? Now the problem you've got, if the ball is affected by refraction, guess what else is? The laser. So that means the laser, if the ball is bent up at 100 feet at 10 miles, that means the laser will now be bent up 100 feet at 10 miles.
Yeah, I don't...
Because the laser is going through the same air that your eyes are looking through. The light that's coming back off the object that you claim is refracted, or not you personally, whichever other clown comes in here and says it. So, now let's just take a step away from that. They've got their refracted ground, they've just shot a laser through it. So let's take away the refraction, and what should happen? The ground should bend back down, and the laser that did not bend up will now bend down to follow the non-refracted ground. So what should the laser now be looking like?
I'm sorry. Can you say that all again? I got lost in the middle.
Okay, so we're going to go nice and easy. Okay, so you've got your ball, yeah? Refraction causing the ball to look flat.
Yeah.
So now when we shoot the laser across it, the laser should bend up at the same rate that the refraction causes the Earth to bend up. You with me so far?
Yeah.
They should be equal. Earth bends up, laser bends up. That's what should happen. Right. Except the problem is, the Earth bends up to flat, the laser will have a big kick bending up. So now let's remove the refraction. So the Earth is back to being its curved self, and that means the laser, instead of being straight, because the laser didn't bend up, and that's the problem, the laser now should be bending downwards to follow the curvature. So when you guys come in and say refraction is causing these effects, you've got to remember that refraction will apply to both devices. Number one, the Earth, and number two, the laser. You can't just go refraction and then forget to bend the laser.
Yeah, let me
so earlier on, you mentioned Fermat's principle, which I don't have a problem with that, which is more technically correct, is what we should be using to calculate our refractive indexes off of. I don't have an issue with that, Roland. But the problem is, when we say laser tests, everyone will go, oh, but the ground is refracted up, so it looks flat. But they forget to bend the laser up also.
Right. So let me see. I'm drawing. I'm sketching. No, I'm not drawing.
So let's just remove the refraction. What would happen? The Earth would bend back down, and now the laser, which was straight in the first place, is now bending down. So that means that all lasers naturally conform to 8 inches per mile squared.
Wait a minute. I'm just sticking in the logic that you're putting out here. If the laser... Oh, you're saying it... Hold
so
on.
To start off with, the Earth refracted up. That's what they're claiming.
So here's where...
And then someone shoots a laser across it.
Yeah, I think there's a flaw in the reasoning, though, because the dirt...
The what? Because they're not allowing for the laser to be bent up, because it's not. So they're telling us the ground is refracted, but the laser that's shooting across the ground is not refracted with the ground. Isn't that interesting?
Right, because I
it should be.
Wonder if it's just where the ground. See, like the ground isn't refracted. It's not.
You're starting to
makes the Earth flat.
You're starting to get it, aren't you? They both should be. If the ground is bent up due to refraction, the laser will also be bent up due to refraction.
See, I think that is a wrong statement.
Why is it wrong? The laser is traveling through the same atmosphere or same atmos as the light bouncing back off of the ground. So let's just say we put a witch's hat at 20 miles out. You guys will claim that refraction is allowing us to see the witch's hat from behind the Earth's curvature. So that means when we shoot the laser across now, and it follows and goes dead straight, that means the laser also should bend up to follow the refractive index of the same air that you're looking through at the witch's hat. So we're going to point the laser at the witch's hat. So that means the laser now should be bent up. And the problem is, in reality, lasers don't do that. So, when we remove the refractive index, so the witch's hat now is behind the curve, that means the laser will naturally bend down. So by you guys telling us that refraction is the cause of all of these problems, all it does is makes more problems for yourself.
No, but I think that reasoning is flawed.
How is the reasoning flawed? It's very simple. Number one, if you claim that the ground is bent up because of refraction, that means the laser is also. So you don't have a problem with that bit?
I don't think it's my failure to understand your reasoning. You don't have to.
So you've got a problem with one part of it. Which part of it don't you like?
Your statement, I think it was, if the ground is refracted up, then the laser has to be refracted up too. Right? Is that what you said?
Correct. Because that's what should happen.
That's a if then statement, and I think the reasoning there is.
How is it an if then statement? The claim is simple. If you guys are telling us that the ground is bent up due to refraction, if I shoot a laser through the same air that you're looking through, telling me the ground is bent up, that means the laser will bend up.
That is an if then statement, right? It just is.
So you're telling me, Roland, you're telling me now that the laser is going to bend up or it's not going to bend up. Which one are you going to take?
I think that the laser...
So remember, the claim on the table is the ground is bending up due to refraction. So now we're shooting a laser across that same patch of ground.
Is this like a language barrier?
I don't know. I mean, it's mostly like Matrix monologuing, and I'm not really getting to...
Hold it, Roland. It is an if-then statement, but what's wrong with it?
Well, a laser isn't light, is it? Like you're comparing a laser to light, buddy. It's not how that works.
Light.
Well, the problem is, Sign, the claim on the table is when we do a laser test, that refraction bends the lasers around the Earth. The other claim that you guys keep putting out there is that the Earth looks flat due to refraction. So if that's the case, when we shoot a laser across a quote-unquote refracted ground, which looks flat, that means the laser should be bending up using the same index that the ground is bent up at.
Well,
does that make sense?
They're trying to deflect and say that lasers are the same. So just say light reflected off a mirror.
No, just one guy's trying to deflect off a percentage. That's all.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, maybe I don't know what lasers are made out of. Might be heavier. Right.
So the laser would bend up at the same rate as the ground is allegedly bent up at.
No, that's...
So now Roland's going to say no. Because he's what? Magically grown a set. You weren't sure a minute ago, Roland. You were stumbling around all over the place. And now you magically know.
Stumbling at all.
So now you magically know because someone else has questioned it. All of a sudden, Roland knows. When did it pop in there, mate?
What are you talking about?
I mean, he's rolling your boulder, remember?
Yeah.
He is rolling my boulder.
So, Roland, the claim is quite simple. You guys keep telling us that Earth looks flat.
I know the claim. I heard
so why don't you get it? Which part don't you understand?
Can we calm down a little bit?
Which part, Roland, don't you understand?
I think I understand it all.
And what's your
okay then? So you understand it all. Which part don't you like?
You're gonna have to listen if you want the answer to this question.
You're gonna have to stop dribbling around the question. Which part don't you like, Roland?
So I'm quite sure it is the laser bending down along with the light that you're looking through. You just said the laser and
no, I didn't say it was bending down.
Your eye are going.
Obviously, you're not listening. You said you understood it, but yet you still managed, Roland. You claimed that you understood it, but yet you still managed to fuck up a perfectly good steel man.
You said the laser.
Roland, let's go from the start again. Nice and simple. Roland, silence.
No, yes or
Roland,
no. Yes or
Roland,
no.
silence. There's no yes or no. All you've done is babbled underneath me. Roland, we're going to go through it again.
Fuck.
Roland, you didn't get it the first time. Talking's not going to help you. Listen.
Listen. You can't listen.
Roland, you're telling me look, just stop for a second. You're getting flustered again. Roland?
The Matrix is...
If you were listening, I asked you quite clearly, did you understand it? You said yes. And now you're telling me I'm saying the lasers bend downwards with refraction. This is not what I said at all. So that tells me you did not listen. And now you're accusing me of not listening. That's called projection.
Yeah. There's a miscommunication.
Would you like me to go through it again?
Say that. I know you didn't say that. So there's some miscommunication. I'm not saying you said the laser bends down.
No, he just did. Keep rolling the boulder. He's just gonna keep rolling it and
I know, Matrix. I don't know if I misspoke or you misheard, but there's a miscommunication.
I didn't mishear.
Okay, then I misspoke. Whatever. It's a miscommunication.
So let's go again. Do you understand the argument? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Let's go from the start, Roland. We're going to go from the start. Roland, hello? Roland, we're going to start from the start. Do you understand the argument?
Yes. Do you understand my argument?
Do you have a problem with any particular part of the argument?
Yes, I do.
Which part do you have a problem with?
You understand I understand your argument. Do you understand?
Yeah, we got through that bit. You understand it. You have a problem with a component of it. Which component do you have a problem with?
So do you understand my objection?
You haven't given it to me yet. That's what I'm trying to get out of you. Which component do you have a problem with?
So now mute yourself and listen, and I'll tell you. Oh. And don't interrupt me, okay?
Oh my God. Jamesy?
The trouble with your argument is that it is the fact that laser is bending down, and what you said, that the laser and the light that your eye is seeing are going through the same air. It's the fact that all of that light is bending down.
I never said it was bending down. So that means you have not listened to what I said.
I know you didn't.
So why are you saying that? Why are you now strawmanning me, saying that I said the light's bending down? You are. Listen carefully. We're going to go through it again, Roland, nice and steady, step by step. Why not? Because you don't understand it. You've made that, Roland. Roland, I'm going to put you on mute. There's a reason for it. I asked you multiple times now if you understand it, so he's going to mute himself. Excellent, you can stay like it. That's not a problem.
Oh yeah, I'm in use.
Thank you for your
I do understand your statement. You didn't, and then he said, you said that the light is bending downwards. You didn't say that. And then he said, you told him I didn't say that. He said,
but is you a goofy eye boy though? Are you a goofy eye boy?
Yes, you're like your daddy.
No, like you're a real goofy eye nigga, right?
Like, like your daddy.
That's the best globe proof I've heard all day. Great job.
Like Globers do.
He was looking for his daddy. He couldn't find him, so he came here asking for him.
Matrix, you were kind of yelling, so I turned you down, and it's good now. But
is that loud again? Is it?
Yeah, you were pretty loud.
I haven't touched me bloody.
It might be
just put him at 50%. Come on.
I'm not quite sure.
Roland said, you said that the light is bending downwards. No, I didn't say that. I know you didn't say that.
The first time he said that, then he said he miscommunicated, and then he said the fact. He made the claim. He made the claim.
And he repeated it again.
It's bending down. So I don't know why he said the claim.
He repeated again what he said the first time that he didn't say, and he went straight back to it again.
No, he didn't. The second time he said it.
Yes, he did. Word for word.
Hear me out. The first time he said you said it, and then he said that he misspoke. Then the second time he made the claim, he said it's a fact that it's bending down, and then you muted him. So I don't know.
The claim was that I said it.
Isn't that what you said, that the light is reflecting down, so the laser has to...
Okay, sign. We're going to go through it with you, because Roland is not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. The claim is from the Globers that the ground looks flat due to refraction. All right? So if we shoot a laser across this looks flat due to refraction, that means the laser would bend up at the same rate as what the ground is already bent up. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Excellent. Roland can't get that bit. That's the bit where he gets lost. So, out in reality, let's just say we remove the refraction. That would mean now that the ground would go back to being curved and the laser would bend down due to not being refracted.
Okay.
Right, that's as simple as that. The problem is when they claim refraction, they'll say with our laser tests, I don't know if you've seen one or not, but there's long-range laser transits where they shoot the lasers 10, 20, 30, 40 miles. Anyways, if you've seen them, you've seen them. If you haven't, we can post one up for you. With these laser things, 9 times out of 10, you'll get this default knee-jerk reaction, refraction, and they'll squawk refraction. But what they don't do is they don't apply the refraction to both the laser and the ground. They will just apply it to the ground only and say the ground is bent up due to refraction, that's why the laser appears to follow it. So let's remove the refraction. That means the lasers technically should bend down. That means anytime someone uses a laser, it would naturally bend down.
Yeah, but
just so complying to the curvature rate of the ground at 8 inches per mile square.
Can't they just point the laser higher and that'd still reach if it's reflected?
But the problem is that's their claim though, mate. It's just a knee-jerk reaction just so they can get out of trouble because they know that the laser shoots straight and that there's no measured drop over distance. So at 30 miles, there should be a 600-foot drop. So they come in and squawk refraction. So we do the right thing to help them out, and we give them 10%, which we don't even have to do. So we're just being generous and saying, here you go, have 10%. So that'll take them 60 feet off. So they've still got 540 feet of missing curvature that they've got to round up from somewhere.
Yeah. No, I get your point, but why? Okay. Whatever. Curious why Roland Boulder would say you pointed the laser down.
Well, there's 2 ways you can do a laser transit. Number 1, you can get your level out and set it up horizontal. and then just go up the other end and so measure the distance from laser to the ground, travel out a certain distance, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, whatever floats your boat, measure it again and see what the deviation is. It's really not that hard. The other way you can do it, if you don't have a level to level off your laser in the first place, is you go outside, set it up, and then you tilt it down so it touches
Rolling
the body of water.
That's not what he was saying. That's what he said.
And then tilt it back up. So it just clears the water. And where it just clears, you'll use that as a TP, or tangent point. And then from that tangent point, you measure from there out and see what the deviation is. That's it. That's your two ways to do it.
I don't know. TPs and lasers, I'm confused.
TP, tangent point. So what you're using the laser for is to be a tangent to a curve.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
That's all it is.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Roland Boulder was talking about lasers shooting down.
Roland my Boulder tried to steel man a conversation and stuffed it up, and then when he got the opportunity to do it again because he didn't want to hear the argument repeated to him, he still stuffed it up and then claimed it wasn't stuffed up. So I'm not going to go through it a third time.
I think third time's the charm, though, right? That's what they say.
Yeah, nah. Roland's a regular.
Oh.
If he was someone new, someone like yourself, I'd go, all right, mate, have another crack. But because he's a regular and he's a known, forgets things that are said like 32.6 seconds ago.
Oh my god, bro, your accent is so tough. How do you do that? That shit's so tough.
How do I do what?
Your voice. It's really hard.
What about it?
Like, it's tough. Like, you just sound like you have a lot of aura. Like, you carry a lot of weight.
Okay.
Just take it as a compliment. Like, you just have a tough voice.
All right.
Like, you have a tough out.
I'll take it as a compliment then. If it's directed that way, I'll take it that way. Oh, good, man. But anyways. No, Roland, that's not happening. You could probably write it down and still mess it up.
Sounds like someone's got a stiffy for Australians.
Yeah, wait up. All the rest of the boys will be chiming in a second. Oh, yes. That shit's funny.
I didn't know that, though. That's crazy.
What's that?
The lasers have to... Like,
the lasers have...
According to the Globers, the militaries of the world, when they use laser for targets, they shoot in at refraction images. They're not shooting at the targets.
What?
Oh, there you go.
What I miss?
I think they're talking about how the lasers kind of reflect downwards with the light. And Roland was talking about it doesn't do that.
Did he rage quit or something?
Yeah, you got muted.
Roland's just a great space filler. But anyway, Sign, if you got any more questions, or there's another chap there, Wood. You got any questions?
No.
Uncool, dude.
Yep.
Oh, looks like Roland's got a supporter. What's wrong, King? Don't have your own arguments?
I think he's saying Roland will debunk you.
Roland struggles to stand on his own 2 feet. And that's been quite polite about it too. But if you want to see something very interesting, you saw how much he was stumbling around when he was talking. Have a look at what he types like when he types up messages.
Pretty clear, huh?
Yeah, all of a sudden his IQ goes up 40 points. Very interesting stuff.
Do you think it's AI?
No.
Oh.
Whether we just make... Some people can't talk. Whether he just gets nervous around people. But a lot of the time, to me, it seems like he's stumbling over himself to make sure that he doesn't say the wrong thing. Like if he says anything to do with gravity, he'll know we'll question him on it. So earlier on he mentioned gravity once. The simple question comes out, which one? Oh, the one that I require, or the one that matches this test. He'll give you these super bland answers and do his best to not answer questions.
Yeah.
See? And also, look at this. And now all of a sudden, he's in text chat, he's big and tough.
Yep.
Very interesting, isn't
it? I seriously don't know what his problem is, because he doesn't even agree that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah.
He has a contention with that. He thinks that's a straw man.
Apparently, me asking him about which gravity that he wants to go with is a straw man also. It was a question. Which gravity are you using? Oh, that's a straw man. Well, you said you were using gravity. We asked which one. A straw man would be me just picking one on his behalf and then going for it.
Matrix thinks that you choose which gravity you use. You're funny, dude.
Kind of like the Pokemon system, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you think it works.
Well, that's how he thinks it works.
According to NASA, there's 2 versions, so we just want to know which one.
My God. According to NASA, there is 2 versions. Dude, you just misunderstand information.
Oh, okay. So when NASA's specifically state, there are 2 versions of gravity, Einsteinian and Newtonian. We just misunderstand that.
Yeah, it's a language barrier. They don't mean what they're saying.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, because right. You take the words out of their context.
Yeah. The words that they're saying, those words don't mean that. It means something else. Whatever this guy is saying, that's what they mean. Go ahead, tell us. Tell us what it means.
They're just our understandings of gravity. The Einsteinian one becomes the Newtonian one if you set a limit to the Einstein field equation for speed of light to approach infinity.
Show that.
What?
Show it in the slideshow.
You want me to show you the derivation, how field equations become Newtonian gravity?
Yes.
Okay. I can't post it since I am text suppressed.
Oh, okay. Well, just reiterate it. Just tell us right now then. Just say it out loud.
Okay. So you know the basic form of field equations, Einstein's.
Don't ask me a question, just say it.
Well, I have to know if you're familiar with the form of the equation.
Yo, in Einsteinian gravity, is gravity a force?
It isn't a force, it is a property of space-time.
Okay. And in Newtonian gravity, is gravity a force?
Yeah, but yeah, you got me because you say so, I guess.
In Newtonian gravity, F equals ma is a thing, right? Something falling, F equals ma, gravity is a force.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In Einsteinian gravity, can you explain to me how, when something's falling, F equals ma? If it's the same as Newtonian, things falling, it's a force in Einsteinian? Because that's news to me.
So, I have a picture. I will send it to someone of you. You post it in the side chat.
It's a simple yes or no. Does F equals ma? Does F equal ma apply to Einsteinian things falling?
Yeah, but it is just an approximation, which fails.
Oh, so you're saying that F equals ma actually applies in Einsteinian to things falling? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it can apply as an approximation. A really useful one at that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't apply at all. It doesn't fit with the Einsteinian. No, it doesn't, bro. Like, you're confused. You're trying to apply Newtonian mechanics to Einsteinian physics.
Dude, if you calculate the gravitational force or the weight using Newtonian law of gravity, you get
there's no issue with saying that Newtonian calculations or Newtonian math is like a good approximation to what the Einsteinian result would be. But the fact of the matter is, Einsteinian gravity does not consider F equals ma as a thing. It doesn't consider gravity as a force.
You post it in the side chat. These are his field equations. You just set the limit to the function, and as c approaches infinity, it literally becomes Newton's law.
Yeah, but they're different ideas of gravity. Like, what aren't you understanding?
Yeah, the different ideas of how
we
understand that gravity functions.
So which one's correct?
Actually, neither of them are correct.
All right.
Neither.
Good job debunking gravity.
They're just approximations, actually. It fails. The Einsteinian one, even though more precise, fails at extreme circumstances, as in the case of proximity of extremely massive object.
So neither are correct. Awesome.
Yeah, they're not correct, but they give you like a single like a number which is correct up to, like, for example, Einsteinian. I suspect that the number is correct up to a 9th decimal place, which is huge.
Still not correct, though.
What?
Is gravity a force or not?
It is a property of space-time which becomes a force in
Newton
case
disagrees, and Newton is accurate to whatever scale you want. So, isn't Newton more accurate actually in our local scale? In
No.
the super majority
No.
of cases.
Newtonian gravity is strictly less accurate than Einsteinian gravity in terms of any calculation, that has to do with with gravity. If you throw in quantum mechanical stuff, it gets hairy, but yeah.
So is gravity a force or not?
So one of the models uses forces in one way, right? So that's the Newtonian one, and the Einsteinian general relativity model doesn't view them as forces, right? Doesn't view gravity as forces, but what matters isn't the language that the two models use, right? It's the predictions that the two models make. Predictions such as how fast is this thing gonna fall, or what angle in the sky will I see that body, that kind of stuff.
Okay, but what you're telling me is there's two different ways to say what we observe.
Yeah. No, not to say, to predict.
Sure, but the prediction is based off of a past observation, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so which one, like, if neither are correct, then we're just talking about things we observe and not necessarily what the cause is, right?
Again, so generally, science doesn't deal with causes in most cases. In some cases it does. What it deals with is predictions, right? So basically, if you make one observation of something, what can you predict next? What can you predict next, right? So if this is the temperature, what do you think the pressure will be? Like stuff like that. So as long as the model makes a very accurate prediction of the future, that might be all you ask of it. And then if it also has a causal interpretation, that's great, but usually physics is not dealing with that aspect most often.
Okay, but the issue is that this makes a claim of causality. Like this claims that the cause is the mass of the Earth, basically.
Sorry, the cause of what? Sorry,
the whole conversation is about gravity.
Oh,
right.
I wouldn't.
It's not supported by experiment.
I wouldn't view it that way.
Scientific. So it's not scientific.
Right, but I wouldn't view it that way. Like the way I would view it is like there's a model. One model has, a spherical Earth, and gravity with masses, blah 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 blah, right? And the other doesn't. And which one fits the?
No, we are not even talking about flat right now. We're talking about Earth being a globe, hypothetically, and two different ideas of gravity.
Correct.
Right. And you're saying that they're just languages to understand what we observe. But at the same time, what the heliocentric model, they claim that the cause of it is the mass of the Earth.
No, you keep saying that, but it's really not true. They're not making claim about the cause in that sense that you're saying. They're simply saying, this is my model, this is my other model, right? The Newtonian and the Einstein one, and then both models are making a bunch of predictions. And then you can actually say, okay, well, given these inputs, what are your predictions? And then you can compare. We do an experiment and compare, right, the results of it, and then we determine which model gave the best prediction. And it turns out that the Einstein general relativity is pretty much strictly more accurate, right, than
so not science then.
Yeah, can you give us can you run us through this experiment?
Yeah. Well, I mean, God. Okay, so if I remember, this is very complicated, but so I think the first one, right, that was done in 1919 was the precession of Mercury, was it? Oh, hold on, guys, this is complicated. I'm sleepy. Let's say precession Mercury 1919. So yeah. So basically, there was a solar eclipse by which they were able to measure the anomaly in the precession of Mercury's orbit. So basically, again, this is complicated. I cannot go into all the details, but basically, it's a little nudge that Mercury sort of does in the way it orbits around the sun, and the prediction. So why is this phenomenon even there? It's because Mercury is pretty close to the sun, and so it is sensitive to the very strong gravity pull of the sun.
Hold on. You're trying to prove gravity. So to say that this is why it's happening in the first place without having done the experiment is, affirming. It's like putting the cart before the horse.
No. I'm telling you the experiment.
I know, but you're saying the reason they observed a nudge. The reason they observed a nudge is gravity. Without showing how they got to that.
No. Sorry, maybe I misspoke. What I mean is in the model, right? In the Newtonian model versus, in fact, in both models, right?
So they hypothesize that it's gravity. How do they prove it? Or how do they run the experiment?
One second. You make the hypothesis, right? And then you test the hypothesis against the experiment. And you see whether the hypothesis...
So what was the original hypothesis?
the original hypothesis was Newtonian gravity is accurate. And then with that experiment,
be more specific. The original hypothesis would be that Mercury's precession is nudging as it goes around the sun due to gravity.
No, that's not right. Why do you keep nudging that way? I told you many times that that's not the way scientists view science. It's not about the cause. It's about
yes, it is about the cause. It's about adjudicating cause and effects relationships. So you coming in here spruiking anything other than that is lies. It's misinformation. It is incorrect, untrue.
He's pseudoscientific.
The hypothesis is the statement that's like basically that says that this is the cause.
It's not. It's not the way it works.
Dependent variable. Fine. The dependent variable
He's mean the definition of
as a result of the independent variable, right?
No, it really doesn't work like that. The way it works is you have a mathematical model, right, with a bunch of ingredients, and then what you
so
do
then
is...
Stop, Maxos. I'm going to inform you now. If you're doing that, what you're doing is called pseudoscience. If you fail to comply to the scientific method, you are just dealing with pseudoscience. So please continue.
Yeah, you gotta follow the scientific method, bro.
That's not the scientific method at all. I don't know where you read that.
Yeah, right. You got to follow the scientific method.
Exactly. You're not following the scientific method. You're being pseudoscientific.
The scientific method is that they observed this thing that they thought was an anomaly with regards to Mercury's precession, right?
No.
So
no.
Really, they didn't observe it first?
No, that's the point. The point is that first.
That's cap right there.
Let me explain how it works. So the way that they did it is, they were like basically scratching their head thinking, okay, but these models make pretty much the same predictions all the time. So how are we going to test which one is correct, right? And then they were like, okay, wait a second. If we think about a situation where the gravitational field is very strong, that's probably where we're going to observe it. So basically they came up with, wait a second, precessions maybe. And so then they did the math and they're like, oh yeah, it looks like that from the two models, the prediction that the two models make does differ sensibly for something like the precession of Mercury. And then they were like, okay, let's go look there.
That's a cap. That's cap for sure. They saw it first.
Mine is cap and yours is hope.
No, seriously, because you're saying that magically they hadn't observed this thing that they had the optics to see the whole time?
Well,
it's stupid, bro.
But you know that this happened in 1919, right? And general relativity was written down in 1915. So yes, of course.
It doesn't matter. They had the optics to know it. They observed it first.
No, they had to wait for the eclipse, man. They had to wait for the solar eclipse.
No, bro.
And then what? Show me the evidence and what they do.
Look it up. I trust you.
Then what did they do?
You're an up and up person. Go look it up.
So they witnessed the solar eclipse. And from that they went, holy shit, I wonder what the cause of that is.
No, they had already the predictions and they were able to test that the Einsteinian one was...
They're not testing anything. They're just predicting stuff.
That's not natural science.
You make a prediction and then you test the prediction. That's how you do it.
No, you need to...
So what was the observed phenomena right at the start?
Oh,
they didn't have one. He's saying they just predicted it with math, with a model.
Predicted what?
This anomaly with Mercury's precession, according to
that'd be affirming the consequent. That'd be saying if my math is correct, I will observe X. I observed X, therefore my math is correct.
Correct. That's how it works. You say you make
affirming the consequent. It's faulty logic, Maxos. Did you miss that bit?
It's not logic.
Yes. Faulty logic.
Let me explain.
So your math might have predicted it, right? And math might be correct, right? But what you're saying the math represents, right? Is false. Is you can't validate from the observation what you think the math represents. You can't assert that.
No, but I don't know how many times I have to say that, but like it doesn't matter what the math represents, right? Like the point is the model
because you're saying it's a cause. Saying you're claiming cause of an effect.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro.
Why are you saying that? I'm not claiming any cause.
Because the claim is, right, the math is saying that if we're correct about mass distorting space-time, then we'll observe this displacement of stars during a solar eclipse. Sure. But that's cause and effect, bro.
No. So that's called prediction. You're confused.
Yeah. It's cause and effect.
No. Listen.
Yes.
Typically, the way we understand.
Maxos, you've bitten off more than you can chew. I don't know what you're qualified in, but please don't bring it back here.
Well, I actually
called affirming the consequent. If I think that mass, this giant mass out there, that I think is the sun and is made of all this mass, distorts space-time. If I'm correct, I will observe displacement of stars during a solar eclipse. I observed displacement of stars during a solar eclipse. Therefore, I am correct about mass distorting space-time. It's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P.
Sorry, what are P and Q here?
He just
Your P is that mass will distort space-time, displacing stars during a solar eclipse. You observe that, therefore P. So P is mass distorts space-time. Q is displacement of stars during a solar eclipse. You observed the displacement of stars during solar eclipse, and you're affirming that P is true because of that. Right, Q, therefore P. You're saying Q, therefore P.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying now. So you're saying, well, just because your model is making a correct prediction, basically, well, doesn't mean that it always will make the correct prediction. That's essentially...
No, it doesn't. It means that it's not necessarily the reason that you observe displacement of stars.
I know, but I'm helping you because that's what you mean to say, which is a good point. It would be a good point. So trust me.
No, you're not helping him. You're sidestepping the fact that you've made faulty logic.
No. So
yes. You're sidestepping the fact that you put forward a form of logical fallacy. That's what you're sidestepping. That you're reversing it back onto T-Dub, making it sound like you're helping him out. You're not. You've still got the faulty logic. So fix the faulty logic.
Right. But let me explain. So this is not. So science is not a deductive process. It's an inductive process, right? And what you are putting the finger on here correctly is that induction is problematic because, like, just because you verify a prediction once, well, doesn't mean that it will make the same predict correctly all the time.
Because you didn't make a prediction about cause and effect by manipulation of an independent variable.
Correct.
You didn't observe the phenomenon first. You didn't observe displacement of stars during a solar eclipse first.
Yes, it is.
And then you didn't observe displacement of stars during a solar eclipse first, and then wonder about what the cause was, and then propose a hypothesis as to why that occurred, and then manipulate the independent variable as a prediction.
Yeah, you're talking about intervention. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. You're talking about intervention.
Scientific method, right? Scientific method, right?
No, wait. Hold on. You're talking about intervention. Intervention is used in the definition of causality, which is not necessarily. No, but not necessarily. Yes. Like sometimes we do that, and often we don't.
See, Maxos, if you'd have actually used the scientific method and adjudicated what was the cause and effect relationship, you wouldn't have had a form of logical fallacy because you would have known what the cause was.
No, but it's normal that So
don't say no, but Maxos, I'll tell you what you sound like to me. You sound like someone who's highly educated and you're trying to save face because you've been called out and now you're backpedaling big time. That's what you sound like
an autistic retard.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's what you sound like. So how about you take a step back from your high horse and have a listen to some of these nice people in here. We're trying to help you out, mate.
Mansky wasn't talking to you, Maxos, by the way. He wasn't calling you a retard.
Yo, Maxos, would you at least agree that it's a hell of a coincidence that they made this prediction for something they've never observed before because of lack of optics or what have you, and then coincidentally, after having made the prediction, the optics was at a point where they could observe it and confirm?
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm very confused. Can you say that again? Sorry, quickly.
I said, wouldn't you agree that it's a coincidence, a heck of a coincidence, that this phenomenon that they couldn't observe before due to lack of optics or for whatever reason is now observable right after having made the prediction?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but they could observe it before. The problem is that you can only observe it during a solar eclipse. So now, of course, there were solar eclipses earlier, right? But the problem is that before 1915, nobody cared about about checking that thing because they weren't trying to test the theory because the theory didn't exist yet.
Well,
now you need to perform an experiment, right? Now you need to perform an experiment to determine whether the cause of displacement of stars during a solar eclipse is due to the disproportionate distribution of mass warping space-time.
Again, it's not what I don't know why you keep insisting on that. Like we have a disagreement there because
so it's not conclusive then, right? So it's not conclusive then.
No, it's not. It's not a very interesting thing to do. What's more interesting is to go and look for other predictions.
What makes you feel all warm and fluffy inside?
I don't understand. There are interesting and uninteresting things to do in science. So it works.
You're not doing science. You're doing pseudoscience, bro. So what you're telling me is it's inconclusive.
No.
You can't say with certainty, right, that the displacement of stars during a solar eclipse is due to the sun's mass distorting space-time. You can't tell me that with any definity.
What the test did was to conclusively disprove the accuracy of Newtonian gravity compared to Einsteinian general relativity.
So pseudoscience then.
All right.
Excellent. We're learning. It's slow and painful, Maxos. Don't worry. We're not here to bite you. I've just had dinner. I'm pretty safe.
Wow. Oh yeah. Oh wow. That's your low after dinner. Oh my God. You serve energy. I should really
That's
get to
a nice way of wording it.
It's 2 a.m. here. Love you all. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay.
Catch you, man.
Bye.
Indio smacked the shit out of him before. Apparently, T-Dub, he was over on the English Hub, I think it was, and Indio wrecked him over there.
Yeah, I think I remember that, yeah.
It was only like this morning or yesterday or something. He was quite hung up on his predictions as science, eh?
Oh yeah. I love their math.
He would fall under theoretical physicist, I would imagine.
Yeah, they always say science is inductive, not deductive. I wasn't sure of that. I just looked it up. But it's like inductive is more like correlation, and deductive, you start with a hypothesis. I'm not really sure, but I think it's not inductive; it's deductive. I think. Sorry, TJ.
That's all right. I was commenting on Scott in the side chat, telling us why we think the Earth is flat. Trying to gaslight people.
Oh, Smecky. Hey, Smecky. Welcome back.
Who am I gaslighting?
Anyone that'll buy it.
I haven't said a real thing about why you guys think the Earth is flat.
Oh, so the comment about kooks on YouTube was gaslighting.
Well, that's who you guys listen to. I mean, come on.
No, it's not.
Okay. No, but I was just buying the guy who said turn off the TV, as if, listening to people on YouTube is somehow better. We agree that doesn't follow, right?
No, it could be classified as the same thing, but of course, with everything, you've got to use discernment. There's going to be exceptions, right?
I agree. I guess that's just where we differ. My discernment is different from yours.
Yeah, you just accept what's on TV.
You guys accept what's on YouTube videos. What's the difference?
No, I don't.
Okay, what do you accept?
Reality, for what it is. Measured. Confirmed.
Who measured it?
Me.
When?
27 minutes ago. Who the fuck cares, Scott? Go back to your Channel 10. Watch the news. You're running late.
Oh, so you never measured it. So you just lied to me. Good.
How do you know I haven't measured it?
You just lied to me.
How do you know I even lied to you?
You said 27 minutes ago.
Okay, it was 29 minutes ago. I might have got it wrong.
I'm using my discernment to discern that you lied to me just there. We all have to reuse it, right? We all have to use
Scott,
discernment.
You want to show
and
something?
I just discern.
Shut up. You're an idiot. Go back to the side chat. One on, one off. You're back. Congratulations. Hey King, have you got something intellectual to say? No? You're just gonna be a chat skank? I'm not actually scared of him. Scott Mackey, which something you don't know, King, has been around for a long time. He's a known pest. And if you hang around long enough, you'll hear, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong."
Yeah, any form of media can be used to relay information that's false or true. Any form. Except reality. Reality just tells you what it is, right? Though some things about reality are, we're limited with information about those things, like Kings in the Sky. We're limited with information. So we can't make
you know, if you're limited information, then you can only use the information that you have to say anything about it. You can't pretend you have information about those things that you don't have, right? To say things about something, you know, in reality.
Stuff I watch on YouTube, just to make you feel warm and fuzzy, Scott, is mainly how-to videos. I watch one and then go, maybe that guy's telling porky pies. I'll go and watch another one. Oh shit, that guy's doing it slightly different. Go and watch a third one. Which I found it quite useful for. How to do stuff. Mechanics work, gardening, home brew.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'll test it too. Like, this one guy showed if your plants are wilting, right? Or wilting, sorry. It could be that they're low in something. Well, hydrogen, I guess. And he shows you how to make up this solution with hydrogen peroxide, and he put it around the base of the plant, and it revitalizes it. And lo and behold, I tried it, and it freaking worked. I was like, holy shit, really? Wow.
How soon
I don't know how it works.
Revitalize them? Like, how long does it take?
Don't know how it works, but it's pretty cool.
How long does it take to unwilt them, basically?
I think a couple of days they were back to health. Like they just for like these plants I had like for weeks were not looking so good. And gave them this solution, and they boom. Now I can't say, you know, that it was definitely that solution because
the hydrogen from water doesn't do it. Like,
I guess not. I don't know.
Dang.
I don't know, bro. It's just this do-it-yourself life hack thing that I've seen, and I tried it, and it worked. But like I said, I can't say with any certainty that, you know, that that's why they came back to life. Right? Because I was just doing everything regular, like watering them. They were getting sun, right? Obviously, there's something, you know, there was something else wrong with this, you know. So, but it could have been that, you know, could have got some rain over those couple of days that washed away and some impurities in the soil or something that were like inhibiting them from growth or something. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I made this solution up, poured it around the base, like he said, and they came back to life now.
So, regarding like this precession of Mercury that the guy was talking about, I looked into it, and apparently the discrepancy between Einsteinian and Newtonian math is 43 arc seconds per century. 43 arc seconds of discrepancy in terms of this, you know, the movement of Mercury around the sun during the solar eclipse per century. The question is, since they didn't wait a century, how did they measure it so precisely in one instance? And mind you, it's not like Mercury kind of like warps or something. There's no like, you know, distortion or anything like that. It's just that it moves a little bit quicker than Newton's math accounts for. I don't know why they jumped to gravity when it could easily be explained by just regular refraction. Because in the end, it's just light coming around, the sun. It could just be refracting, as light does. I don't know why they had to go to mass and, gravity and all that nonsense.
They have no idea what those things are. They don't know what proximity they are, with each other, in relation to each other. They don't know what medium they exist within. They don't know their composition. They don't know a bunch of different things, which could be affecting the way we see them.
All we see is light bending, and we know refraction is a thing. So I don't know why they would go to gravitational lensing or gravitational refraction when they could just use regular refraction to explain it. Just light bending. But even then they can't test it, Especially considering the sun's hot. You expect refractive effects, distortion types things when something's getting close to the sun. And this happens in the perihelion, when the thing is going around this closest to the sun in terms of its orbit. We see the distortion from hot air coming out of a vehicle when the doors open or something like that on a hot day. It stands to reason that's just regular refraction, just like an effect that that we observe on Earth. So I don't know why they had to inject this whole gravity mass nonsense. Space-time, combining two things that aren't even don't even physically exist, and making them into some physical thing that is affecting the movement of stuff. It's just retarded.
questions that are addressed to flat earthers. If you want to talk to Cucumber later, maybe he'll join you in a private call. So anyway, where were we? What was your question? Oh yeah, we didn't go to Mars. We're never going to Mars. Tons of fraudulent, suspicious activity around all of those claims. I mean, also, you can find you one of the joke videos where they put the land, supposedly put the Land Rover on Mars. I mean, besides the fact, that the landscape is highly suspicious and looks exactly like Devon Island in Canada. It's like the animation is just a joke. Like, my middle schooler could produce better. I mean, that's what I have to wonder is, like, why don't they, I really want to know, why don't they hire better animators? Because, we know animation has advanced, but they're just stuck in, 1983 as far as I can tell. But anyway, yeah, we didn't go there. We're never going to go there. No proof we went there. Lots of suspicion around that, around all those claims. But I'll find that other funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That'd be a good start to you in critically analyzing NASA's claims.
Oh, so I really can't be an astronaut then? Or, I could try to be, but I'd never make it there?
I'd be so disappointed. So would your mom if you ended up being, a joke like Don Pettit. Is that your hero, Don Pettit? I'll show you a video of him.
I don't know.
That'll make you never want to be an astronaut. So you be an astronaut like Gus Grissom, Apollo 1, military guy, highly disciplined, highly intelligent, believed in the United States, originally thought they actually were going to do what they said they were going to do, go to the moon, Apollo 1, which of course they never did. And he was, a whistleblower, against NASA, saying, no, it's logistically impossible. We're not going to be able to do this. We don't have the technology. Did a lot of his own study research. After they, killed him, burned him alive on the landing pad along with his two other crewmates, the government went and raided his home, took all his papers. I'll give you an article about that too, about it. His wife, was very angry along with her children that they'd, murdered their father and husband. And so she did a lot of uncovering about the truth of what happened in that area. So, yeah, in the past, it would have been cool to be an astronaut, but now it's just incredibly uncool because they realize their mistake and they don't hire people who are very intelligent anymore. They only hire tools who can be easily manipulated.
Oh.
Or, who possibly are just pretending to be stupid. That's possible. I can only look at the results. I can't tell whether they're honestly that stupid, like Don Pettit, or if he's just pretending to be dumb for some reason of his own. But either way, he is in no way a hero, and you should not aspire to be a liar. If you want to be an actor, go to Hollywood, and try to, take acting lessons and stuff. They have way better acting in Hollywood than NASA. Don't try to become an astronaut if you want to be an actor, because they wouldn't recognize your craft,
Yeah.
So, did that answer your questions? Do you have any other ones?
Not that I can think of right now. Thank you, though.
You're welcome anytime. I'll get you those two things that I mentioned.
All right.
You know who got Best Supporting Actor in a Space Mission? Aquanet.
Good one. That was a good one, but bump. Yeah, put that in the Flat Earth joke book.
Are you crushing astronaut dreams again, Mary Mom?
Yeah, this guy, he's young. He told us earlier he was 17, Cyclone. He said he wanted to be an astronaut. He asked me, will I never be an astronaut then? Yeah. I just want him to aim higher, Cyclone, don't you?
No, much higher, definitely. Become a janitor or something.
Janitor would be much more useful. Honest work. Yeah. You'd be able to sleep at night knowing you did a good day's work. You wouldn't have to worry about
contributing to society.
Exactly. Yeah. Great idea.
Does anybody remember the website where I present the Mars juice box? It's the panoramic where they stitched all those photos together because that's a different computer 2 computers ago.
I don't think I saw that. It's lost to the world now, or what?
I might be able to pull it up. I have to go find it. But yeah, that's the one where I zoom in a little bit, then I zoom in more and more and more and more, and then you see the juice box.
Well, you know, Dom Pettit won't get into the spaceship without his juice box, so that's how they get him up there. So this room's been jumping for a few hours now.
Oh yeah, we've had all kinds of characters in here, Cyclone.
Good.
Some of them are still here.
Developing their English and their reality comprehension skills, I hope.
That English and that cognitive dissonance, yeah.
Their English gets better when they start getting into cog dis. All of a sudden, it gets better to the point where they can swear well and all kinds of stuff.
Well, that's good. Can't say we're not providing a service.
You shall know them by their fruits. So, hey, you know, they come here, we help them get their English better, and it's just like a miracle happens just within a matter of a few minutes.
Yeah, so Otter, I didn't tag you in that one, but I tagged you in The Funny Thing Happened in the Way of the Moon. Then there's the next one, Betty Grissom, who sued an astronaut husband's death, died at 91. It's her obituary in the New York Times, but it goes into how she sued North American Rockwell and so on. He was a NASA whistleblower, Apollo 1 astronaut, Gus Grissom. And the other one I was going to do was try to demonstrate to him what a clown show Dom Pettit is. I don't know what the best one is for that. I'm sure I can find one.
Yeah, some great compilations of Don Pettit just trying to talk, doing interviews. There's a great one where he's with another astronaut and they're trying to talk about seeing the stars, and I remember that one's hilarious.
All right, well,
they're like reading out fan letters and they can't read basic English.
This one's one that India posted, Flat Earth Don Pettit on ISS emergency procedure. That's probably a good one.
Oh yeah, that's when the guy's asking him, what do you do if you get a leak? And he has no idea.
Oh yeah, that is a good one. And then he says something like, then there's a leak, right? Doesn't he say
when you got a leak. Yeah. It's hilarious. I remember hearing on the Gus Grissom thing, I don't know if this was confirmed, but I'm sure I remember hearing that his son claims to have got hold of, like, the control console or the panel from the shuttle that day. And he said they figured out that one of the switches that they were going to have to press, instead of performing some kind of technical function like it was supposed to, when they were looking at it, they found that when they pressed it, all it did was create a spark.
Keep going. I thought you were done. Keep going.
No, I think he was just saying that basically they flooded the compartment with oxygen, and then knowing that when they pressed this particular button, which is key to the ignition sequence, it was just going to spark internally, and it was just going to set the whole thing off.
Yep, that's right. Yep, and they should not have been using a pure oxygen environment. Yeah, the Sun fought for years, investigating the dad's death to show that they were at fault, and he did believe that they did it on purpose. Yeah, and they finally let him examine the shuttle. That is true. And it was not only that thing about the switch, pure action environment, but also that that they couldn't get out the door.
The door was locked or jammed or something, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wasn't there another one whose entire family was hit by a train? Their car was just sat on a train track, and he was another disgruntled NASA whistleblower or something.
Gosh,
I'm misremembering.
He was hired to investigate the Apollo 1 disaster. He was doing an audit after that disaster, but he was also on the team of quality control prior to it as well. He had made several complaints, taken several reports from workers. Now, this wasn't NASA so much. This was the production company, which was where's Braddock? Remind me. They got another acronym. Anyway,
continue.
Yeah. So he found incompetency right throughout the production line, and lots of workers complaining. Then he made an official report after the disaster, testified in front of Congress, and then that mysteriously happened.
First one talk is gay.
Him and his family died in that car.
He's gay, guys.
In front of a train.
T-Dub is gay.
And wasn't it the case that the train was partially or somehow related to NASA? Maybe owned by them? It was like a NASA train?
I don't know about that. That would be weird if it was, though. I'm not sure about that.
I'm sure I've heard that. Sure I heard that.
Detail, yeah.
But either way, that's wild. Hey, to the gay guy who was trying to talk there, what's up? Nope.
Nothing.
Just gayed out. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? You got some globe evidence? Or are you just looking for gay men to find? That's how you spend your time on the internet. Just download an app or something, dude.
There's only thousands of mobile games you could download. I mean, why would you waste your time?
Dude, he already has the app to find tons of gay men who are enthusiastic to talk to him. It's called the NASA.gov chat room. Here, let me look up some of the comments. Hey, guys, you guys want to hear the latest news about balls floating around? Hey, guys, you want to hear the latest news about giant phallic-shaped objects launching? Hey, guys. Hey, guys.
True, the NASA forums must be quite rampant. See what else we got. Any new people in? Want to ask questions? Tell us about your astronaut aspirations.
Yeah, there's quite a few people in here we haven't talked to yet, like Do Hope, Elmentor, Idris keeps passing by, Joka only wants to type, Cucumbers said more than enough. We haven't heard from Light. Otter might have more questions. You could talk to Cyclone if you had more questions, Otter. And there's always Umaru. That's our best hope for a spiral. That's what T-Dub was hoping. Umaru's got lots of claims and ideas.
Well, let's hear them.
You got any proof of curvature yet, Umaru? No comment. They were very enthusiastic earlier, Cyclone. Maybe they'll have a reset at some point.
Fair enough.
What is a Globey without the GT reset?
Otter's lighting up. I don't know if he's trying to talk.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize my mic's on.
Oh, that's okay. Return of the B-Man. B-Man 92. Hello.
Hello, how's it going? It's been a while.
It has been. How are you?
I'm alright, just working away, busy week, you know.
It's good. Work is good. Keeps you honest.
Oh, that's true. Keeps me organized.
Good. So if you have any thoughts about your globe since you've been gone?
Haven't had the chance to think about it. I was just going to see what you guys were talking about. What's been on the discussion tonight?
So many things, you know, the fact that nobody can ever find any measurements of curvature. We keep asking them. Nope. They can't find it. That's pretty fair summary. Did you find any, B-Man?
I haven't been searching. Not tonight. I don't know.
We had a guy who wanted to be an astronaut, so we had to let him know that none of that's real.
Yeah, we crushed some space dreams. We crushed them into a fine powder.
What's the whole thing with space not being real? What's the main argument for that? I guess I'd be kind of curious. Sorry?
You never heard it before? The gas pressure argument?
Is it the whole thing where gas, something to do with it
Gas
not being
pressure
able
needs a
to
container.
leak into space or something like that?
Well, yeah, it needs a container to be pressurized.
Yep. You want to have a balloon, you gotta have the gas inside the container. You want to have like a propane tank, you gotta have the propane in a tank. You want to have like a sparkling water, that's just got to be in a container. You want to have a car tire, that gas pressure got to be in every single example. Is
this not in relation to
every single time?
Is this in relation to space being a vacuum?
Yes, because the air that you breathe right now outside in your lungs, that also requires a container, like every single other example, like the car tire, the sparkling water, the balloon, everything. The propane tank is going to involve a container. The gas pressure has to be contained, period. There's no way around it.
And the gas in question here is obviously the
air that you breathe.
The air we breathe.
Yes.
That's the beautiful thing about flat Earth, right? It's so true that every gulp of air that you take debunks the globe.
Every breath you take. Isn't there a song like that or something?
Well, that's a big claim, but I guess
it's not a big claim.
It's not.
The big claim is that the big claim is that you can have gas pressure without a container. That's the big claim that we ask evidence for, which would be to provide an example or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's the big claim. Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, I mean, their claim is that high pressure isn't flowing to low pressure when that's natural law.
Exactly. Entropy, bro.
Our claim aligns with natural law, what's observed, what's experienced. The globe one does not. So that's the bigger claim.
You might want to pinch your arm a couple times, because when you go outside, you're inside.
Okay, but the reason that gas doesn't leak into space is because of the immense gravitational pull of
that's just the story they tell us.
Yeah.
Not
And you
true,
have
though.
to show that being
Again,
true. You have to show that. But you can't just say gravity holds air. You'd have to show that being true. So that
you want me to show gravity holding here?
Yeah. Because you can't
Okay, well-
extrapolate something that's never been demonstrated outwards to like a grand scale of the Earth. That's never been possible ever. So I don't see why you.
Yeah, you can't have a ball of air existing in a vacuum. That doesn't work.
It's like saying you can have a balloon with just gravity. Like no, there's no rubber. It's just a gravity holding. Like no, that doesn't work either.
Well, again, this is probably moving into the argument of gravity.
No, that's
Right,
fine.
There isn't an argument for gravity. That's just a
there is an argument.
concept from Einstein's mind.
Okay, well, it's been
bending and warping space-time. The concept of bending and warping space-time is not going to contain gas. It's a concept.
It's more than a concept. I've been talking about it for quite a while now. It's
just a concept. The bending and warping of space-time, you would understand that's entirely conceptual. Einstein never observed or detected or quantified space-time, much less bend it. Space and time together is a concept. It's not something that can be bent.
So why did things fall then?
No, dude, gravity doesn't fall. Sorry, air doesn't fall.
Well, I don't really care why things fall or rise. I mean, air isn't falling. Air is moving in all directions, isn't it?
Exactly.
Including up. So I don't really need to worry why a brick falls down.
Well, you kind of do if you're talking about disproving gravity. That's
no, I'm not talking about disproving gravity. There's nothing to disprove. It's a concept. We already told you.
Well, there's plenty of things to disprove because you have thousands of people, billions of people that believe in gravity.
No,
Hey,
there's
have you
nothing
forgotten
to
that you
disprove.
say gravity holds air in? Have you forgotten already? When did you see that happening in the first place?
Yeah, you can take a look at the atmosphere.
No, dude, that's the claim. You can't use the claim as the thing.
Okay,
as
again,
the proof. You're trying to prove that the atmosphere is being held in by gravity. You can't just say, well, the atmosphere is the proof. That's the thing you're trying to prove, dude.
There's nothing I can do. There's nothing that I could do to prove it. There's nothing I can do to prove it.
This is the thing. That's the problem.
Then why would you claim it? Why would you claim it if you can't prove it?
That's the problem on the side claiming it, not the side rejecting it. That's not our fault.
Anything I claim, you'll say is fake. You're going to reject.
No.
I could say you could watch the live stream right
that's
now.
not fair, dude. B-man, that's not fair. That's not fair. We're not out here saying things which are demonstrably true and repeatable in reality are fake. We're in here saying if you make a claim that you can't provide any evidence for, we're under no obligation to accept or believe it. That's a very big difference.
Provide evidence, man.
For what? Evidence for what?
What? Yeah, show us gravity.
Not leaking into space.
Gas not leaking into space. No, what you would need to provide evidence for in that case is a sphere of air inside a vacuum chamber, not filling the available volume. Can you do that?
Or any example of gas pressure being contained by gravity. Anything at all without using the claims on the table. And those claims are going to involve Jupiter. Those claims are going to involve the Earth. Those claims are going to involve the atmosphere.
No. You'd understand that he can't beg the question like that and just point at lights in the sky and say, there you go.
I guarantee you he's going to say Jupiter, bro. Or some shit like that.
D-man, if you say Jupiter right now,
you're
going to slap you.
Don't say it.
Jupiter.
Yeah,
I'm only joking. Okay. Again, just to preface, I'm an English and drama major, so I don't have the best understanding. But hold on. I'm going to ask a question. I'm asking you guys a question here.
Okay.
From my understanding, space is a vacuum, right? And a vacuum, in terms of if we're talking about space, is an absence of matter. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a low-pressure environment. Extremely low pressure.
Okay. Is that not different? Is there not a difference between space being an absence of matter and a vacuum chamber?
No,
it's
really.
the same kind of thing. So a vacuum chamber is devoid of as much stuff as you can get out of it. Usually it's gas.
The void of space, the vacuum is, like Cyclone pointed out, a very, very, very low pressure system, which means there's hardly any gas in it. It's an vacuous space.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I understand.
So what was the evidence that you were going to present?
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Okay, so the evidence I would present, and I would say if you want to observe the gas does not leak into space from the atmosphere, you could watch a live stream right now of a rocket, a SpaceX rocket taking off and leaving the atmosphere.
No, you can't.
Again, you're going to say it's fake.
In question.
No,
Listen.
sorry, CB.
Go ahead.
Do you understand what these guys are trying to help you understand?
What are these guys investing trillions into to help us?
They're trying to help you understand that if you're going to have a balloon that's going to have gas in it, you can't keep that gas in that space without the balloon around it, because laws tell us that the gas is going to expand to all the available volume. Right? That's the law of nature that we're talking about.
The air in the balloon is the atmosphere. The balloon, the rubber part, is the container that is required to have.
Using your analogy, the balloon, the rubber part would be the atmosphere.
No, CB, hold on, CB, thank you. No, that's the gas. Atmo means gas. That's oxygen and nitrogen. That's the stuff that we breathe. You're basically saying the gas stops itself from expanding in that statement. That's ridiculous. Gas doesn't stop itself from expanding. The container does that.
Yes, it's the gas pressure that you really need to reckon with here.
He's saying that the rubber part is the gravity. So we need to see you take the container off and then use gravity to hold the air in, which would be the atmosphere, which is inside of the balloon. The rubber part would be the gravity. That's what you're saying is you don't need rubber, whatever, pause. You need gravity. Now we need to see that being true, but that's not true. I don't even know why we're asking.
Is that actually what you're saying? That you don't need a container to pressure, you just need gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say I'd say the gravitational pull of something.
Okay.
The Earth has an incredibly strong gravitational pull.
Okay, so you understand that what we're speaking about are laws of nature. You understand nature?
Sorry?
You understand what laws of nature are? You understand what natural laws are?
I've heard of them. I couldn't tell you them. But
in the simplest form, they're things that happen this way without exception. Right? This is the law. It's going to happen like this no matter what you say. So the law says gas expansion into a vacuum. It says other things as well, like the mixing of gases, colligative effects, those types of things. But basically, it's an increase in entropy. You understand what we're talking about when we're talking about entropy, right? We're talking about how energy moves. Thermodynamics, that's heat, for example, radiation, and how physical matter that has energy moves, like gas, that's got kinetic energy given to it by temperature. Now, in an open thermodynamic system, the law states the gas will fill the space. You have to have a closed system to have a volume of gas under pressure. The Earth is an open system in violation of this law. When you say gravity, that again is in violation of this law. You're basically saying that the law is incorrect, it's untrue. Well, in that case, you're going to need a demonstration of your claim. You can't just point to things and say that it's happening. You're going to have to physically demonstrate what you're talking about. Can you do that with regards to your argument?
Okay, but again, you're talking about whenever we talk about balloons and stuff like that, whenever gas is released from a balloon, it leaks into the air, okay? But, that's an incredibly small example, because whenever, from my understanding, whenever enough gas accumulates...
Sorry, maybe I should have said it clearer. This is a universal law. It's valid without exception in open and closed systems. So it doesn't matter if it's a small container or a fucking huge one, the gas, if uncontained, it's going to fill the available volume.
Can I quickly just try a little, do the thought experiment with B-Man here? So, you know what a vacuum chamber is, B-Man? Just kind of discuss it.
A vacuum chamber. I guess. I mean,
Yeah, it's like a chamber where they suck all the air out of it, so there's nothing in there. So it's very low pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we've got a vacuum chamber. It's on Earth. The Earth is below it, and we take a container of air. Right, and it's closed. This container of air. We put it in the vacuum. Pull the vacuum, and then let's say we just slice open the container. What's the air inside the container going to do?
I would say it would leak out, yeah,
But it's got the Earth beneath it, which has all the mass of the Earth and all the gravity that you were talking about. So why is it not being held down like you were saying?
Because there's not enough gas to accumulate to create a large gravitational pull.
No. The gravitational pull is underneath it on the Earth. That's what's generating this gravitational pull in your concept. Right, so it has all of the Earth's gravity that you're talking about, that you're appealing to, but the air is still going to expand to fill the available volume, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's an incredibly small example.
No, but it's got the gravity of the Earth beneath it, which is what you were claiming.
If we're talking about gas at large scale, all the gas on the Earth.
No, it wouldn't matter on the scale, dude. Whether it's the gas in that container or whether it's the atmo in general, the gravity would still have the same effect. So that demonstration tells us that no, there's no force that's pulling the air down to the ground. It moves omnidirectionally, and in a vacuum, it'll fill the available volume. It'll equalize.
He keeps saying at a larger scale. You can't demonstrate it at any scale.
Yeah,
it's all right.
I could say Jupiter, but
regardless. Sorry, regardless.
Who hears the phone ringing, bro? I called that shit.
So regardless of the amount of gas has constant straight line motion. The only thing that changes its straight line path is a physical collision with another gas molecule or the walls of its container, as expressed in kinetic molecular theory. Right? Gases have got energies, kinetic energy given to it by temperature. This means that this gas molecule is going to go. And the only reason it's going to stop going in that direction is if it hits something physically. If it doesn't hit something physically, the gas is just going to go. All the gases that are continually colliding with each other, if there's an available volume to fill, because of the rapid collisions, are just going to keep expanding outwards. There's no magical force that stops this expansion. There's no magical idea that violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's a universal law. You're trying to contradict this by saying things go down. It's not observed within gas behavior. A cyclone just pointed out the laws of nature dictate here on the Earth that gas works like this, apart from in your imagination.
Dude, I told you he would say Jupiter, bro. I told you.
Okay, what would you say the sun's made of then? It's made of primer.
Not making a claim about the sun.
Okay, no, but I'm asking you because the sun's primarily made up of gas, but it doesn't
not making a claim about the sun because we do not know.
And also, you can't just assert that the sun is primarily made of gas. By now, you must be realizing that you don't know that the stories they're telling us about the sun and the moon and things are true.
Everything is a story. Everything is story.
The stuff that cannot be verified, the stuff that can't be confirmed in any way and contradicts natural law as we know it, of course we're going to have an issue with that. You should too. You shouldn't just be accepting contradictions of natural law. Why would you? So maybe, because you're saying you're an English major, so maybe it's kind of new to you to be talking about gas law and things, but you can just go on Google and type in gas pressure definition, and it'll tell you that the gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. It's in the definition. It has to press against walls of a container to be pressurized. So the fact that we have gas pressure here, we know that it must be pressing off the walls of a container. That's what it is.
That's why
there's no other way to have it.
Okay.
But I understand that this is the story that they tell us, that gravity is keeping it down. I understand that, but when you dig into it, you'll find that there's absolutely nothing to support that, and actually, every demonstration and example we can find tells us that's not the case.
Okay, so I know one of your talking points when it comes to gravity is that things fall because they're denser than the air. Is that correct?
Well, that's a relationship that we can observe and test. So yes, things are ordering themselves based on their density relative to the density of the medium. That's not to say that that's the cause, per se, but it's certainly what we can observe and test. Yeah.
Okay, but here's what I don't understand about that is if I were to take an object and, like a book or something, drop it to the ground, and because it's denser than the air, you say it would fall, but again, the thing is surrounded by air, so why wouldn't it fall up?
Drop it in water.
Denser than the air. What's stopping it from falling up or in any other direction?
It doesn't have any kinetic energy. It's only got the energy that you impart to it when you lifted it from its equilibrium.
No, I lifted it and I kept it stationary and I let it go. But the air is surrounding
You're asking why it didn't go in the other direction. That's a silly question.
Not applying any force.
Yeah, you gave it kinetic energy, you picked it up, you removed it from equilibrium, but you're asking why it went in this direction and not up. Like, why did it go horizontally in that direction? It hasn't got kinetic energy, it's not a gas, it's bonded. But it goes down in this direction. This is how we reference our reality. You're asking why. Nobody actually knows. But the idea is based upon the Earth being a ball that orbits the sun, and it's the mathematics that makes that world go round. The world isn't that. So it can't be a mass attracting mass or a space-time idea that is a possible cause that makes this phenomena and only these specific phenomena happen. Who actually knows, mate? It's not me. It's definitely not going to be you. But those who claim to have an idea, when they make a claim, they don't back it up with a scientific experiment. It's no hypothesis that can be validated for a test.
Yeah, it's getting into the realms of philosophy when you're like, well, why is up, up, and down, down? It's like, that's just how it is. We have a definite orientation vertically in relation to a horizontal planar surface. And things are ordering themselves and equilibrating relative to that surface. Go up away from it or down towards it. And they settle in their point of equilibrium. But when you're talking about like the deeper question of like, well, who set up and down? What sets up and down? That's just a philosophical question that can only ever be speculated upon. That's why they've come up with all these bullshit stories like a thing called space-time is bending and warping. That's why they've had to resort to such fantasy, because it's just one of these questions that as human beings, we can't pick apart that mechanic, that passive effect, and say, well, what's the engine behind this exactly? And the physicists in the world, if you listen to them, they'll essentially say the same thing. They're saying they're coming up. That's why it's a theory of gravity. That's why it's theories of gravity, because that's what it is. But Archimedes' principle, specific gravity, relative density, explains essentially what we're seeing without getting into the deeper philosophical side of things.
I think that's all for tonight for me. I have work in the morning, so.
Nice one, B-Man. Well, you have a good one, and come back whenever you're free.
Probably see you guys at some point.
See you later, man.
Peace, brother.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
Nobody's first and you're next.
Who's next? Step up to the floor. Say hello. You don't have to debate.
Who's on first?
You can ask a question. Or we could ask a question to the room, like, is there any scientific evidence for a globe Earth? And if any want to answer?